Hello.
Hello.
Welcome everyone to day one of the Conscious Business Showcase for September. We are back after taking the summer off for a little bit of R&R and to sort out some things for ourselves, get our website up and running, which is very exciting, healingsoulschool.com. Yay, we feel a little grown up this time. And so there's lots of goodies for you on our website. And we're just super excited. My name is Christine Cardoza, one of the co-owners of the Healing Soul School. And we are here to serve. We're here to help you with wherever you're stuck, if it's healing, if it's in your business, so that you can really stand strong and be proud of who you are and what you're doing. And we all need some help along the way. And we just want to let you know that, you know, with our backgrounds in business and healing and energy healing, Virginia and I are providing a space where it is safe to ask for help from us or in our community, and that we just want you to feel welcomed and that you can come and ask us stuff. So often it's, you know, we put everyone else first and then we leave ourselves to last, and then we're confused or frustrated or whatever, you know, and just saying, like, let's put ourselves first and come and get some help that you need. Reach out to us in a DM. We can jump on a call with you and we'll figure out what a plan is. But we just want you to know that we are here for you, and super excited about the next 2 days because we are focusing on mental wellness, and especially this time, everything that's going on, really just how to connect yourself, how to be present, the biggest one. And then tomorrow for Saturday, we're going to be talking about healing addictions. We are all addicted to something, whether it's sugar, alcohol, you know, whatever, you know what your addictions are. And so it's just simply looking at it. For me, I really do feel it's an inner child need or some need that wasn't met early on, that you are just in this pattern. And so the addiction, just simply, let's find it, let's heal it, let's clear that root so that you can, again, just be present and get on with doing the important things that you may be here to do or want to do. And so I'm going to pass over to Virginia as for the rest of the intro, and just super grateful. She is my partner in crime. We're Thelma and Louise. She walks me off ledges, and I'm just so grateful that we are in this business together, because it's very difficult for one person to wear all the hats, and we just complement each other so well. I'm the visionary, the airy with my head way out here, and she's like, okay, bring it back down. She's my earth, and super grateful. So thank you, Virginia, if you want to introduce yourself.
Oh, that's so funny. Yes, thank you so much, Christine. Hi, everybody. My name is Virginia Fantasia. Thank you so much for being with us today. We are so excited to be back. It was great. I got to say, it was great taking the summer off. But don't think that we were just sitting there, you know, laying in the sun, because that was not what was happening. We had all kinds of stuff we've been working on in the background, right? Like Christine said, we got our website up and running. You'll have to check that out, www.healingsoulschool.com. We have been working on our program for entrepreneurs, business foundations, to help light workers, mediums, anyone that's looking to get a business off the ground, you know, or they've got it off the ground, but now they want to take it more seriously, want to take this gig full time, you know, when we're looking at that. So it's really been about launching the programs, getting the business program off the ground. We've had one other program that Christine has been running over the summer with another beautiful human, Wendy Jensen, which has been about rooting out blocks in abusive and controlling relationships. So that was a great class that has been running over the summer, just a once a week, a membership type course where you just show up and get what you get. And when you're done with that, you've learned what you needed to learn, or whatever, then that's okay. You can move on to something else. Another new program, and Christine and Carla will talk about this a little more tomorrow afternoon, is the Naked Alchemy course. So I won't get into it too much, but it's just turning into a beautiful course, also a membership once a week. Just show up and learn your lessons and carry on. And so more on that later. But that's really what's been going on in the background, is us launching, launching the website, launching some courses. We have some new courses coming. You guys are going to be super excited to hear what we have coming up. We'll share more on that as things.
Actually, if I can, do you mind if I just mention the village? So
yeah,
along our theme of like wanting to help people heal and end emotional suffering from wherever it came from, part of that is having community where you can come, you can ask questions, you can feel safe. This is for entrepreneurs, because we are entrepreneurs, Virginia and I, and it can be a daunting road, or you can have the ups and downs. And so we're not the broken healers or those who are helping others anymore. It's really all about getting consistent and having some discipline and someone along to help. So this business village is going to be Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Just DM me if you're interested in this. And the whole point is that Tuesdays, we're getting you really confident. It's all about you looking at what are your patterns. Let's clear those. Let's heal them so that you can really stand strong in your business. And then once you know what they are, man, you're going to fly, because you're not available to that anymore. When you start to feel yourself going back into that old patterning, you're going to have the tools and know how to get up and out of that. Wednesday's all going to be about logistics. Virginia knows her stuff and she gets shit done. Like, she is so fast. We'll have our things to do. And this is me. I'm like, oh, I'll do this post. It'll take me an hour. She's like, okay, it's done. And I put it out across all of our platforms. And I'm like, what? So she's just like so good with logistics and platforms and stuff like that. So that's on Wednesdays, where you have someone you can come and ask questions. This is office hours, so we are working. And then on Thursdays, we're going to be working in the business. And it could be a number of things. Maybe there's some Q&A that people have come on and they have questions about the business. We heal in community. We learn in community. So as I'm coaching, or Virginia's coaching someone else, then whoever's on the call is also going to benefit from that. And also, we'll have different themes and stuff that we're going to do for the day. Maybe it's being consistent and reaching out, or setting your schedule, or whatever it is, how to run your business like a CEO. Many of us come into business and we're like, oh, I have this great idea, or I want to ease financial insecurity. That's often why people start businesses. And it's like, that's not the best way. You're going to burn out. But like, when you've got your spiritual vision, you're like, okay, this is where I want to be. Then just having that support system and that network is really going to help lift you up and push you up. Virginia and I have, a lot of years, over half a century years of business experience combined. And so, we're just here to help hold you, support you. We want to lift you up. We see your magic. We see where you're hiding. I see the patterns. And so when we can dust off those angel wings, per se, then you stand brighter. And now you're in an attraction point where clients can find you and they can come to you. And it's a totally different energy. Our business has totally shifted this year, where now people are coming to us because they've just seen us. We've been consistent. And so it's been just so beautiful. Part of that has been healing myself. I'll speak for me, and really getting into that pull energy instead of that repel energy that I have been in my whole life. And now I understand why. And so this is what we really want to help entrepreneurs with, because when you are really strong and you're able to be very clear and you love what you're presenting and what you've got for the world, guess what? More people get helped. And that's our joy, is to see you develop and to run and shine. And then we know that you are going to have so many more people who are going to benefit from what you're doing.
Yeah. And you said it right at the beginning, right? That it's not easy being an entrepreneur on your own. It can feel kind of lonely, and you're wearing many hats. And you and I have learned that. We have figured that out. And us combining our skills is only increasing our business and our service to the world. And the whole point of this village of entrepreneurs coming together is us supporting you so that you can also shine brighter in the world, and having a village of people, like-minded people that you can come to and go, okay, well, that didn't work out like I thought it was going to work. How do I do this? Or how do I make a post? Or how do I do a Facebook ad? Or, how do I, whatever, right? Like whatever that is in your business. Or maybe you have a client that kind of things went sideways and you're not feeling so good about that. you know? So again, having a community to step into, to share that, you know, it's not competition, it's collaboration as entrepreneurs coming together and supporting one another and learning and growing and shining our light. So that is just really what our village is all about. So as Christine said, these are, DM us if you want more information, but these are the programs that we've been getting off the ground over the summer. And with the website, and the website is always changing because we're still adding things, and so yeah, please feel free to check it out at you know, as we go. And yeah,
Do you mind if I just pop on the next 2 days? I know we've got our next speaker here and ready, and so I'm just going to pop on and share what we're doing over the next 2 days.
right.
And hold on, make sure I have the right one. Friday. Okay. I can do tech. I can do tech. Yay, I got the right one. Okay, for Friday. So I'm not going to go through all the lists and how we know them because it's going to take too long. But today is all about mental wellness, how to really connect yourself, how to ask for help, gifts in emotional eating. We love all of our speakers. We'll say that about all of them, but really, you know, just taking anything that maybe you've gone through and how to alchemize that. You are an alchemist, so how to just change that around. So that is for today, and then I'm gonna pop on for tomorrow. Tomorrow is all about healing addictions, and this, I mean, this is just a really good time, I feel, to talk about this and to help people. I wanted to have like one day where we just like help people with their, oh, I showed Friday again, sorry. I can do tech, I can do tech.
Happy thoughts, happy thoughts.
Yeah, because what really spun it off was that tomorrow we've got 2 sobriety coaches coming on, and man, they are just fireballs. Sabrina Victoria and her partner Dane, and they are a lot of fun. So when it was that, and then another one came on about addiction, I was like, let's do an addiction day because this can really help people. So if you know anyone who is suffering from any kind of addictions, or they're really heavy in their emotions, invite them this weekend. They can watch on our YouTube channel, or they can come in our Facebook group, whatever you prefer. But this is really all about helping to lift you up. Let's get rid of the stuff. Let's get rid of whatever's holding us back from the past, so that we can really step into who we are, what we're here, what we're meant to be here for. I really do feel that you've gone through some stuff for a reason, and it's for now. Like, the collective needs you now. And so this next couple of days is really just going to help you to transition and transmute some of that energy and get it gone. Awesome. Wow, we did good, 9:15. So thank you so much to everyone who's watching. Christine, welcome. We love you so much. And so with Rebecca, I'm gonna introduce her. We found her, I don't even know how we found her, but she is such a beautiful person. She runs events, and she invited us to speak or to be in her group to run part of her event coming up in October. And what she's doing is she's collecting, I know where we met, in the business, big business Facebook group. She's collecting Ontario businesses. Virginia and I are in Ontario, Canada, and she is just wanting that, like, basically she's the Conscious Business Showcase, but she's stretching it out over a month, and she's allowing people to come on. There'll be 2 entrepreneurs a day through the month of October, and they share their business and what it is that they're doing. But just so beautiful that she has created the space where she can share what other people are doing. And I'm gonna take a back seat for this one. I'll be back around 11, and I'm just gonna bring her up for you, Virginia, and say enjoy. Okay.
Thank you. Ciao.
Hi,
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi.
How are you? Very nice to meet you as person as we can get right now, right?
Yeah.
I know you had more of a conversation with Christine. You and I had just kind of talked back and forth with messaging and stuff, but both Christine and I really loved your initiative with this online festival, and we're participating. Our date is October 8th, I believe, that we get to do that. So we just wanted to kind of have you on our show first to talk about who you are. I know your company is a writing services. And, so a little bit about who you are and what you do. And then how did that lead you into this online festival and how that's working and all of that? So yeah, tell us.
Oh my God. Okay. Everything happens by accident. It's crazy.
That's so funny. There is nothing that happens by accident.
So I'm actually a travel agent. Okay. So
wow.
So what happened was, obviously we know what happened.
Yeah.
And business went down considerably. But so I work from home a lot anyways. And I know I've always been a supporter of local businesses, and even before COVID.
Right.
And I know that I live in a new subdivision. I know a lot of families have home businesses, work from home moms. And so it started out with just like a neighborhood event. So I just had like a few friends from the neighborhood, and I collected them into a group, and I said, hey, let's share what we have. And that's it. And then they really liked it and they wanted to keep going. And then they said, oh, can I invite my friend? And she does this. So it kind of snowballed from there.
Wow.
And I thought, I have the time now because no one was traveling at the time. So it was late 2019. It was already kind of some weird things were happening already.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, well, I have time and it's a love-hate relationship with Facebook.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Like I love it. I love connecting, and I love sharing my thoughts and things like that. But you can get addicted to it.
Yeah.
Or waste your time. So
yes.
Okay, anyway, since I'm on it anyways, I might as well just make something useful out of it. So I thought, okay, let's start a fall event. So that's what happened. I reached out to a bunch of local businesses. So I'm local to Barrie.
Right.
And I just told them I just have a Facebook event, it's free, and just if you want to. So I was coming up with schedules. Everyone was interested. So then after that, they're asking when my next event was. I'm like, oh, I don't know. So it's just like, it was new for me. So, and then I did a Christmas one. And then in February, I'm a supporter of the mental health initiatives because I had depression and all that lovely stuff. So, and I know February is horrible for mental health.
Yes.
So my first paid vendor event I did for February for like a Hygge Fest. I don't know if you heard of Hygge. It's Hygge. It's like a Norwegian concept of comfort and I don't know how else to say it. You have to look it up in Google. But basically,
okay, cool.
I was looking for vendors that were offering things that were soothing for the soul in deep winter. So people who made quilts, candles, who sold leather, just soothing things.
Yes.
And all the vendor fees, most of the vendor fees went to my Simcoe branch of the Mental Health Association from that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so people liked it a lot, and so I started doing events, and in each event had a theme and a charity to support. But this one for fall and Christmas, I usually do free because I don't know. I just want to focus on the businesses, help them out.
Right. Yeah. Shine a light on the businesses and, end of the year, Christmas time, that kind of stuff. Right.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. We're in a group and we saw you share some information. I think that's how it had all started was saw you share some information. I was like, wow, this is a great initiative. I'm in.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
So now tell us how it works. I get how it's working, but, so are they always the same? Like this event, it's for the entire month of October. So explain kind of how it works and how the vendors are scheduled or how that shows up.
Well, so this is the first time I'm doing it for the whole month. Typically I do it maybe a week,
Oh, okay.
sometimes,
Oh, okay.
sometimes 2 weeks max, but this time was for the whole month because everyone loves fall. I don't care if you like summer. I know you love fall more. So so I wanted to give everyone an opportunity. Like I had 50 spots. I made an application. I sent it out to past vendors, and I went on Etsy. I went on all these places looking for local businesses to see who wanted to participate. And so I got like 60 applications, so I couldn't get to everybody. So it's starting October 1st at 3:00. So that's the first vendor. So it's a 6-hour time slot where you post 5 posts, whatever you want. You can even do a live between that time. So October 1st from 3:00 to 9:00 at night, it's just this one business. And then October 2nd, it'll be 9 to 3, one business, and again 3 to 9 another business. So everyone has a full 6 hours to feature their business.
Nice.
And I also offer them I offer them a chance to do an introductory post so they can talk about themselves a little bit. Yeah, and I help them out too, because a lot of these businesses, especially with COVID happening, a lot of home businesses have popped up, right?
Yeah.
So they don't have a lot of stuff. So sometimes I'll help them with the logo creations or business cards. I'm a creative person, so I like doing that stuff anyways.
Yeah.
And I like writing for people, and so I'll do that for them as well,
Nice.
to give them a boost.
Yeah, because you're right. And that's the same with our business foundations and our village, our community that's coming together. It's the same thing, right? It's because, like you said, the beautiful things that have come out of these past 18 months has been all these awesome businesses that people are launching into the world with great things coming and opportunities and stuff, but they feel kind of lonely, like I think that sometimes it feels kind of lonely out there. So creating for us, that's exactly what we felt. That's how we feel as entrepreneurs. So let's create a community that everybody feels safe to come into, to hang out, to share ideas, or to help. Just like you said, right? I'm good at one thing. You might be good at something else, and you share ideas together. It's really about coming together and lifting one another up. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's as an entrepreneur at home, I run several businesses. Businesses is my hobby. It's something I want to make money off of, right? I'm trying. So, I have my travel thing, but until that picks up, I need to do something else. So, it is lonely. No one's calling, no one's coming for coffee. Everyone's scared. This is the next best thing for people who are not comfortable. So, that's
awesome. Yeah. And now your writing services. I know that we've got there on the banner that it's the best way for people to reach you, whether it's for your services as the writing services or to participate in I don't think you have any spots left for the fall frolic, but I imagine you might have something for Christmas.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so
something for Christmas. And basically if you go to my writing Facebook page, I will post my posters there, like for my events, and anybody who's interested can just reach out to me. Yeah. But my writing page will have basically everything I write about. I help a business in BC do their content and social marketing. They help seniors stay at home. So I write for them, and I write about prepping and survival, and I write about writing, and I write about reading and all that stuff. So it'll all be under the Post Scribe.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And so I'm curious, because you said you have lots of businesses. What are the other businesses that you have going on?
Okay. So it's all about supporting Ontario businesses, right? So, So I have the agency, so Murdoch Travel in Barrie. And then I work with a lady in Elora, Ontario. It's a Beautiful Life boutique. She makes jewelry, she makes candles, and it's pretty. And, doesn't charge me to be a rep. So I'm like, why not? I'll help you out, get some more customers in.
Yeah.
I also help out. I'm a rep for Rapid Survival in Aurelia, Ontario. So they sell survival gear, and they also do. They provide uniform and regulation kits to like the paramedics, firefighters, things like that.
Cool.
So yeah, and I like to keep myself busy, and
Yeah.
I'm and I support businesses too. So why not?
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So now when you're supporting those businesses and selling for them and stuff like that, are you listing that stuff on your own site, or are you accessing their sites, or how do you market to them?
I am advertising mostly on Facebook. So I will have a separate group for my Rapid Survival. I will have a separate group for my jewelry area there. So it's if you go on my personal Facebook page, you'll eventually find your way to any of these businesses that I have on Facebook. So,
Yeah. That is so awesome. I love it. So our day, and I'm just gonna check here quick. Our day, I believe, is October 8th.
Mhm.
Can't find where I wrote that down right now, but I believe our day on the showcase is October 8th, and I forget what the time slot is, but say it's from 9 to 3.
Yeah.
And so on there, we would just go in and we would put posts about the Healing Soul School. What kind of, like, to give somebody an example of what would they see? What are they going to see?
Okay, so say the first post can be about right away they have this great time sensitive sale that they have. Okay, there'll be a big post on, oh my god, 50% off this, and it like, or it could be the next post could be like a live where they want to demonstrate how they make their leather bookmarks or something. Like it'll be maybe 15 minutes long. Another post could be about a course they're offering, and like it'll they all have opportunities to direct guests to their website, their Facebook pages, their email, everything. So
Awesome.
yeah, so whatever you want to, or if you just want to grow your own group, you can put your link there. And
I see. Yeah, that's a good idea too.
Yeah, the whole thing is just to really help get the word out there about your business, about increasing growth, and you're always going to find someone who like really resonates with your business or resonates with you. And
yeah, absolutely.
You never know. I made a couple of really good friends from my very, very, very first event. I had no idea.
Yeah.
we would be such great friends after that. So you never know.
That's right. That's the beauty of these things, right?
Yeah.
So can you give me an example of what kind of businesses are going to be in the Fall Frolic Online Festival? I don't know if you want to share. You can plug some businesses or, whatever. Right.
Yeah, there's lots of businesses. So they're from all over Ontario, as far up as north as Thunder Bay, maybe even more. So we have makers, so people who are making, bows for children. We have a leather worker in Toronto. She makes beautiful journal covers and bookmarks and things like that. We have, oh my God, I'm blanking out.
I know, right? I know.
Like a wellness educator. We have like a Celtic Reiki teacher. We have a local author who will be doing one post over Thanksgiving, because I wanted Thanksgiving to be kind of free.
Right.
So, but she'll do a post on her book. There's everything, like, so even if you don't know what you're looking for, just go on, because you don't have to stay on the page. So, like, if you're afraid of missing posts, there's like I'll set it up on the side of the group where it's a hashtag of a business name. You can just click on the business name to see all their posts that they did. Or you can do a search for hashtag location. So if you're looking for places in Toronto, you can click on hashtag Toronto. It'll bring up all the businesses that are from there.
Right.
So I try to make it easy for guests to find people too.
That's awesome. That's great. Yeah. Now, so when this launches, sorry, you said it was October 1st it was launching, right? What is October 1st? That's a Friday at 3:00. So where does the average person who is looking to see these businesses where do they go? Where do they find this information?
They go on the Falling for Fall Facebook page.
Falling for Fall. I'm just
Yeah. I tried to change the name a few times, but it's not taking. It's just if you do a search in Facebook, Falling for Fall Facebook.
Okay.
Mine will be the first one that comes up.
Okay, cool. Very cool.
Or they can reach out to me and ask for a link.
Right, exactly. And you know what? I mean, if you if I can find the group, I'll put a link in the comments, or if you're in our group already, I can't remember, Rebecca, if you're in our group, but if you're in our group, feel free to post the link in the comments. Oh, Christine's
there.
Okay.
Yeah. Check your chat, Virginia.
That's so funny. So Christine's posting the link to that in the comments. So
Awesome.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing a lot of background noise. I don't know where. Yeah, it's bizarre. I don't know if it's on my end or what. But anyway, so that's awesome. So now your writing services, that's your main gig now, outside of creating these vendors, events and stuff like that. And writing services of any kind. Are you an author? Is that something that you're looking to move towards?
Am I an author? Oh my God. Well, I did write a book.
Oh.
But I mean, it was really just like one of those things I needed to do before I die. Like I need to have this out of my system. So I have a book. Eventually I might, share it with the world, but not right now. But yeah, I'm a writer. I graduated with an English honors degree in anthropology. I just love writing about like facts, like factual events. I like writing about, like studies and papers, like science in the science background, because I went to a holistic nutrition school as well. So that was part of the science interest that I have. So nice. I write about that. That's why I like writing about health and mental health and nutrition. But yeah, it's just like, instead of looking for a job as an author, I figure helping businesses who hate writing would probably be a good way to go. I can write about anything. So if they want a blog post or a guest blogger, or they need product descriptions, like I'm helping someone now with their product descriptions because they don't even know where to start. So I'm offering like a $10 small business deal for like if you want product descriptions or blog posts just to start off, and if they like what I have, then I have a price list on my website.
That's awesome. And your website is thepostcribe.com?
GoDaddy.postscribe.
Okay.
Yeah. It's one of those free websites, right?
Yeah. Hey, that's okay. Right? It's about making it work, whatever that looks like. So good for you. That's so awesome. And I love that you have a deal for people, because writing for some people is debilitating.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you said, it's like, I don't even know. I mean, you might, and it might seem strange that someone who is selling a product doesn't know what to write about their own product.
Yeah.
But it's just putting it into words that, that makes it inviting for other people or whatever, right?
Yeah. Like,
so
I hate to admit it, but I like selling, and so,
yeah.
I hate selling, but I'm good at it apparently. So I try to put that into my, in my writing. So yeah. I know what people like. I know what people are looking for when they're looking at that product. Yeah. So yeah. And it is debilitating for some people to write. Like, some people are just not good at reading to begin with, which is why also in this event I'm kind of supporting the charity Gateway Center for Learning in Midland, Ontario. So they teach or tutor adults who can't read, who need help with math, things like that, so that they can lift themselves out of poverty. So yeah, I supported them in my last event, and I'm doing it for this one as well. But I'm offering it as a personal donation for people, so I'll put their links up and things like that. So yeah, reading is not for everybody. It should be.
Well, it's you're right though. It's just not sometimes something like my husband, for example. He's a photographer. He can create. He can take photos. He can, he is such a beautiful visionary with his photography. But when it comes time to posting it and sharing it with the world, he draws a blank. He's like, I just don't even. And I take one look at it, and I'm just like, let it out. Like, I'm just like, I am all about, I can just easily express how I feel about that photo and how I feel about whatever, right? And where for him, he's like, it takes him an hour, like, and he'll write it out, and then he'll be like, how's this sound? It's so funny. And I know he's not alone. There are so many people who are like that could just really use a little lift up, right?
Yeah.
So that's awesome. And I love that you're supporting the Adult Learning Center. Again, you're a beautiful human for doing all of this good stuff. That's great. Because it really is about lifting one another up, whether it be businesses or individuals. It's about helping one another in whatever way we can. And what an awesome use of your skills to help other people and make a difference in the world.
Yeah. So think of me as the wind beneath your wings.
Awesome.
I don't like spotlights. I get kind of weird, but I like lifting other people up, and it makes me feel good, if they succeed, because I succeed after. That's right.
Yes, that's right. That's awesome. Good for you. Well done. Well, did you have anything else that you wanted to add? I know you said you had a special offer. How can people get access to your special offer, or, coordinates? I know we have your Facebook page, but what's a good way for people to reach you? That kind of stuff.
Facebook is really the best way to reach me, unfortunately. But so you look up my name, it's Rebecca Ramdeholl. Just message me. I and then I can lead you to all these other all my other pages that, if you're interested in my survival, I'll send you there. If you're interested in my writing, just talk to me. I'm really easy.
Yeah, that's so awesome. And for anyone that is watching us on YouTube that may not be using Facebook, is there an email address or something that they could write to you?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's just thepostscribe@gmail.com.
Perfect. Yeah. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, again, the Fall Frolic Online Festival happening this month. And Christine posted the link in the comments of the group in our Facebook group. And tune in to learn about some amazing Ontario businesses. And let's help one another out. Let's lift one another up. Let's shine the light. That's what this is all about, right?
I'm looking forward to seeing your posts.
Yes, thank you. I'm excited to be a part of it. I really appreciate that. It's going to be great.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me.
Yes, you're very welcome. Thanks so much for all you do, and keep up the great work.
Great. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Take care. Bye now. Okay. That's so awesome. This is why we do what we do, is just the beautiful people in the world that we come into contact with is just, it just never gets old. It never gets tired. I just love what everyone is doing to help everyone else, because that's what it's all about, my friends. We're here to help one another, to lift one another up, and just to shine our lights in the world in whatever way that is. So our next guest coming up is Sage Awnya RavenStar. And she is going to talk to us today about shamanic healing and movement medicine. And Sage and I, we connected through I don't know if you remember, a couple of months ago, I was talking about the rites of Munaiki, and that I was a part of a group that was doing that. And Sage and I connected through that group. And you know, when you do things and you have no idea why you're there, but there just is a reason and you're just not sure how that's going to unfold. Well, that's what that group felt like to me. There is just more of a connection with the group of ladies that, and one man, actually, I shouldn't say that there was the group of us that got together for the Munaiki rites. And I don't know exactly what it is that is to come from that group. But Sage and I don't know, we kind of just, she said it beautifully. Your higher self was talking to mine and it was perfect. So I'm just going to bring her up on stage here. Hi, Sage. How are you? Oh, I've got you muted there. Hang on. I'll unmute you. Oh, you have to. Sorry, honey. You gotta unmute yourself. I won't let me unmute you. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I did, and then the sound was weird. So, yeah, I'm chuckling because I'm looking at your background, I'm looking at my background, and I'm like, there's some parallel mirror soul stuff going on here, you know. And even your logo of Healing Soul School, it's like my very first business was Ancient Wisdom, and if I showed you that, you would howl because it's almost exactly the same. So, you're frozen. I hope that we don't have an issue with connection. Oh, no. Okay, well, I am going to keep talking.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Christine. We haven't met the other half of the Healing Soul School, and welcome.
We have a smiling face of, it just, that's okay.
That happens sometimes. All right. So feel free, take it away. I know she'll come back.
Yes,
but,
absolutely.
So just share. What we love to hear is like, share your story, share your spiritual journey, because the story is always really impactful for our listeners. And then we'll just move into what it is that you do.
We'll just obviously flow down the river and get in a nice calm canoe or a kayak instead of whitewater rafts, right? That's okay. So I guess just first a little bit about me.
Cool.
And it is kind of cool because Victoria was saying that we met at Ancestral Voices, and that's kind of the way that I too. It's just kind of like when I say river is following the flow of life and just kind of moving with it, becoming one with it. This has been kind of a thing for me for, oh man, I think I've been kind of on this path for 30 years in a conscious way of really intending to heal and let go. But, you know, the first really, when I was thinking about this morning and I was thinking about this interview and such, it's like, it really wasn't until my 40s that I really did start getting into the gritty work of it.
Right.
You know, because my past story is, you know, I could go on. My daughters sometimes say, you should write a book. And it's like, I think many of us should write a book, really, because we all have our stories. But, you know, just that typical, you know, I'm 58, so I'm still kind of that part of the patriarchal where it was okay for, you know, the dominance of the patriarchy and the abuse and the, you know, all of that right at the end of the wheel of that. I came in the 60s, so I came in during the, no, you know, but so I was always that kind of energy and I just never fit in, and really no understanding of that because I came from it was a Calvinist Christian home. My father was a minister, you know, very abusive. My mom died young. I ended up leaving and being on my own at 15 and just, you know, doing the turmoil of abuse and addictions and depression, and just my body kept taking in more of it. And I was like a walking head, to be honest. You know, it was like I was so disconnected, and it really wasn't until I'm going to say, and I'm going to be bold and say these last couple of years have gifted me with more insight and more understanding of my true essence and self than, you know, during this dismantling, I believe this dismantling is so that we can return to our essential selves. And through my whole journey, I mean, I was in social work for 20 years. I've done my own businesses. I've set up women's healing centers. I've worked in shelters. I have done so much of that work. And I think that I would maybe call myself a self-help guru, because I bought all the books, I went to all the workshops, did all the retreats,
Right.
but I would always kind of step into the ocean, but I would never dive. And it really wasn't until really I was blessed to be one of those people that I was forced to let go of my life. I was forced to start again. I was in a really abusive relationship. I lost my farm. I went bankrupt. I left the city. It was like one of those catalysts in life that completely wake you up. And it's
Right.
like, excuse my language, but what the fuck am I doing here?
Yep.
I have a choice of life or death, sort of thing. And that's when, and so I also work with a lot of tarot. Tarot has been by my side. Really, the archetypal energies, nature, trees, rocks. Gaia has been my mother. That's another blessing that my mother gave me, was by leaving this planet when I was 10. And so I've never really had a mother. I've never had grandmothers or aunts, or I was always alone. I had 4 brothers. My sister died young of alcohol poisoning. So life made me be alone, but completely not alone. Like
Right.
I was alone of humans per se.
Right.
So I could never connect to humans. And so my connection was to spirits, was to the trees, was to the divas, was to earth. She was my mother. And so through my whole healing process, I've had a lot of history with alcohol, and just a huge story with all of that. And so the tarot was where I would go to for support and for guidance and for understanding. And I used it on myself for years and years and years. And then people would start asking, and then I started weaving in numerology and astrology and understanding how the herbs are even connected to the plant. And then you start seeing this great web of everything is connected, way more than we have any clue, which includes us.
Yeah.
And okay, I'm going to take a breath and ground, because I have 45 minutes and I could probably talk for 3 or 4 hours. Okay, so is it okay that I continue, or would you like
Yeah,
to?
go for it.
Back.
Doing
Hello.
great. Hi, welcome back. I'm gonna take it. We alternate, Virginia and I. So I'm gonna go backstage, and I'm listening back here with open ears. This is so interesting. Thank you.
This is a great example and a key for this new paradigm. We are not to do it alone. And this is a great paradigm that you're showing here already, is the partnership that you have, and that we need that right now, right? I'm so excited about what you're starting, by the way. I'm like so excited.
Thank you. Because you're right. It is really about community and people coming together and just finding whatever that looks like and feels right for your life, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I was just kind of telling a little bit about my journey, and was actually, you popped in when I said, I just need to take a breath for a minute, because I could probably talk for 3 or 4 hours and I need to ground.
Yes.
And that's a key. That's something that I think I would share. Just, we can learn through just even the process of we're doing. It's not just about what we're talking about. It's about how we do it. Right.
Yeah.
And
you want to lead us through a grounding? Do you want to lead us through something and just kind of help us and everybody who's watching just kind of ground a little bit?
Absolutely. Sure. Because I'm going to do it for myself. I'll just take everybody else. I mean, I'll try not to be too long, because my grounding, sometimes that's the key, is we're grounding, and it's very tempting to stay there because it feels so good. Right. And it's carrying that forward and revisiting the grounding all the time. So I'll just do a quickie. Quickies are fun too.
All right.
So I'm just going to invite, just take a deep breath. And you can even just kind of like, because that's the thing, move it through your body a little bit, like, make sounds, like just let it move, and have your feet connected to the earth. And it's like, get in touch with your body. Because I can talk and I can talk and I can talk through my, and what happens is when you take deep breaths, take slow deep breaths, you start connecting more to your core. There's this silence and this anchoring and this grounding within your body mind, in your heart mind, that begins to happen. You begin to come down into the now. It's into the presence of who you are now. Because when we talk, we often talk from the past. If you notice how I'm talking now, it's very different than when I started. I was telling stories and they were from my past, and just sort of like, there's so much to tell. And so what happens is we start spinning and we start, and it's not a bad thing to go into our stories, but it's recognizing as the energy, the vortex starts to rise, it starts going and it's rising, and we're up in the head, we're up in the spirit, and it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Bring in earth, bring in earth, bring in earth. Connect to the body, connect to the core, because it starts in the cosmic womb. It starts with the Divine Mother. And there's this meditation that I do that, I do a lot of work with Michaela Sheldon. She's a channeler, a trance channeler, and that's where a lot of this began for me in a deeper level. But of this umbilical cord to the cosmic womb of creation.
Okay.
And when we start here, and then it rises up to our heart, instead of our mind and our heart bouncing back and forth, our heart is what, 5,000, 50,000 times stronger electromagnetic field than our brain, and it's like, okay, let your roots sink into the earth. If you have your spine, your shoulders back a little bit, just kind of move your neck a little bit, recognize your muscles and tissues, and just talk to them too,
Yeah.
We have forgot how to communicate with our bodies,
Yeah.
And then feeling this core, this column of energy that then begins to go out of your crown and up to the cosmos. So that's the above and the below, and we are the conduits.
Yeah.
But if we are grounded conduits, it's like if we're plugged in to Gaia, whose resonance and whose magnetic field and who is also ascending with us, if we're connected to her, then we are also we're going to be able to receive all this plasmic light and all the downloads and all the shifts and changes and all of that's coming through.
Yeah.
But we need to be anchored. And then when we come forth, it's from our heart space that is connected to all three, right?
Yeah.
And it's just so big. And it's not easy. And it's like people will come and they'll come in for a reading. They'll come in for a healing. They'll come into, I do ceremonies and we'll do new moon ceremonies. I haven't done a lot of that stuff. It's funny that the synchronicity, that's why I say about our higher selves connecting at the timing. It's the divine timing, right?
Yeah.
Being patient and allowing. After you left, I was saying about the river, and that, when Christine came on and you kind of came out, it was like, okay, well, let's just set out the intention that we're in a canoe going down the river rather than whitewater rafting.
Right.
And that's kind of life, right? And it's kind of like if we can stay in flow with the river, but we need to get out of the boat sometimes and go to the shore and feed ourselves. We need to know and navigate the river. We need to understand, but we need to be in flow with all of those elements of ourselves.
Yeah.
The water, the air, the earth, the fire. If you think of the grounding I just did, all the elements were all kind of, and that's part of shamanic healing too, right?
Yeah.
Is like people go, what is shamanic healing? And somebody had connected a while back for healing, and they were like, what is that? They were like, I've done all kinds of stuff and I've been to India. And I'm like, how do you not know? Like I was like so like surprised, to be honest, because to me it's like the oldest. It's just nature.
Yes.
It's who we are. It's accessing. And then, but I felt like it woke me up to the fact of even those who study Eastern traditions and spirituality, there's so many fragments that are disconnected in that as well. And that's starting to come together,
Yes.
you know, and that's part of the shamanic healing is, you know, we say soul retrieval, there's spirit retrieval, but it's like bringing back the parts of yourself. There's this dance that I did. And when I say movement medicine, there's this dance that I did the other morning. I do this dance through, and I'm really learning and wanting to integrate and starting to. We're planning on October to bring that. We're going to combine in person and online. This is our vision.
Yeah.
And in my own way to take what I'm doing this movement medicine through 21gratitudes.com. It's Yakov and Susanna. They're shaman. Yakov is a shaman, and they teach and they move it all through the body. Everything is through dance. And so, and I've been dancing even before that, because when all this started, I was like, well, I got to move, like I got to do. And so I started doing this body groove, which was a wonderful place to start. And so, because I need free dance, I am an ecstatic dancer. I suck at following. I just suck at move this, and I am like all left. I just, you know, I go to belly dance classes, and I'm like, I can't get this sort of.
Yeah.
But if I can just move in my own rhythm, and
Yes.
that's the key, is awakening our own rhythm, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like even the drumming, I've been doing the more drumming and really bringing drumming in, and, you know, and we can get in touch with our own rhythms, but we have so many layers to move through.
Yeah.
And I'm going to breathe again, because as you'll notice, sometimes people have a hard time following me, because people in our society might call it ADD. I call it, I am a multidimensional expressive person that is interested in so many things.
Everything.
It's like, okay, you got to ground again, Sage, because you are just like, oh my God, oh my God. It's all so exciting, you know?
Exactly. No, and it's all beautiful. So don't even worry. Don't even worry. It's interesting when you were talking about the grounding and we were going through that. It reminded me of years ago, before I had left, because, you know, my husband and I packed up, sold everything, and moved to Panama for 8 years. And before going, my life was very chaotic. I mean, I look back at it now and that's how I see it. Just, you know, running my own business, 4 kids living at home, taking care of my mom. My husband worked out of town. You know, it was just like go, go, go.
Yeah.
And I just didn't know how to not go. I just didn't, you know, I just didn't know. Right.
That's exactly it. That
Yeah.
is
and like you say, then the system starts to break down. The stress starts to take over. The health starts to diminish. Things that are now, and it was there to help me see that. It was there to help me see that life doesn't have to be that way. And exactly like you said, I was walking around like a head.
Yeah.
I was not connected to my body. I can't tell you how many times I used to hold an annual event before Christmas. And I have a really large family. So we're up into the high 40s, low 50s when my entire family gets together. So I would have a Christmas party because my mom lived with us. And so it was easier for me to host a get together and have everybody come to see her than for me to try and get her to see everybody, you know? So I would create this annual event, and I invited all of the family, and I invited all of the neighbors, and I invited close friends, and we would get up to well over 75 people at this party every year. I mean, we had so much fun. And you do it I did it for everybody else, right? It was about that, my gift of gathering, to bringing people together and to sharing that time. But every single time I would wake up the next day and my husband would say, hey, did you hear about so-and-so and they're doing da, 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 da? And I'm like, no. Hey, did you hear that? And so was talking about this and and they're doing this now. Oh, I didn't catch that. And I remember nothing of the evening before. I remember very little of the conversations that I had because I was all up here. I was
well, and that's the thing, and not to get into a place of and that's the thing, is I call myself really, what I've recognized in the past little while is I would call myself an edge walker, and somebody goes, oh, that's a good name. Actually, that's just who I am. And almost like, because because lately it's also been like the universe has brought me into this place of, you need to really understand the other polarity. And I have. And I think that's where I always had a difficult time fitting in anywhere, is because I came from a very dark past, a very alone path, a very depressed, abusive, alcoholic. And I carry a lot of, I've been there. And I've suffered, and I've been with the alcohol, and I've been in those groups, and I've been, and then I know what it feels like to meet all those monsters and demons. And I've also been working in places of shelters where you're trying to help people, starting up a new shelter with this new idea of, I was a community coach to assist the people in the shelter to move through the system and sustain their life, instead of just, okay, we got you a place, let's go.
right.
Recognizing how the system, so it's not only within us that holds us back, it's the without, because of the patriarchal structures. And, we are just moving out of that photon belt. And that photon belt we've been in for thousands of years. And that's a whole different conversation.
Right.
But it's like, we are so gifted to be here during this time, while we are moving from this dark power over thing to freedom, and to open, and to reconnection, and the interconnectedness, and communicating again with all the other sentient beings on this planet and not. And so, but to do that, when you're saying about this, and not being connected, and, having all these families, and your mother living with you, and all these things, before, like when we lost you on your internet there, and I was saying about how, I never had that. I never had people, I never had family, and I lost my house, my farm. I ended up having to simplify. I, went bankrupt. I started all over. And it was then that it was like, okay, it was the beginning of my 9-year cycle at that time. And that's that's the combination. I was talking about tarot and astrology and numerology, how it's all connected. And I was like at the end of a cycle, and I knew it. And it was the end of a cycle. I mean, it was like, I should drive this truck and just kill both of us. And it was in that moment where I was like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, really?
Yeah.
And then I realized, I am at the end of a cycle. I have a chance for the first time in my life to start a new 9-year cycle that looks different than any other 9-year cycle through all my years. And I had to dismantle for 10 years. That's what my focus was, having a love affair with me. I didn't jump into another. Many people will leave an old abusive relationship, will leave something, and then 3 months later, oh, I met this wonderful guy or a wonderful person. And I'm like, my heart's going, oh, okay, don't say anything, Sage. Don't say anything. And it's like, because it's kind of like, what is within you is that electromagnetic, that force field, the wavelengths, the frequencies, the everything is what you're going to attract.
Yes.
And I had recognized that within myself, that even though the people look different, the drama looked different, the stories look different, I was continuing that same 9-year cycle with different people, different jobs, different stories.
Yeah.
Every 9 years.
Yeah.
And I got myself, and I was still that,
Yeah.
And so I had to go to the dirt of it. And I had to really kind of like go further than the dirt of it. I had to go in and really do the work.
Yep.
And it's a daily practice, and it's allowing ourselves to receive the support because we are this is not just our story. This is our mothers and our grandmothers and our fathers and our grandfathers and our ancestors. Like, this goes way back. And as I'm saying this, I can feel them coming in the room, actually. And that's the thing, is knowing that when you heal all of that lineage, whew, I got a whole whack of them standing behind me right now. Wow. Thank you. So it's like, whew, you know, we were not alone in this, but there is a lot of work that we need to do to release it from our own and our lineage and the collective. And then when we're in this place right now where the polarities, and I used to say there's a colliding of the world of the worlds, of the new and the fifth dimensional world that's opening, and the old third. And as life is showing me all these different, I'm like, there are many worlds colliding and also harmonizing. There are both, and it's like orbs everywhere, and life reconfiguring, and that's the dance, and that's what we need to do with our bodies. You know, and that's why I dance through the teachings. What does this, you know, it was like dancing through my life and going back in time, or dancing with acceptance, or dancing with the fear, moving the fear through. You know, I was watching somatic healing, and how I already do a lot of that. We just don't call it that, you know, and moving it through our bodies instead of, you know, it's great to have all these techniques to regulate and to make sure that we're okay. That's key, you know. But I think because I've been on this path for so long, and I've done this healing so much, that I can now go into that deeper level of, you know, the movement, using the psychedelics for the, you know, whether it's mushrooms or cannabis or cacao, and really opening to them and seeing how they assist these plants. You know, I'm finally selling some of my herbal remedies and stuff this weekend. It's like, oh, finally.
Awesome.
You know?
That's beautiful.
But it's the plants that are like the dandelion to the mushrooms. It's like, to the, you know, if people use ayahuasca as well, any of those, it's like all of those beings are here with us, and we all have gifts to share. It's not to go to the dance, what do you got for me? I want to know what you got for me. We don't do that to other humans, right? But it's engaging and relating and communicating. And, you know, you talked about how much you gave with all these people at this party, and it's like having that spirit of giving also with the planet and with the plants and with the galactic beings. Understand we're just piece of multi-dimensional galaxy, right?
Yes.
But
beautiful.
And
so
stop again.
Well, you know, I think that was a good segue, because I know you had just started kind of talking about the psychedelics and the plant medicine and kind of combining the two. And I think that's an area where you're expanding as well. And I have seen a lot of people talk about a lot of success in mental wellness, with helping people have breakthroughs.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I honestly, and I really do want to say, it's funny because I just speak what kind of comes through. And what I was going to say was, I really want to say, when you're working with master medicines, you really want to honor the power that you're sitting with. And when you sit with power, we also want to not honor, but respect the master narcissist. So we got the polarities here. We got a collective energy that is a narcissist. I've been with narcissist. Collective that is pushing us down, the patriarchy, is a symbol of that. And that's a whole different story in itself, of that archetypal energy that we have fed because of what we've been conditioned. And now we're, you know, so it's the same, but it's the polarities. They're the same thing. It's power. It's not the power itself. It's how we use that, or how we engage with power. So with the medicines, excuse me, when I'm working with and I'm understanding it more and more because I'm wanting to really integrate it first within myself before I start really using it with other people.
Mhm.
I mean, I've done cacao ceremonies. Cacao is very gentle. She's very loving. She's beautiful. She opens your heart. And that's even risky. When I'm doing cacao ceremonies and we're doing dances, I also get people to make sound. But
Right.
some people can only make this much sound. They can't do anything more. And it's like, that's okay. Then
Yeah.
blow. If that's all you can do, just start moving it. If you cannot do and I won't do that here, but like I can really go, trust me. And I do it in the middle of the streets in suburbia sometimes. And I'm like, I know, I'm probably scaring the shit out of all you people because I'm like so loud. But it's like, we need the wild to be in the world,
Yeah.
and it's hard, it's challenging, and it's scary, and it's risky because wolves and bears and wild animals get killed, so when we allow our wild natures to come out, hey, I don't even need to say anything there, so
Yeah.
yes, we also need to and so when we start opening up this wildness and this knowing and this connection, we also need to have a foundation. And that's the thing that one of the things that I learned years ago, and I was so frustrated because I would try to find a community. I couldn't find a community anywhere. I didn't fit in anywhere. I would go to all these spiritual groups, and they were so connected, and they were so this, and I was like, why can't I ever? And I realized that much of it is, and it's funny because I'm calling my herbs earth and sky, because that is me, and I'm a bridge kind of between. I am both and so, but you got to have a foot in both worlds.
Yeah.
But you have to, in order to have a foot in this world, we need to do the root, the sacral, the solar plexus work. That's the hard stuff. That's the dense stuff. That's the inner child stuff. That's the pain, the fear, the panic. That I've lived with anxiety for years. I lived with anxiety. It paralyzed me. I mean, anyway, that's a different story. So I'm going to weave and spiral back into the plant medicines. So yes, the plant medicines are so powerful in the sense of and they work in different ways. I have had a mushroom ceremony where I'm like, wow, wow. The sacred geometry and seeing the cosmic beingness and being completely one with everything, with the music and knowing the music and playing the music and being like, I didn't know I had this music in me, and I didn't know I could drum like this. Like, that's wild, right?
Nice.
To a mushroom ceremony where I was like, what the fuck is this? Where is this vision? Like, what is going on? And I'm, and I'm angry because I'm not able to connect. And I was like, just be with it, Sage. Just be with it. Okay, there's something here. Just allow it to move through your body, and feeling my body, just feeling anger and like a jaguar, and it was like, oh, and then feeling the earth and being that anger, like allowing my body to move it through, but to be present with what arises and understanding we can, before that moment where we define it as anger or sadness or fear or whatever it is, it's recognizing that before that, it's energy, it's the elemental energies trying to move through this vessel that we are. And so this building inside of me is like this fire and this tremor and this earth going. And so if I can just be present using my breath, just like birth, right? We're birthing something new.
Yeah.
So it's engaging. And I don't mean using breath I can calm myself down. I mean breathing through it. Yeah. But to do that, we need support because trauma comes up, triggers come up, flashbacks come up. It could be dangerous, and I guess that's why I was encouraged, because that came through me and because I channel, and it's like I was encouraged to mention the narcissist piece
Yeah.
because it's understanding that as one can be dangerous, so can this. Any polarity, no matter how ecstatic it feels, can be dangerous. I think I used that when I quit drinking for a while. I really got into spirituality, and I think that it became my addiction instead of alcohol. It
Right.
was still not being present here on this third dimensional planet, fourth dimensional planet. It was still not being in my body. I was still not being present. It was too much. It was just too much, which worked at the time. That's okay.
Yeah.
You know? But then it's understanding that it's a both and thing. It's finding that middle way. And that's through the breath. It's through the life force energy, and it's grounding it, right? And
not being afraid of it, I think.
well,
Right?
but we have been taught to be terrified of it.
Right.
We've been taught to stop it, fix it, get away, get a pill, get it.
Yeah.
That's bad, bad, bad. Get rid of fear. That's, even spirituality was for a while. There was, no fear. And it's kind of like, but that's still denying. The fear is the fire.
Yeah.
And I'm recognizing even lately for me, it's like the universe has been bringing me in experiences, direct examples of how this darker energy is, because there is dark and light, sun and, well, I wouldn't want to call moon. Moon is not the dark that I'm talking about, but there is that polarity. There's a polarity of everything, right?
Yes.
And it's whether we see it as a polarity or as duality. And duality is the separation as, this is over there and that's over there. But polarity is seeing it as all one of the same thing.
Yeah.
And if we could view it from the center,
Finding
and and that's what I mean by an edge walker. It's not even an edge walker. It's the center point. It's that 0 point,
Yes.
and then viewing it all from that 0 point, then we can find, okay, what is my own truth in all this?
Yes.
And people say, well, how do you know whether to do that thing or not to do that thing, or whether you need to, and I don't know what's right, and I don't know what research, and I don't know what source. And it's like, you got to go within, man.
Right.
Like, because
and finding that balance, like you said, and it was a beautiful example of this was from our spiritual coach. Christine and I have a spiritual mentor, and he explained it like the pendulum. You get going within, and that continuing to connect to yourself energetically, your body, the whole thing, you find that still point, you find that center.
Yes.
And it's easier once you see that, you see the polarity, you see the pendulum, you see the pendulum swing.
It's the tree.
Yes. Right? And you see when you're in that space of anxiety or fear, and you're like, okay, well, that's a little too much. I need to bring it back. Right. So you can see yourself come through that in your life.
Exactly. And the extremes that we're being shown right now, because everything is accelerated, time and space, everything is being accelerated. So all that old stuff is all just like, poof, it's like coming out, and it's old stuff. And so it's kind of like, yes, that's why we need community right now. That's why we cannot do it alone. And that spirals back to me saying about how you're creating this school, and you're creating another container for us to come together in, which is amazing. And I'm very interested in talking to you more about all that you're doing.
Yes.
And offering some stuff through the school and working with you. It just, I think it's so exciting what you're doing. And because if you try to do and work with the intensity, it's kind of like when I first tried to stop, like I was always a really highly functioning alcoholic. Nobody knew. I wouldn't even call myself that. It's one of those things, and I'm not going to go too long because I'm not cognizant of the time we're within, but time is working with us beautifully here. So,
right.
But it's like when I always tried to do everything alone because that's all I knew. Because even as a child, my mom was sick and we were all in an abusive home. So it was like, take care of yourself. We're like pillars in a house, kind of like moving through a chessboard, And that is a knock on my door, and hopefully my dog doesn't hear. So if she barks, it might be my business cards. Woo, woo, woo. Woo. Anyway, I'm going into the fact that I was trying to do it alone at that time.
Yeah.
And it was so big. And I recognized at one point that it was like I was in this ring, this wrestling ring, and my old story was a samurai, was a master. And I was a little kid in diapers trying to fight and overcome all my demons and monsters. And I'd be so determined because I'm one of those people that just doesn't quit, right?
Yeah.
But of course, I would just, the alcohol, the demons and monsters just go, "Meh, sorry, bud. Sorry about your luck, but you're dead. You aren't going to win this fight." And it wasn't until I really recognized I need to just surrender, and I need to get out of this ring, and I need to allow myself to be held by somebody, and I did go to AA for a while because I had no idea where else to go. And I was familiar with AA because I went to Al-Anon because my ex was an alcoholic. So I was familiar with that community, and they were the most raw people and the truest down-to-earth people I ever met in my life. So they were the only place,
Yes,
It
exactly.
was the beginning of really this, because that was when I met myself, because then you go back to the beginning, go back to the basics, and if I could say, I would even say the one step at a time. Some of those things I still take with me today, years later. I haven't been there in years, and that's not even part of my story anymore. I mean, that's a whole thing of going from addictions to using these sacred plant medicines.
Yeah.
It's a game that you gotta be in a certain place of power to be able to hold that, because it's a tenuous, precarious dance,
Yes.
and if you have an addictive personality like I do, you need to understand how to relate to these beings in a way that is respectful of them and your own self and your own vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
So it's like there are days where I'm like those old slogans of one foot in front of the other, just one day at a time.
Yeah.
Just what's in front of you. That's it. And sometimes we got to do it. And right now it's the micro movements that create, and that's the now, is when we're in the movement and we connect and we ground and we go back to the basics. That's where there's no separation between the bigger picture and the smallest, tiniest, ordinary thing. There is no separation.
That's right.
No?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's interesting because that was kind of my journey too, when I was in that space of chaos and life was controlling me, not the other way around.
Exactly.
And for me, moving to Panama, same thing. Although, and interestingly, a little opposite to your story, I had a huge family. We got together all the time.
Too, the polarities, when I said about the similarities, but the polarities. So there's a thing. It's the same. It brings everything. And I will only interrupt you for this amount of time, but the lesson in itself of weaving to the beginning of how we are mirrors. And yet you had everybody in your family, and I had absolutely nobody. And yet we're still mirror. It's still the same. It's just the polarity of what is, right? It's fascinating.
Because even though I was surrounded by all those people, and I had my own business, and I had employees, and I had my kids and my family, and I felt alone.
You were alone. Yes, exactly. Because it's in here that it has to start. It doesn't matter how much we surround. And that's why I say to people, I feel so blessed that I lost everything, because so many of the people that I work with, they really want to shift, and they really want to make these changes, and they really want to do it. But the chains and the bonds and the system and the things that they got, it's like, and the loss of the security, and like there's so many layers,
Yeah.
So that's why, it's that there are still ways, even if you feel like, because we're never trapped, it doesn't matter,
Right.
There are ways that we can return to self.
Yes.
And
I think that was my journey too. Same thing. And like with you, nature. I mean, I moved to Panama. I didn't know I did and I didn't. I just knew that this was a direction I was supposed to go, but I had no idea how it was going to show up. And it ended up it was beautiful. You said it beautifully. I spent the next 8 years learning how to love myself, learning how to take care of me, to connect to this, to help this physical body, prepare and to, to show up in the world. And nature, Mother Nature, Gaia was everything. And once you understand that connection, like you said, earth and sky, it's interesting. As you're talking, I'm thinking you're right. We are mirrors in our lives, in the way that things kind of transpired, but different. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. And it's a great gift. And I'm really grateful that you asked me to, even just opening the portal to deepen these connections between me and you and everybody else that's coming in here and all the other speakers. And, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
So, and I just wanted to say that if anybody does want to carry this forward and are interested in connecting, that I can offer 30% off a healing or a reading. I didn't even, like, my mind is like, just 30 is that? It's like, I'm just going to go with the first number, 30. Because I could go into that. Well, should it be real? I don't know. Do I? Because it just, but the card that comes, it's funny because I'm going to encourage that if they want to use this, that they actually, the card for this week, and I shared it on one of the herbs, is Tulsi, and it's awakening. And so we're in this energy of awakening right now. Yeah. And so the word awakening, I would say, would be kind of like, the coupon code, the secret code, that they were here with us. And then I'll give the 30% off any kind of reading or healing. My website is underneath if they want to connect. Yeah. We're starting more new stuff, the movement medicine, and, there's a lot of new things coming through the channels. So it's pretty exciting. Plus,
and I'm excited. I know you're kind of getting back into ceremony, and you're kind of stepping into that direction a little bit more too. So I'm excited to see
absolutely
that develops and stuff too.
Yeah. And whether it's individual ceremony or group ceremony, somebody just connected with me this morning because rites of passage ceremonies and personal one-on-one, I integrate that into my healings and readings too. So music and sound and whatever it is that we need to do, whether we need to do a drumming or with the fire, or there's so many. When people say, what is it you do? I'm like, oh my God, like, how do I put that into a box? It's like, just connect and we'll talk.
I love that it's not in a box. I just love it.
It's like asking Earth, what do you got to give? It's like, oh shit.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's beautiful. I absolutely love it, Sage.
Thanks for spending the time. Thanks for inviting me in. It's been lovely. It's really wonderful.
Yeah, it has been. Thank you so much. It's been great to connect again. As I say, I've been watching you on your social media and kind of seeing where things are going. And I was just, all of a sudden, it just kind of connected for us. I was like, hey, what are you doing on Friday?
I know, that was fast. This is my life right now. It's like, okay, yeah. Well, I think for many of us, it's following the yeses. That's the key. If I would say anything, follow the yeses, follow the joy, follow the thing that makes you go, oh, that's cool. Follow it.
Exactly. Yes, you never know what's going to show up.
Exactly. It's the unknown and it's scary, but it's also very adventurous and exciting. So
exactly.
Anyway, many blessings.
Well, that's awesome. So thank you so much. It was great to spend this time with you. So everybody, you've got Sage's website. If you connect with her, just say the word awakening. I saw you on the Conscious Business Showcase, and she will give you 30% off of whatever services. And it's beautiful. Thank you so much for doing that for all of our viewers. We appreciate you. And thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. And all of you, whoever is present here. Thank you for sitting.
Thank you. Awesome. Okay. Thanks, Sage. Take care.
Bye.
That was so great. Wow. Whew. Just so much energy. I don't know about anybody else, but holy schmoly. I felt lots of energy there. That was just beautiful. And Sage made a good point about, the energy. And we've talked about that before. Lots of energies. And sometimes it feels like we don't have to be afraid of that energy of fear or that energy of anxiety or whatever we're moving through at the time. Just recognizing not attaching a name to it, going back to that beginning point before we attach a name to it and make it something, it's just energy. So just allowing it to move through, taking whatever that is. It could be 30 seconds, it could be 2 minutes, and just visualizing it moving through and taking that time. And, you know, it's really just about moving that. And I felt that with Sage. I felt our energies very high. I can feel all of your energies and in the collective. And for me, that's what I've been moving a lot the past few days, is it's really felt like moving the energy of the collective. And it's just like, woo-wee, here we go. What is going on today? So again, not attaching any emotion or names to that. Just allowing it to be energy and allowing it to move in whatever way. And I love that she described the conduit, because I say that often in my meditations, and us connecting the earth and the sky. And I do that every day. Every day I am grounding and I'm clearing and I'm calling in. And I believe that's part of why I'm here. I'm very connected to Mother Earth. And part of that is just helping Mother Earth to just move through this ascension and just to help to kind of move and transmute these energies that are happening on our planet right now. So I just love that Sage brought all of that into the conversation. It was just so awesome. And it's beautiful how we really kind of mirror one another. And I felt that, but now having this awesome conversation has really been great to really just to realize that. And I look forward to seeing more from Sage. That's awesome. All right. So next up, we have Alexandra Enke, and Alexandra is going to be talking to us today. She is a coach and works with experiencing true freedom. So I'm going to bring Alexandra up here. I think you're muted. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Awesome.
Hello, wonderful to meet you. Yeah.
Welcome. Oh my goodness, you look beautiful. You're just radiant, you're glowing today. So awesome.
Yes, a bit of the paradise vibrations here from Kopangan in Thailand.
Oh, beautiful. I love that. Oh, that's awesome. So Alexandra, tell us about yourself. Tell us about, your story. Who are you? I mean, Christine and I were talking about this a while ago, and we were saying that it's what we love about the Conscious Business Showcase is the people that come forward and the people that are our speakers. They're showing up in the world to help other people in such a beautiful way. And I was going to say almost everybody, but everybody has gone through it. You've gone through something yourself, and that story is what's helped you to kind of show up and shine the light. So yeah, tell us a little bit about your story.
Yes, beautiful. Thank you for this introduction. Definitely, it's, I think, this rebirthing into this life of shining is like everyone went through. I was just like really moved also what Sage was saying, and everyone has their own story like that lines up to that calling, that awakening in a way, right? So my way was initiated in 20, it's 10 years now, 10 years ago. And I was sitting and I was in a youth organization, and we were like, I was 21 years old, and we were like sitting 300 people from all around the world, all these youth leaders. And before that, I was like, okay, I'm a German, like normal life, do it like my parents did, like have kids, build a house, very right. Mainstream old.
You only know what you know, right?
Yeah. And so this way, I was there, and suddenly something was opening, like in that collective there. Like the energy was so high, and it was all about like, what's your purpose? Why you're here? We're here for something higher.
Yeah.
And this energy of like, we are actually the change. Like we as youth, as a collective of that people that choose to make a difference, we can be the change. I'm not like a victim of my like upbringing, conditioning, and like moving in the old way my parents did and like society did it, but actually there's something way, way higher calling me. And that was this initiation, and then of 10 years of journeying, I would say, of just like really like at that moment I made a promise, like I'm living my full potential, no way around it, and whatever my heart will call me to, that's what I'm going to do. and it's like roller coaster, and like me, like specifically led to many experience, many countries, traveling the world, like working in, from Mexico, Colombia, Egypt, India, like to now living in Thailand, some periods in Germany as well. But like this kind of initiation and through those experiences let me then here and layer after layer, experience after experience. Yes. I would say I was really like into the light for a long time, like really into, I mean, I thought I don't have so much trauma. Other people have trauma, like just connecting to what we were talking before.
Yes.
And then it hit me like in the last 2 years, and like, no, girl, like look deeper, you have some darkness too. You can just shine your light fully if you look into your darkness. And it brought me to my knees. But that brings shining lighter even deeper. So now I'm really into this. I could really connect what Sage was saying before. And like opening, connecting every day and bringing just presence to what is and transforming this human body that my soul has the honor to live in. Yes. Every day a little bit more, every day a little bit more, one piece at a time, one pattern at a time, and and let the light shine out. So in a nutshell, that's, I think, the journey.
Yeah, it really is. And isn't it funny? Because when you said that, I agree. I did the same. It was like, oh, well, I don't have any trauma. I don't have, I mean, I'll hold space for those people and, blah, blah, blah. But like you said, where there is light, there is dark. It is just what it is. And it's okay. But yeah, I'm with you. These last 2 years have shoved that darkness into everyone's face. I don't care who you are. You have dealt with something in some way, right? And I, as you said, thinking that I was all good, I was brought to my knees as well, right? There is something that, and it's that moving through it, right? Yeah. That moving through it and shining that light and seeing the lesson and finding the pattern. How do I get off this roller coaster or this hamster wheel or whatever, right? That's beautiful. That was a great analogy. So now, what have you? So as a career, I guess you said you worked with youth and stuff. So what has kind of brought you into where you are now? And are you full-time coaching? And how does that look in your world?
So experience after experience. So yeah, I started like youth leadership, then did some master's degree on sustainability because I was like, I want to change the world. I want to understand how to do it. So I understand the complexity of sustainability. And then I was like, okay, I'm super smart. So let me do the most effective way. And I became a management consultant. So, nice. And I became like an impact consultant, like, big corporation, like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Like I was like, okay, I will really change the world, until I understood that's not really me. And it's great. Like it needs people that do this, but like, I'm more an empath and actually really into the inner change than so much this like pure cognitive work. And then did a coaching certification and moved from changing within my role to changing jobs. And then like I had like this epiphany when everything just changed 2 years ago. Like my boyfriend left, like I changed the job, and I was like, okay, so I'm free. So let me maybe redesign now everything. Now I can go to the drawing board, like everything is now fresh. And then I had this deep calling, go quit everything, sell everything, and go on a spiritual and entrepreneurial journey and build your business. So, and of course, because I made this promise, I'm always following the calling. I was like, okay, that's what I'm going to do. So I did it. And it was perfect timing, actually, how universe connects, because it was the timing. I went in the plane 18th February 2020 to Thailand. I had a ticket to Bali after, but that I of course never got on. But like I went to this, and I had already Vipassana. It was the last Vipassana that was held last year here in Thailand before the pandemic hit.
Yeah.
So I was like really on the perfect train and landed here in Koh Phangan. And already in the last day of Vipassana, we were like in silence. They were like, "Don't worry, but the world really changed." Like right now, the pandemic is in Europe. So and I knew something is going to happen.
Yeah.
And then I chose, what? I'm for a reason here in Thailand. I'm for a reason. Koh Phangan is also a very spiritual community. I was like, for a reason here, let's just stay, and let life happen, So that all moved through.
There was a lot of people worldwide that as spiritual people were awakening, and also those that already awakened, many people have been called to different parts of the world. And I totally believe that there is a reason for that. There's a reason. And we had this conversation with our spiritual coaches, and that's what they talked about, is that, Spirit saying that your light, your energy, your vibration is required in that place on earth at this particular time. It is absolutely necessary, right? And the same, we were in Panama for 8 years with really not any intention of coming back. So that bringing me to my knees, and kind of like, okay, so moving back to Canada doesn't have to be a bad thing. Changing that perspective, finding the lesson, learning the light. I'm supposed to be here.
Yeah.
I'm back here now for a reason. I know where I'm supposed to be, but I love that. I know that that's not an easy transition sometimes. And, you really kind of just have to roll with it and go with the flow. And it took a few months for my husband and I to kind of get, because it was this year that we did the transition. So it's been a few months of trying to, kind of get that. So I understand that is, it takes a lot of strength, and it takes a lot of trust. Yes. And I think that that's really what our world is asking all of us right now, is to trust that we are, it's all going to be okay, and everything is going to be fine. And, and so it's about us just being who we are and shining our light in the very place that we are here in this time right now. Right. So, yeah, I have no doubt you are exactly where you are supposed to be.
Yeah, so true what you just said, that also the whole community that built here. It was a really shifting community before, where people come and stay for maximum 3 months or so, but more and now we really moved together and we created together, and there's it's such a new world that is building here, and completely out of the system, it gives me so much trust and hope, and so empowering. I met my fiance here, everything just magically moved togetally. And also the business grew from here. So because you were asking earlier, it became clients came in magically, clients came in and everything moved. And now I'm full-time one-on-one coach, and just do this and help people, especially in that deeper transitioning of following the calling. So it's most often already they feel the call, they already are connected with the higher self, and then they decide, I want to have a guide by my side that moves me through that big transition. And especially also people like me that come from consulting careers, and really say, okay, how can I shift into that bigger dream that seems so maybe weird or so far away, but how can I shift it in a most effective way? And that's what I'm building with them. And it's so cool. It's so fun.
Exactly what I was stepping into was how does experiencing true freedom, how do you show up and help people? And that's fantastic, because I know, without even really realizing that that's what your coaching goes into, That's where I was talking about, because I understand that moving into that big dream, it can feel impossible sometimes, and it is so not. I keep telling people, no dream is too big. Dream it, my friends, dream it, like, and you dream it into reality. But how beautiful to have someone like you to coach them and to guide them. That I love that. So interesting. What kind of clients do you work with? Do you find that you're getting a lot more clients that are locally around you, or are you really kind of connecting worldwide with people that are making big shifts?
It's really worldwide, and I feel it's really law of attraction in a way. Like, I cannot even say a bigger pattern of like country. There's like, now it's like a bit like a German. I have some Germany location, of course, because I'm German and I worked the last years in Germany.
Yeah.
Yet else is like from the US, from Ecuador, from Costa Rica, from here also. Like, I had clients here on the island as well. Like, it's more like when the dots connect, from the UK, from France, Finland. So it's all moving, and because I think it's really the people that connect with the message that they find me.
Yes.
I'm also human design. I don't know how much you are into it. I'm a projector,
yeah.
so it's more like I'm projecting out, like I'm sending the light out, and the people that are receiving the invitation, they come and then invite me to work together. It's really like this. That's how I've experienced it, and it's beautiful. It's what the pattern is more is like really all of them like really high achiever, like really driven, really ambitious, and are now of like using this energy to shift into really the higher alignment and to this bigger dream and the bigger calling that is there.
Yeah.
Calling them, and often it's like really like high impact things, bigger projects, where they're really living their genius, their freedom, and designing that life. So
that's
and
awesome.
I'm role modeling it because I feel like it's really like everyone can do this.
Yes.
It's not so hard, and life will fall into place, even if it seems very very challenging maybe in the beginning, and all your like maybe scarcity and fear and doubt, like they are all coming in.
Yes.
Yet when you move through it, then it falls into place, and that's where the freedom comes. Like after that, like moving, from on the knees to that after integration and that trust and opening.
That's awesome. And so when you're with a client and they're moving through that, they're at that stage of holy crap, what could you give if as a suggestion to maybe someone who's watching, they're at that transitional point where they can take the next step and move forward, or they can just sit in that comfort zone and stay where they are and stay, what kind of words could you offer to someone to help them kind of move forward?
So first thing is really honesty to yourself and see that. Like, where am I? Where do I feel? Am I in the bit more victim consciousness? Life is happening to me. Like I'm a bit like pitying myself, or I'm even like blaming circumstances, blaming Corona for it, blaming my job, blaming my boss, blaming my partner. And I'm in this victim consciousness. What is not bad? Like, it's human, it's a state. Yeah. Like, I'm also sometimes there, and I guess you are also sometimes there. Yeah. It's like it's a state, but just realizing
you have to remind yourself, oh, I don't need that anymore, and
exactly,
you will get to that point that you can do that.
and seeing it, because it's human. That's part of the human condition, and just seeing, oh, I'm spending actually quite some time in that state, in that vibration. So where can I else be? And then coming really in that manifestor creation consciousness where you're actually receiving and are open to the call, move into trust, move into gratitude. Yes. And shifting there and making that choice of, okay, like already with awareness of that victim part, I move more and more and raise my vibration and see basically, and open my heart and my perspective again. And for that, what I feel is is the simplest thing is really just presence.
Yeah.
Like really simple presence, breathing, watching nature. We had it before, right? Like, and being just in your body and being grateful for what is and what is already there and what already you have, the world has, and coming back in that groundedness and that trust. Absolutely. Like I can just like put the line from the talk before, because it's like sky earth connection. It's that, like it's universal truth. It's not like something different. It's the same tools in a way, and coming to presence, coming really here in the now.
Yeah.
And I think that's the magic of not worrying and what is in the future, and like all those thoughts and all those mental loops that like over there. And also not like being sad about the past and the hurts and the pain, like when the trauma kicks in, but moving to here. What do I actually feel? What do I actually have? What is real? And what I'm grateful for.
Yeah.
And
gratitude is a powerful, powerful tool. And I've had some friends and some acquaintances that I've talked to recently that are moving through. There's a lot of changes that are happening in the world, a lot of mandates that are coming out there that people are really bumping up against, some choices and stuff like that. So in helping them, that's one of my tools too, is just stop, breathe. What can you do right now?
Yeah.
What is happening right now in this moment, in this time and space? Just focus on today, right? Focus on to nature. What am I grateful for, right? Then stay out of the past, stay out of the future. Just bring it back into right now, this moment, one step. And Sage said that beautifully, one step at a time, right? Just taking those movements. So that's awesome. And that they'd have someone like you to walk with them, because I came to understand on my journey that how hard that was for people to make a big step like that in their life. And for me, it was just part of my healing journey. It was what I had to do. And I always knew that I was on the right path because everything fell into place. Everything. And I was so able to roll with things that didn't fall into place. It's like, okay, well, that is apparently not supposed to be part of this, and we're moving on. And I was able to do that. And I had and I mean, we did this, 8 years ago, and there were so many people that thought we were crazy, and and they were so up in their fear, what are you going to do if? And it's like, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, and I just remember so many people saying to me, oh my gosh, Virginia, you're so lucky. And I would it always stop me in my tracks when somebody would say that. And I would say, luck has nothing to do with it. This is a choice, and you can choose this too. Anybody can do this. Anybody can do anything that they want in their life. We just have really forgotten how much power that we have, right? So how awesome of you to be able to formulate this into coaching and helping people. So do you do mainly one-on-one coaching, or do you do group coaching, or what's kind of happening with your business right now and how you're working with people?
So right now it's really one-on-one and then intensive 3 months, because I made the experience. It's a really deep transformational journey, and what will be happening in the future coming soon is making that in a group program and to scale, basically, because I believe those teachings, they are there for more people to go through them than just what I can deliver one-on-one. So that's like the future path. But now I really formulated like an amazing formula that really works for the 3 months and really moves people through it. And I enjoy it absolutely to do it. So yeah, and like really cut off the rest. Like for me, business-wise, that was the best learning I had in this year in 2021, is like just simplify, cut off all the other stuff, all the other projects, all the I wrote a book, but like I would even say this, like just cut off, do one strategy, decide for one thing in marketing that works. I now do like webinar funnel. That's what I do, and decide one program that I really love doing, and I know that really works, and then scale step by step, but really focus on what works and simplify all the rest. That has been really magical for me and my energy, and I'm really happy that like life led me to this. But before this, I was also like did so many things, like just starting a business last year, so but like now as simplified, funneled it, and I'm really excited to have it just very simple one program that I do.
Perfect. But that's really important though, right? It doesn't have to be chaos and busy, and it because in the end you're serving others. Yes, this is your business and you make a living at it, but you're serving others in a way that helped you. So you have to feel good about it. You have to feel that, and enjoy doing it. Otherwise, nobody's going to learn anything, right?
Yes.
So yeah, that's so awesome. And I'm guaranteed that all of those other things that you did, in the corporate and all of that were just, those were just all tools for the toolbox. Those were all
100%.
that you just needed to kind of help you to get to where you are, right? So I love that. I absolutely love it. So we have your website there on the banner. Sorry, I forgot what that was called. For people to reach out to you. Did you have, and forgive me because I forget, I see so many emails when I'm doing the posts and stuff. Did you have anything that you had to offer or anything? Please feel free.
Yes. So I had like, especially for this community, I was like giving out in the next 2 Thursdays, some 30-minute time slots with me, where I'm taking people through a Gene Key Genius session, because I really work with with the Gene Keys a lot, like embodying that into my work, based on the I Ching, and for everyone who's new to that, and really seeing how that can actually be used as a tool to ignite that dream, that life journey. And I love to like have like on a precise question of the people that would love to join, to guide them, like based on this beautiful information that is already there in the ethers.
Yes. That's beautiful. Yeah. If you are viewing this and you have not done any like the Gene Keys and that kind of work, it is beautiful. It is such a beautiful tool. And like you said, it can certainly ignite that fire, because you realize that, hey, it's like that inner knowing of, well, I'm not all that crazy for thinking that I can do this, that this is something I'm supposed to do. This is why that lights me up when I speak about that, or, whatever. Right. So that's awesome. So for the next 2 Thursdays, so what is the next 2 Thursdays? That's what you said on the next 2 Thursdays.
Yes. So today's Friday. So next week is,
so the 30th, September 30th and October 7th.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so free.
So it's like, I think it's because I'm in Thailand, so it might be Wednesday evening and Thursday morning.
Right.
So don't get anyone confused. So this is most probably like in the calendar that displayed that time zone.
Yeah, exactly. We won't even get into figuring out time zone. I'll let you figure it out.
No, like luckily this technology is doing this time yoga, so I'm like it's there, and really it's exactly this key of the genius, the light within, that helps us to formulate that vision, that dream. And I love also how the Gene Keys kind of modulate that consciousness web that we were talking before, of vibration, of like shadow victim consciousness to give to the divine. I just love it so much. It shows like, it's all in there. It's all imprinted. Like I can actually move. There's like, I have a map. It's like a compass. So I love this as a great introduction to the work that I'm doing, and love to explore with the community.
That's awesome. That is so beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being with us. For all of our viewers, anybody catching this on the replay, please reach out to Alexandra at her website on the banner. And just a quick recap: free 30-minute sessions for a Gene Key session, just to find that little soul mission that you've got underlined there and help light that fire. I think that's fantastic. Thank you so much for being with us and for being such a beautiful light in the world. We appreciate you so much.
You too, Virginia. Amazing to meet you.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you again, and we'll talk.
Bye.
Bye.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks. Bye now. All right. Wow. What a great day. We are just ticking along here. We have our next guest, Kara, coming on. And I'm just looking for her little banner here. There we are. Oh, look at Christine's in the background doing that for me. So let me bring Kara up to the screen. There we are. Hi, Kara. How are you?
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great. No problem at all.
Okay, good.
That's awesome. Thanks for joining us today. Beautiful to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, no problem. So I know Christine is our resident booker. So she does a lot of the bookings and that for our speakers that come on the showcase. Not all of them. I tune in and book that too. I'm kind of the logistics back end person. So for me, this is the first time we're meeting in this way in person. And so Attuned interior design. I'm curious. So yeah, tell us a little bit about who you are and your business and how you show up.
Okay. So first, I kind of have two going. So I have one called Four Walls Studio, and that's why I put that there. That's the one that I've had since 2016.
Yeah.
So it's easiest for people to reach me through that while I set up social media and everything for everything else. So,
Awesome.
so the new one is Attuned Homes. And what it incorporates is a little bit of my past trainings in everything from architecture, interior design, to Reiki and ancestral healing, and just being a seer and a deep feeler. So I really get involved with people's personality as well as the personality of the space that they're living in so that it's in harmony. And
Nice.
therefore, they can really focus on their intentions for the future and it kind of imprint the space with their future goals. And so I also, in addition to that, I don't know how deep I'm supposed to go right now. Sorry, but I'll just
you just go. Yeah, you just say it.
So in addition to that, I create artwork and wands as well that can be placed in the space to help.
That's so cool. And it's interesting that you say that, because when I was creating the banners and I was doing the social posts to share who our speakers are that are coming up, I was looking for your website and to do the banner. And I was looking for how people can reach you. And I clicked on it and I saw the wands and stuff. And I was just like, oh, I wonder what that's all about. So yeah. So can you go into that a little bit more? Like I mean, I love the wands and all of, like, I'm totally into creating that space. I am with you 100%. Having, well, you might be able to see in my office, yeah. It's about, and Christine said it again this morning when I first logged in, she goes, your office looks so comfortable. And I'm like, it is really about making the space that I want to sit in every day, that I want to be in every day, that I want to create in every day, whatever, right? So for me, it's a comfy chair that I can meditate and some pillows. It's my, my nice photos and glass bottles. I got this thing for glass bottles, my crystals, my incense, whatever. For me, that's what it is. And my positive affirmations and, and my wands. I got a couple of wands too, and,
cool.
Yeah. And so before I started this morning, I did a little saging in here. I got my incense going. It's to me, it's enlivening my senses in all way. What I see, what I feel, what I smell, what I hear. It's all of that that's around me that makes my space what I love and what I enjoy being in. And if I understand it correctly, that's what you're doing and taking out to the world help people create in their own world. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I spend a lot of time doing interior design and architecture based on, trends and what's popular, and people can follow that road if it feels good for them.
Yep.
But I've just found kind of follow what feels better inside and bring that out into the space.
Yeah. Combining all of those elements to help support the energy and that. So I have to assume intuitively that's what you're doing. You're connecting with your clients, and intuitively to kind of to understand what kind of elements and different things can support that. So walk us through what that would look like with a client and what that would feel like if someone to hire you to say, create my space.
Sure. Yeah. So we get on a video call. Most of the work that I do is virtual, but I can come into people's spaces. But I've worked with people all over, like in the United States, over in Europe, Australia. So
Awesome.
we do like a Zoom, and they'll walk me through, and I just pick up on everything as they walk me through the space. So I don't have to actually be there. I just can feel what might need shifting. And
Nice.
so I just let them know as we go. So that's what a consultation looks like. And then if you wanted to purchase a full package, then I really get into it and do a number of pages with the layout. I can do furniture and accessories selections. And I get into like placements based on directional compasses, right? So I focus on that northeast, southwest versus where you walk into the space in the door.
Yeah.
I don't exclusively focus on that. This is like a holistic view of everything put together. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of taking all of those tools and finding what is the right fit. I'm curious because when you were talking, I was thinking, I mean, right now, my space is because this is my space and I work in here. And my husband, it's only my husband and I that are in the house now full time. We're empty nesters. And so I'm curious, that when you have clients come to you, do they come sometimes with spaces that more than one person is living in? And because there's a whole other level of different energies, right? So how do you incorporate that for everybody if there's more than one person?
Correct. Yeah. And so I get their information as well. I take down birth dates and I figure out all their numbers. And sometimes it doesn't work out. I mean, someone could be completely opposite from the other person, but it also depends on who uses the space the most, I think, and what the intention for revamping it is. Like, for instance, there was a woman married with kids, and she wanted to do her living room. And though I considered them, I more considered her and her house and the best way that it fit it, so that the house and the energy in the objects and the layout make it good for everybody. So I can focus in on her, but I'm taking in the entire space as well. So I think that's the best way to look at that.
That's so cool. That's so cool. And when you say that you look at the numbers, what kind of things do you help you to decide what's a good space? And I'm going to let you go into that, the numbers and and your readings in whatever way you do with people. How does that look like, or what does that look like?
So there's numerology, there's life path, there's personality, there is gua. So I take that into consideration for everyone. And then I also kind of, whether or not they want the oracle reading in there, I do like some tarot card pulls just to help me along. But yeah, it's whatever's just coming through. The numbers help, but they're not everything.
No, exactly. It's tools, right? It's all tools. It's really just about connecting to your intuition and ideally in your clients as well, right? And kind of finding that balance between everybody. That's so awesome. So I wanted to go back to the wands because I just was like, oh,
Oh.
it was so funny when like I said, I kind of just happened onto the website there. I was like, oh, I didn't know that because, you know, I'm thinking attuned interior design. So I'm thinking interior design. And then when I clicked on it and I saw the wands, it was like, well, wait a second, what's all that about? So explain a little bit about, I'm assuming that's also a part of the business and part of what you do.
Yeah, this came to be. So my spiritual journey has been long. I think for everyone, it's as soon as we're born, right?
Yep.
But I would say around my early 20s, I started like looking at books like How to Find Your North Star. Is that the name of it? I can't remember her name right now, but I looked at it and I was answering all the questions in it. And what really stood out for me was that I wanted to create things with my hands. So I've always remembered that. And going through architecture and interior design, I was often on the computer in cubicles, you know, just kind of like isolated and on the tech. And so another thing in that is that in architecture, everything is linear, well measured. And so when I went to go do anything creative after doing so much drafting, I would stop myself because I would say, well, this isn't perfect. This is not, you know, aligned right. So I quit. And I quit myself for about 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it took a really intense heartbreak for me to hit my rock bottom where nothing would help except painting, throwing paint, and
Wow, cool.
I'm using my hands again. Yeah. And so that's how I started making my paintings. And that was 2018, I'd say I got the most into it. And then I started making wands as well. I played with crystals. And so, yeah. So I've got some here. I can show you if you want.
Okay. Yeah. Show us.
They're all kind of different designs. Okay.
Yeah.
So this one, this one's called the Atlantis.
Oh my God, I love that.
And so it wraps around the back as well.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. And then I have these chakra wands, and there's more to come because I'm going to make them specifically for the areas of your home. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
A mini. And here's a bigger one. Now,
cool.
This one has bigger stones, but I think it would also look nice as smaller ones. Yes. More of a rainbow, a solid line. So this has got resin in it. My artwork has resin in it too. So I thought when I was creating the art, this is something that could be used with crystals instead of always wire wrapping, like most of the ones you see.
Yeah.
So I incorporated that. Yeah.
That's beautiful. I love that. And people can order those from you right from the website that we have listed there?
So fourwalls.studio. If you go to fourwalls.studio, it will give you options for the interior design. If you go to attuned.shop, it forwards you to the wands page.
Ah, okay.
Okay. And eventually attuned.shop will be all together. But right now it's like a sub page of fourwalls.studio. So it's somewhere in fourwalls.studio.
That's okay. That's awesome. So then let's back up a little bit and talk about Four Walls Studio, because that was where you said you started, right?
Yeah.
So what was that business, and kind of how did that?
There's some kind of feedback on your sound. I don't know if you hear that. Do you hear that from me as well?
No.
Okay, you're good now.
Okay.
That was funny.
That is funny. So talk to us about Four Walls Studio and that business.
Okay, so it's a lot of kitchen designs and additions, revamps of main floors. Yeah, I really love kitchen designing too. So I have specific like kitchen design packages.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. I packaged everything up a couple years ago just to try to streamline.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really fun. Yeah. I don't incorporate this side of myself though in there. It's more of a traditional interior design website and presence. You're frozen. Either you are or I am. Not sure.
Hi.
Oh,
How are you?
good. How are you?
Good. Yep, she got frozen again.
Okay.
So nice to see you. And I was backstage listening. I love the wands. They are beautiful. I'm so drawn. Maybe we were all witches, and that's why we love the wands. I don't know. So cool. And I wanted to really, I mean, one of the main reasons that I had asked you to come on today is because I love that you're intuitive, and I love that is coming out in your business, because I think that this is where the world is going, that we're going to put, whether we're clairvoyant, clairsentient, intuitive, all of those things in our marketing, on our resumes for those who are looking for jobs, because it's a game changer. Like, I would totally hire you to do the interior design knowing that you're intuitive, because you speak my language, you're speaking energies, you're speaking the elements, right? Which I think is really important for people to feel. It's an extra level of comfort. I think you can look at things in magazines and you just feel drawn to a certain kind of look, and it's probably because it's an earthy tone or something that really, I would say, matches your soul. What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can be drawn to specific colors and elements for sure. Yeah. I think maybe some people don't necessarily know what they like though. And so that's where you can get into doing a meditation to kind of guide them through and take their head out of it. Because they may think what they like is a bright white kitchen, but what they really want is warm wood, right? Because that's what they see the most of, right? I guess I can go into this story a little bit too. Like growing up, the deeper reason like why I'm into this is because personally, I've struggled with my self-image. And so I've felt like I'm a shell of a person and I lost myself inside. And so it's the same with spaces. Like we can make them pretty, right? But what's really going on with the energy and everything underneath? And so, yeah, that's what excites me about it most.
I like that. That's really neat. And we're in the same spiritual mastermind. That's how we met. And so how has this year being in Thrive 365, how has that kind of has it heightened your intuitive abilities, or did you have that before and now you just have more clarity? I'm just curious, like, how this last year has been for you.
Yeah, more clarity.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. I've worked with Tara before, and she had some accelerators, and those really shifted my life in a huge way. So very powerful. I think that's kind of what broke me out into painting as well. It kind of gave me the freedom. I was doing that, and I was working with someone who practices NLP and other things. And so, like, again, it's just a combination of a whole bunch of different things that you pull into your toolkit and you connect with other people to take you to the next level.
Right. It's almost like you're like the Kara modality. We all have our own, where we've taken so many courses and healing modalities or different things that we've been researching. And I think that we just kind of bring it up. They're tools in our toolbox, and it's neat because I think that we're just going to really move into that as well of our own kind of design, or how we relate to someone, or the problems maybe that we're fixing, but it's done through our own way, not necessarily like a Reiki or some kind of organized type of way of doing it. It's just simply we're tapping into source, to our own intuition, and through that connection, it'll get deeper and deeper, of course, but then that's what's going to be coming out of us, I feel. Not so much the head stuff that we've learned, but really just tapping into our heart and listening to those messages Mhm.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah, neat. Well, you're doing great and you look great on camera. So that helps you with the self-image. I know there's more. Yeah, so neat. So I'm just wondering, like, where, or just talk to us, like, what's your favorite thing to do, or anything around the design, or where you see things moving?
Oh yeah. Well, I think that a lot of people want spaces that are more connected to nature, whether that's their nature or nature outside. And so, hi, you're unfrozen.
You got a tag team today.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't even know what to tell you happened. It just happens. So we just roll with it.
Yeah. Well, before that, there was interference on the line too, and big energies. I don't know.
Yeah,
And there's
exactly.
a cat. So, yeah.
Oh, that's so fun. That's awesome. Go ahead. Sorry, Kara. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, that's okay. Actually, one thing I'm really interested in is communities as well. So moving forward, I believe that a lot of people are going to move more into a community model way of living.
It's
Yeah.
interesting that you say that, because I had actually, I don't know if you heard Alexandra talking before you, and she's living in Thailand and in a community. It's a spiritual community but it was kind of a spiritual community. It sounded like that people kind of came and went. Whereas now it's becoming more of a, people are kind of getting some roots, and Christine and I have talked about that, about, and my family, my kids, my husband and I have talked to the kids. Hey, let's do this, like,
Nice.
why can't we can have our own space, but we're all helping one another anyway, right? Like, if, my son had some work to do at his house, a couple of months ago, and everybody went to his house and we all did something, like, and so why not live together? Why not create that community and that? So that's beautiful. I speak into that. I love that concept.
I've been meeting with people the last couple of years to try to get something moving. Yeah, so I'm just awaiting my tribe here. And
Yeah.
so things are falling into place, and the more and more I put the energy out there, the more good things will come. I've seen a lot of traction. So many people are talking about this, but I think it's so new, they just don't know how to action it. So that's where we get stuck.
Yeah. You're right. And I think I've heard from people that there's books out there that talks about how to run a community, how to, and because you're right, there's a lot of questions. I know I had a lot of questions, even, thinking about it. And when, I have 3 boys and my daughter. And so the boys were all here one day and we were talking about this, and they belong to a hunt camp.
Mm-hmm.
And so you think of the rules at the hunt camp, everybody buys in, or whatever, right? And with that buy-in, they get so much seniority, or so much, you get 1 vote, or you get 2 votes, or and everything is handled by a voting system. So I wonder if that's kind of.
Yeah, you split the share. And a part of this, I think, is also important, is that we try to avoid the hierarchy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's important to me. And I wish for everyone to own a piece of it.
Yeah.
Whether they rent to own because they don't have the resources right now, or put the money up front to start building, right?
I love that.
I myself, like, I'm a single parent, and I know my life changed drastically even before COVID. So it's almost like the universe was preparing me in every way beforehand to be able to cope with this time.
Yeah.
And I'm so lucky that I have family around me, because I honestly don't know how a lot of people do it without supports. So.
Yeah. Agreed. And I think many of us that I know, for me too, for Christine as well, prior to COVID, there was a lot going on in our worlds and in our lives and in our personal being that was looking back now was definitely part of the preparation in how we're supposed to stand up and show up and be there for other people in the world, right? So yeah, that's awesome. That's so awesome. And yeah, this way for community, the way that things are going, I really like that. I really like that concept. I'm interested. I love the idea, like you said, of the no hierarchy, because we're moving away from that, right? We're moving away from that control and power and pushing you down to let's share, let's be, let's do, right? It's about that together. So that's awesome. That's beautiful. And if I actually get a community going, we'll be giving you a call.
Yeah, let me know. I'm all tingly here because we're talking about this. So.
Yay, that's so awesome. That's always a good sign in my books.
I want to let's tie in mental wellness for our topic today. So I think like the community is so important, so that you don't feel like you are alone, and that you can be in a safe space where you can ask for help or support. Sorry, my cats are playing here with my stuff. No, you can't have that. And so for you, Kara, like in your journey and what you've been learning, speak a little bit about like what's mental wellness for you, or how have you been able to utilize what you have in your community or your supports for that?
Yeah, can I speak to design on this? I want to go there, I guess. So I've always had mental health challenges, let's say from teenage years, because I talked about body image, and that was a big reason for feeling very depressed when I was a teenager. And I was on medications. They prescribed even the heaviest Prozac, and it affected my health as well. And so I went off of the medication. And so ever since then, I haven't went back to the medication. So I've needed to find other ways to manage and to then turn it around, that my life looked rosier. You know what I mean? Like you can get so deep down. And I say it's like the spiral, and you're just down. And then you start spiraling up, right? But mental health also in our spaces, like our spaces can tell us a lot, and they can feel a certain way. Like I know when I went through the breakup and he left, I was like constantly moving things around. Like I just did not feel good anymore in that space. Like no matter what I did, my furniture like would not be in the right place. And so I ended up actually moving. So whether it's you stay where you are, or you end up moving, whether you have, this is something that comes up a lot. People say, well, I'm just renting. I'm not going to invest. It's just as important. And this is not a lot to spend in order for your environment to support you and your overall well-being.
Right.
Things can feel chaotic, and so you bring in the harmony.
Yeah. That's really good. Because even in a space like, I was going to share something of someone I met, but I won't. I'll come back to myself. So in my own space for my own mental wellness is if everything is all jumbled up or there's a lot of crap laying around, it's just taking that moment to clear it, or doesn't have to necessarily mean cleaning it. But I'm just finding even with our spaces is that when it's clean and clear, then we have clarity of mind, and it feels like noise in my brain, when things are just disheveled, they're all over. And so that's really important in our spaces, that we love where we are. We have a space that we can meditate and go within so that you feel home. And even your bed, I would say it's your throne. Like we spend so much time there of just like being more consciously aware or mindful that those spaces are just so that we have that clarity of mind.
Yeah. And I feel like it's a balance, right? It's finding that balance. As you're saying that, I'm looking at my desk and it is chaos, man. Like but I am quite comfortable in this environment. Like we were talking about at the beginning, right? I have my things that make me feel good, in my space. I've got my chair that I can meditate. I have my crystals. I have my candles. I have, my incense. I have my positive stuff. I have the things that I love, the art, those things. And then you look at my desk and it's like, boom, everything's everywhere. And I think that that's okay. I don't stress myself out about it. I know exactly where everything is. When I need to get to tidying up that, I will. Right. But I feel like it's balance in everything that we do. It's finding the balance.
100%.
Awesome. Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Kara. We have your website. We talked about that, the wands, the interior design. So lovely to have you with us. And thank you for sharing. And we wish you a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kara.
Thank you.
And thank you to Virginia for holding the fort this morning. I'm going to take over now. And we'll bring up our next guest. Yes. See you later. There we go. All right. I want to make sure we have lots of time for you. Hi, how are you?
Oh, pretty good. How about you?
Good. I
have to figure out something. I have to get my charger. I couldn't get in on my computer.
Okay.
So I'm on my phone and it just said low battery. So I have to connect me.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem. I'm going to just change up the banner a little bit.
Ladies.
Live TV here. So Samantha, I'll introduce her while she's running to get her her charger. I'm just making your banner a little bit shorter because you are fun guys, and I just want to make sure we can see you.
Now the charger's weighing down my phone. How do I do this? Why does this happen when, like, I just was on StreamYard? But
That's
no,
funny.
I can't come on your StreamYard.
There we go. Now I can see your face. It just seemed like you're covered by the banner. Okay, good. I just want to say, you and I met through a business mastermind that we were in together, and I clicked on your profile and I was like, yes, we definitely need to interview her because you are a mental wellness advocate. You've written a book. We're going to get into your story and stuff. And so like, this is your jam. Even our topic today is all about that. And so just want to say thank you so much for being here. And let's start with your story. I think that people can relate so much to stories. So what's your story? And then how did that turn into what you're doing today?
So I've been a psychologist, always knew I would be, always have been, but I moved from Michigan to Colorado to marry the love of my life. We had been together in our 20s, and in our break, he moved to Colorado. And so I moved here in January of 2014. We got married in August, and he passed away a little over 3 years later, completely unexpectedly.
Wow.
And I was lost. Didn't want to work with other people in their problem. Like I just really lost in all ways. And I took a lot of time to figure out what to do. And that was not really well accepted. There was a lot of pressure as a psychologist to be able to bounce back and be who I was. And not only could I not, I wouldn't. I wasn't going to pretend and put your big girl pants on. I wasn't going to do that. And it helped me understand how similar grief is to mental health, because I was so stigmatized and no one knew how to act around me. And I ended up becoming so passionate about wanting to make a change and wanting other people to have the support I couldn't find that I created Grief Hab, and ended up still being a psychologist and working with clients. I just had to kind of find my own path.
Right. That's amazing. Okay, good. And then, so what's the difference then between grief and either mental illness or depression? Would you say that it's kind of a little bit similar?
I don't think you can experience grief without having anxiety and depression. I don't know that everybody's honest about that, but I think it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. So for having like the deep grief, you mean that the others just automatically come, the anxiety and the depression? Yeah. And is that because you're just consumed, I would feel like, with this feeling of hopelessness and how the heck did I end up here and how do I even help myself?
Right. Getting through the basic daily tasks.
Right.
Was all I could think about. And then there's this pressure to attend this, or people want you to do these things. And so then the anxiety comes, like, and that's where I had to be true to myself. And as a woman and as a psychologist, we spend our lives taking care of everyone else. So this was the first time I had to like make a conscious decision and commit to taking care of me, no matter what it looked like. And I didn't know what it looked like. And I'm a planner. Like I've always known what was next. So the people who loved me were confused because I wasn't acting like me, but they, loved me enough to support me. Not everyone did. But that's what I'm really passionate about, is like, if you have depression and you don't say you have depression, you won't get better. If you're grieving and you try to hide it and go to work and act like you're fine, you won't get better. Not only that, the world doesn't know what we need if we play by their rules.
Right. Yeah, that's very good. What are the stages? Like, how does someone know if they are in grief?
I mean, I think that we were not taught to grieve. I think that any type of a loss should be grieved. Like, people last year didn't get to have graduation. That was a loss. They had to address, they couldn't just move on. It had to be talked about. And then the world created these Zoom graduations and these drive-by things. So I really think loss of a job, loss of any type of loss, if we don't grieve it, it will resurface in an unhealthy way. Right.
Okay. And then are there the 5 stages of grief? Is that something that you teach? Or I've heard the 5 stages of grief, but I don't know if that's someone made that up or if that's real.
No, I mean, people live in that. I don't think they're linear. I think you can have all of them all of the time. There's no rhyme or reason. And so I think the misconception is that, okay, first I'm in denial, then I'm going to be angry. And it doesn't go like that.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It all depends on the person and their background too, and what they've experienced or their coping methods. Yeah. Okay.
And obviously at the end, you want to heal and accept the loss. So that's the same for everyone, but it can look, it's a tornado. Yeah. So true. And then what is your advice or tips? So just in case someone is watching that has grief, what would be like kind of the preliminary steps to help them? I think that you need to know that it is okay to grieve. Not only okay, I'm encouraging it. The world has it backwards. So don't judge yourself. Be very, very kind and patient with yourself. And your journey could be completely opposite from mine. And that's fine. So like all of that noise that people are expecting you to do this and that, you have to just tune it out and really do. If you wanna, I was finger painting, it made no sense, but it helped me. And now I use art as healing. You don't have to know the reason at the time.
Okay. Yeah. Good. And then what would be, so for grief, and then what would it be for, actually, I'm going to ask this first. What's the difference between sadness and grief?
Grief doesn't go away. It doesn't end. It is like a tidal wave or a tornado, if you want to think about, or a train wreck. And sadness is something you experience and then you can feel better.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you. And then for our topic today, like how to ask for help, how would you teach us something about that?
Again, the first thing is to shut out the noise from the world and understand that asking for help is a strength. And usually we encourage others, but we judge ourselves. So I think that that's the first thing, like opening your mind to the concept. And then because it is difficult for some people, I say find a code word. Mine is peanut butter pancakes. And then identify the people you're really going to interact with. I can tell you, I'll call my parents, but if I'm not really going to call them, it won't work. So you need to have like 2 or 3 people, tell them the code word, Tell them what it means when you send it, so that in the moment of panic or overwhelm, you don't have to say, oh my God, I'm having the worst. You don't have to say anything. You can say peanut butter pancakes, and they know, okay, Sam needs me.
I really like that. And we're a spiritual community, so we really talk about the energies and the feminine and the masculine, and being in your safe feminine. It's okay to ask for help and support. That no one can know everything, and no one, is perfect or a superhero. I mean, we like to say that, we have that within us, but there's times even superheroes need help, right? And so just being, excuse me, in that safe feminine space of being vulnerable and saying, hey, I do need some help, or I'm struggling in this area. And I really like that code word, because when you're in the lower parts, especially if you've got cycles of depression, and I have that too, and we can't always stay on top of it. So having that code word, then you don't have to explain yourself, because when you're in the low and you're in the shits, you do not have the energy or the strength, and you need help, but you don't even want to explain it.
And so then the last step is telling the people what you need when you send that text. Because
oh, it's muted.
Where did I go?
Oh, there you are. Okay, you're good.
My phone rang. I hope it doesn't. Yeah. So look, I don't want people, when I send that text, to call me and say what's wrong. It's the last thing I want. I want them to distract me and get my mind off of it. And I know I have to deal with it, but not in the midst of it.
Right. This has come back to science now, and the brain is like, when you are in the midst of it, your brain isn't even functioning, because your prefrontal cortex, it closes down. And so even when you have a child that is having a temper tantrum, they don't hear you. That's not the time to correct or whatever it is. You just soothe them in that moment, and then come back later when they can actually process, because in that moment their brain is shut down, and they just hear wah wah wah, like Charlie Brown.
Exactly. I had somebody having a panic attack, and that's what I did. I started talking about what's your favorite music, and people were looking at me like I was nuts. Like, how is she qualified?
Right. To me, when I'm like that, for my brain, it reminds me like when you're looking after little ones or toddlers, and it's like, let's distract, No, you can't have a candy, but oh my gosh, look at this toy. It's so pretty and red. We have to do the same for ourselves. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I asked people to treat me like an infant. I felt like I had to learn everything all over again. I don't want people to be offended by that. But when people understand that we're struggling, and it really, you have to learn basic tasks all over again, they have a little bit more compassion when you give them something they can grasp.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really do feel that many of us are 8 to 12 years old emotionally, because society didn't really teach us, or our parents, they didn't know either. And so it's relearning a lot of things. What kind of opened my eyes to that was, I'm raising a little one, and she's in elementary school, and they started to teach them the emotions and how to express it, and stuff was coming home. And I'm like, oh, this is good. Actually, I could use this information as well. And even the color code, if, when the kids go to school, if they're in a red color zone, and they can choose when they come in, they can put that up on the board where they are. So good for the teacher to know that. If they're in green, they're good. If they're blue, they're sad. Or, if red is like, I am having a moment kind of thing. So then the teacher can understand why the child is taking 10 extra minutes to take off their coat and boots, or whatever is happening. And I think that is so beautiful. And I'm so sorry, kitten. She's only 4 months old, and I'm not normally in the living room, so she's like, "Ooh, a toy." Yeah, just to be able to express ourselves, because we never learned that anywhere. And as much as I don't say that I like to teach life skill basics, but that's really kind of what it is. Like, what are boundaries? What are your emotions? Can you feel them in your body? It's stuff that we never learned. And I feel that it's just really helpful, because when we can start to recognize and to feel that, and learn how to calm ourselves, be our own wise inner parent, then so many things end up opening up for us, right? Including our intuition. And we begin to trust ourselves more when we take that step back again in your safe feminine, to really observe, like, what is going on? What do I need in this moment? What's for my highest good? Oh, hanging around that person gives me, you know, a stomach ache, or I'm feeling something that's not so good, and you just know to step away or to remove yourself or say, hey, you know, I'm not available to meet you for that coffee anymore. Let's connect in a week or so, right? Just to give yourself that space.
I think that kindergarten has it right. What we, you know, like we should all still have red, yellow, and green. We are not taught this whole fake it until you make it culture.
Yeah.
And go and push through it is so unhealthy. If we all walked into wherever we were going and said, I'm having a tough day, people would know how to treat us. They might not bring up that project until tomorrow. You know, it's data, it's information for others. And we are taught in school, you know, but we shouldn't outgrow it.
Yeah. Yeah. So true. So true. Right on. Tell us about the book that you wrote.
I have a chapter in a few. The book I'm excited about that I'm waiting for a launch date any minute is called Faces of Mental Illness. And part of my passion is breaking the stigma surrounding grief and mental illness. And the other thing they have in common, like we talked about, they're invisible, right? You're not walking into a room with a cast on your arm for people to say, are you okay? If we don't give them the information, they don't know. So it's 20 brave souls sharing their stories, and we are hoping to break stigmas, and it will be like the chicken soup series. So the second will be for depression or for anxiety or for loved ones.
Oh, that's so great, and definitely needed, because when people can read that, there's 20 other people that are just like them, right? And they don't feel so alone, or there's going to be so much healing through hearing your stories just in that book. That's really incredible.
And the ups and the downs, the stigmas of this, that you have this horrible life and you can't be successful. We all share the tough times.
Yeah.
But we now have.
Oh, it's on mute again. Are we back? Yeah, you're back. Okay, go ahead.
Our negative perception of mental illness or of a freckle, or, you know, that's the problem. And once we embrace it and see it as a gift, it becomes our superpower. So I think that my anxiety really it helps me I'm more sensitive to others. So we are trying to let the world know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. You're not alone. If you're in a bad place and it feels like there's no hope, because I've been there, there is. And you can read the horror, you know, when we've been down in the dumps, and see where we are now, and the tools that we've used to get there that include asking for help.
Right. So awesome. And as a psychologist, like, what do you feel, how do you see everything shifting in the world, like even in the world of mental wellness? And I think just more people are coming on board, and they're starting to take more ownership for themselves of like how they feel and ways to get better. Mindful practices and all of that.
COVID, you know, a lot of people had anxiety, understandably, but it opened their eyes to what it really is and what others go through. My dad's a doctor and like scientifically minded, and has never really understood until now. And if a scientist who's like the polar opposite end of the spectrum can change perspectives, I feel like that's so much hope for the future. And
What did your dad change? Which opinion or thought process?
I think he thought it was silly. Like, I think it was all in your head. Shake it off, you know, get back out there. Because I can say I have anxiety, but he never felt it. There was a time, I mean, he was really having anxiety. He might not admit that, but he was. And we could all see it. And that helped him recognize that I haven't been making this up all these years, and that there is a purpose for what I do. And it just, that not everything can be fixed by traditional methods.
Right. How validating for you. Finally, Dad understands me.
Yeah. Yeah, if it was up to him, I would have at least done the med school part and been a psychiatrist.
Right. This definitely this lockdown, even for me, like the go, and I didn't realize how much I didn't know how to feel things in my body, or even when I was holding my breath from, early childhood stuff and that trauma breath. And so just being able to have this time where we don't have to be on all the places that we were, and we were able to slow down and actually take time to look at, what do we want? How are things going? What can be, removed out of our lives, or just kind of make it a little bit easier. And yeah, it's been such a gift this last year and a half. I lost a business. So, as much as it's been such a huge shift and a change, I've now have this beautiful spiritual community around me. I understand my own body and how to go within, meditation, all of those things. And it's like, life is totally different. And I'm like, I would rather have this life than the old one, because we couldn't have sustained ourselves with just the go and the hustle mentality. Something had to give, definitely. And thankfully, I even think like Mother Earth, big, huge sigh, like, yes, just everyone relaxing into what they're here for, or like just even in their own space, and to go within.
And I hope that people watching and listening, I think my biggest thing is I don't want you to have to reach a point of so much pain or wait until the world shuts down. I was not taught to pause. I was not taught that not only is it okay, it's good. So I waited until I was in so much pain, and I slowed down because I had to survive. In that time, I recognized the beauty of pausing and hearing my own voice. So, and that you can't have that if you're in the hustle culture. It's just, there's too much going on.
Awesome. That's so good. Virginia's in the background. She says she pulled a card, and she says it's a good fit with what you're speaking about, Samantha. So she's going to come forward.
Okay. I couldn't help myself, you guys. I had to come back. So it's interesting, right? Nothing is ever by accident. So when I was just going off camera, I saw my deck here, and I had said to Christine first thing this morning, I said, oh, I pulled out my postcards from Spirit deck because I feel like that's who is going to come forward today. And so as I was leaving the conversation, when you started talking, I was shuffling the cards and I'm listening, and then I just opened it up, and this is what I came to. And I was like, oh my God, do I go back on right now? Okay. So this is from, like I said, my postcards from Spirit. I love these. Dearest you, there are times when loss is a part of life. Sometimes a loss is welcome, like when you leave a situation not in alignment with your highest good. Sometimes a loss is sudden and painful, like when a loved one crosses over to our dimension. Regardless of the nature of the loss and your control over it, your experience is asking to be acknowledged. Tears are necessary, as is grief. When you repress the natural expression of loss and try to move on too quickly, the unprocessed pain haunts you in destructive ways. We don't want that for you. Instead, let your heart break open wide. Feel the loss and integrate it. See the beauty that was, the lessons learned, and know that as you let go of what has passed, ever more of you remains. It gets better, we promise. Your heart expands with more compassion for the world than ever before. Love heals all. We are loving you, sending you love, always and forever.
That's insane.
Is that not?
I have goosebumps.
That's beautiful.
I did the same. I was like, oh my God, when can I get in and tell them this? It was so awesome. That was so beautiful.
That says it all.
Yes. And it took everything that you just spoke about, and it's beautiful. I love it.
I have goosebumps. There's I don't know, it's Facebook user, maybe it's Jane, that says this card is divinely timed. Of course.
Yes. Yeah. That was Noreen actually that said that. So yeah, that's so awesome. So I just wanted to share that with you, and thank you for being you, Samantha, because you're doing great things in the world, and a lot of people need to hear this today. So thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I would say, again, mental health and grief, same thing. Don't repress your depression. It haunts you, or whatever that card said. It will haunt
Yes.
and destruct.
In destructive ways.
Yes.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll get out of this scene here and let you guys carry on.
Sure. Maybe take a photo of it and put it up in our group after.
Yeah, that was,
Beautiful.
I totally believe in that stuff, but it still jars me every time it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Virginia and I have been in a spiritual mastermind this past year, and it has totally opened my eyes, because I grew up very strict religions, a couple of them, and any kind of like spiritual or esoteric, new age, whatever word someone wants to use, was always taboo for us. And so this year has been such a huge learn for me, this year and a half of like really stepping into energy healing, the spirituality, and it like, this is what I mean. Life is so different. Life is so much easier because we can ease in, and it's learning how to trust the universe and that everything's always working out for us, even when we feel like, what the heck is this? You know, or what's going on, or we're in that space.
So sorry. Somebody's
Okay.
knocking at my back door, but they're going to have to wait.
Okay. All good. Anyways, thank you so much for your time today, Samantha. We really appreciate it. And I'll put up your banner again quickly so that if someone wants to come and follow you on Facebook and all of the places that you've listed, your website would be a good space for people to go to find you. I noticed that you have Clubhouse as well. Are you running any rooms?
I'm not consistently on Clubhouse. I have
Okay.
everything's on my website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, super. Then we'll just take them to your website and they can have a look there. Well, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it, and for being a mental wellness advocate in your book. Looking forward to that as well. Thank you
so much. Thank you for this amazing event. I've been listening, and it's great information. Thanks.
Good. Yeah. Up next is all about food and emotion. So after you go answer your door, if you need to come back on the replay, I know the next session will be really good too. Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's bring Kim up. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. You?
I'm good. I'm good. I just came in there and I was just, that card was amazing. Just really spoke to me. So I'm already leaning in. I'm like, let's go.
And it feeds so nicely into your topic, all about emotional eating, because grief, depression, anxiety, loss, like I have goosebumps right now. This is your jam. And so I just want to say, super cool to interview you, because we went to high school together, and I just think that's an extra special part of what we're doing, that I actually know you as a real human and not an online human.
That's right. That's right. We're pretty close to each other.
Yeah. And so this is really, really cool for me. Very nostalgic, I would say. And so walk us through, like, tell us your story of, you know, bring out, like, how did you get to what you're doing today? Because there's always a story behind, you know, where people are.
And I always, whenever I get asked this question, it's always like, well, where do I start, and how can I, you know, what is meant to be shared today? Because it's a long story. Like so many of us, our stories start right from our younger years, and that's where mine started in this, and how I got to be where I am today. I went on my first diet at 12 years old. So you and I knew each other in high school, and in high school, I was dieting. I was restricting. I struggled with my eating disorder in high school secretly. And it all started from my home life. I know anyone that's listening right now, I'm sure most of us know someone, and I'm going to focus on, I don't even know if your community is mostly women, but
and spiritual, to speak your voice, speak your truth, your heart. We're woo-crew.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's good. It's perfect. Because I mean, let's face it. I mean, we know now that challenges with body, challenges with food, it is not limited to just women, but I am going to just say and own the fact that it is the women that have the pressures in this world to look a certain way and to maintain ourselves. And we know the pressure, and that's what I grew up with my grandmother dieting, my aunts, my mother. I mean, I grew up as a little girl going into weight loss clubs with my mother, that she led the weight loss groups. So before school, that was what I went to with her. So I grew up very much around the scale, much around women's conversations about their bodies. And so that path led me into dieting. And I always, you know, what came first? I didn't feel comfortable with who I was. And so therefore I chose to diet, or I jumped into the diet, and that just took me further and further away from myself as a woman. Who knows? And it doesn't matter. But it is that decision at 12 years old to go on a scale was the decision that for 30 years of my life, that scale took my life from me.
Right.
And that's why I speak so passionately about it, because we all have different stories, but my story, and so many people that I've worked with and who have shared their stories with me, you know, that is the place where we learn to not trust ourselves or trust our bodies. Yeah. And that took me down a path of disconnection, over exercising. And then, you know, Christine, it never stops there, because if we are constantly feeling like we're not enough, and of course, all of our bodies are supposed to be different. That is why we are beautiful. That is the diversity of the body, of the human body. But when we can't make our body be what society says it's supposed to be, then what I chose to do unconsciously was like, well, how else can I get people to like me? Because clearly this isn't enough. And it took me down the path right into my career of the people pleasing, the working, the perfectionism, the comparison, all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, then it led into the mental health, which is why, and, you know, I don't know, I could sit here and talk about my story for a long time, but it's what took me to this place, because I was so lost, so connected to an identity that I believed I needed to be, because that's the only identity I knew. But yet I was so lost in it. And I was so tired, and my body was exhausted. My mind, my health was exhausted from that push, that hustle that you just spoke about. And I left my career and was like, where do I go now? Which was scary. But I found, you know, the world brings us what we need. Yeah. And I found a beautiful space that we might talk to at some point about, that helped me understand the psychology around our eating behaviors and our relationship with food and body. And I began to heal myself. That was in 2017, the whole year, and began this beautiful space of coaching in 2018. And it's been
such an amazing advocate. 2018 is when you started?
Yeah, like I saw my first few clients in December of 2017, but you know, when you're first starting something, you're like tiptoeing in. Yes. And you're just like, I don't know if I can do this. And you feel like such a new person. Like we discount everything that we've learned and experienced in life. But I mean, yeah, officially January of 2018 is when I started my coaching and continuing my healing. And it's been a gift on so many levels. Mm-hmm.
So when you find that the people who end up coming to you and finding you, there's a piece of their healing in you, like they're a mirror of just something extra for us to heal as well.
Totally. And I remember that being said to me by my mentor. He said, you will attract the people that are here to still help you on some level. Not always the good stuff. You know what I mean? Like if there's still places in me that are, you know, let's say I always talk about it from a place of boundaries, right? So like I might attract somebody who doesn't respect my time so that I keep learning to respect myself, right? It's pretty powerful, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So good. So this is a huge topic, definitely for men and women, of course, women with the whole, you know, do you look like the person on the front of a magazine and all of that? And so for someone, anyone, man or woman, who is struggling with their self-esteem around their weight or what to eat, kind of what's the starting point to help someone out?
Honestly, I think everything, you know, I think we all use this word, but we talk with awareness. Like we can't change what we don't acknowledge. So we have to be willing to meet ourselves where we are and start to be present and true to the emotions that we're feeling. Right. And I think women are definitely more susceptible to self-esteem, emotional eating, these types of things, because we just are more emotional beings. I believe so anyways. But we have to recognize, you know, how do I feel when I'm with people? What's going on in my head? Because our thoughts are so powerful and our minds believe anything we share with them, which is a fantastic thing. But that's why we need to be mindful of what's going on up there and start with that. And back then, I mean, the world has changed. I often catch myself beating myself up for not getting help sooner. Why did I stay in this space for so long? But let's face it, it wasn't spoken about back then. And I was working full time in the fitness industry. So that explains that too. But now we know that there is support out there. So even if it begins by looking at who you are learning from, who are you following, what are you consuming? And I'm not talking about food, I'm talking about content. And who are you spending your time with? Because that's going to shape your future. That's going to shape your thoughts. So that's a really important place to start.
I love that. And you're getting some really great comments. Someone even quoted you, our minds believe everything we say to them. And then they put your name. Awesome.
Yeah. Well, I didn't make that up, but I wish I knew who did.
Sorry. You get to own it today. And that's so true. And so even if you don't, like, there's something we have insecurity around. We all have some kind of insecurity, and what we are watching, what we're saying to ourselves is so key, because we can just keep feeding that. And until we become aware of, like, okay, I don't want to feel like this anymore. How do I start to rewire my brain? And, one thing around the speaking to ourselves is, let's say around the weight. So if I'm saying, I'm this weight, or I don't want to give that out on TV, but like, let's say, I'm going to say it. I'm going to come out.
I love it.
I want to be, 180 pounds because I have curves and I love them. And when I'm too low in weight, they're gone. And I just feel so gaunt, and it's not my favorite. So, to even be around 180, and to feel that and own it. But I also have to be careful of what I'm saying to myself, because if our subconscious doesn't believe us, then there's a little bit more hijacking that can take place. And then you end up in this circle of, like, now I'm defeated again because I'm not getting to where what I've been saying to myself and all of that. So just be mindful of, if what you're saying doesn't sit right in yourself, or it feels like a lie as it's coming out, then just take it down a baby step, so that you are saying something that's more in alignment with how you feel and your subconscious feels, so that you can move forward in that direction. One thing I have with that.
I totally agree, but because that makes me think of the concept of, I love my body. I love my body. Well, if you are so far from loving your body, and like, it's not realistic to go from self-loathing, hatred to, like, it's too far. And I believe when it comes to any type of affirmation, there has to be an emotional connection. So I often say to people is, I'm learning to, I'm willing to,
I'm open to.
I'm open to. There's another beautiful one, because it's guiding us to what we're looking for. So I'm learning how to trust my body. I'm learning how to find more peace with food. I'm learning how to understand what my body truly needs. Like, these are the places where we start, because I'll tell you, people often feel that if they're too kind to themselves, let's say, I always like to be very open. The body, many people will associate their body to their health issues. Okay. That's a whole nother conversation on its own. But let's say a person is not happy with their body, then you might not be, feeling true to that statement right away, but you can. And then they think to themselves, well, if I'm too kind to myself, well, then I'm just going to keep eating and I'm going to keep getting bigger. But it's actually it's the opposite. Like, the soul needs compassion. The soul needs love and kindness. The soul doesn't want to be ridiculed. So you got to start with those little steps.
Yep. So true. Share with us then, like, around the emotions part. So when you are, like, talk to us, like, what is emotions? Where do you bring your clients through? Because it doesn't just start at how you're feeling. It starts with the thoughts, but how do we end up in the fridge, or we end up in the cookies?
Yeah, and it happens, doesn't it? Well, and again, a big topic here, but I'm going to just sort of narrow into what I think best needs to be started with. It does start with our thoughts. So just like we talked a few minutes ago, what are the thoughts that you're saying to yourself? Recognize where they're coming from. I'm going to say that if you continually feel like your body is wrong and you feel like you need to shrink it because of the messaging from diet culture, that decision to go on a diet, and when I say diet, I'm talking about a restrictive diet, a taking away the things that our bodies need, both calorically for energy, but also for comfort and emotion and love, because we eat for many reasons. We can't pull the emotions out of our body. But the gift in our emotions, in our emotional eating, because we actually don't want to stop it, because I personally don't want to just be non-emotional and hook me up to a tank with nutrients out of a bag. Like that's not, I want the love and the enjoyment of food and the comfort. But when we find that we are emotional eating, and when we think about emotional eating, we're talking about using food to change our emotional state. So I'm either using food to bring me more joy, celebration, excitement, or I'm doing it to avoid boredom, grief, sadness. So I'm numbing, I'm distracting, I'm avoiding, I'm disembodying from myself because I'm not in a place of well-being. So I want to start by saying when we are so upset about our choices, when we find ourselves eating yet again, please understand that that's your body's way of taking care of you. This is all you know right now. You're actually trying to take care of you. You're actually not trying to be mean and punishing to yourself. So we want to start with that. But what I always say to people when they are in these beginning stages is, if you are using food to avoid, distract, numb, whatever it is, I always say, what are you wanting this food to do for you? Or how do you want to feel after you're done eating this food? That question is super, super important because it opens up the door to a relationship with yourself, because that ultimately, like if we're not eating for a biological hunger reason, which I want to start by saying that it is important for me to say it. If you're physically hungry, you should eat. So that's the first thing. But if you know that you're not eating for physical hunger needs and you're eating to fill a void of some level or whatever, ask yourself those questions, because whenever my clients find that they are overeating more, or they're binge eating more, or they're doing more of the choices that they are not empowered to make for their bodies, there's a reason behind it. There's a beautiful book that I want to refer to called The Gift of Our Compulsions. And it's a book on self-acceptance and healing. Mary O'Malley, I think, is the author. And she talks about how when our compulsions are really, really high, that is the best time for you to be able to uncover and open up to what is upsetting you right now. Mm-hmm. So it's like, don't push those feelings down. Try really hard not to push those feelings down, but ask, what am I feeling? Like, what happened earlier in the day? Or even as women, Christine, like as women, we don't often get the opportunity to deal with something that might have happened yesterday or the day before or the week before. And there's many reasons why we might not deal with it, right? But we have to be able to look at that piece, because is there grief, which is understandable. And then it makes me say to myself, there is going to be times where we're going to reach for food. It's okay. Let's not make a big deal out of that. That's where I ask people to become very conscious, because if the go ahead.
It's natural. Like, think about what was food for us when we were babies. We would cry, we had a need, and we would come and we would be coddled and we would be given a bottle or, the boob. And so we learned early on that food is comfort, and it's this being held. And I like what you're talking, and even just the reframe of, we are meant to eat emotionally, but we use it as this negative thing. And we're to enjoy and we're to celebrate. And even just like, thank you, farmers, for what you've done. Like, oh my goodness, I helped with the food bank a couple weeks ago, or the 519 community, and picked up food from the farmers market. So I got to watch all the farmers taking all of their stands down, and I was just in awe. I was like, you know what? I don't appreciate what we eat enough for all of the work that these beautiful people are doing to bring us these beautiful, you know, fresh fruits and vegetables. But the emotional piece of that is like, let's celebrate, let's get emotional when we're eating, but what's the motive behind it? You know, why are you eating? And that it is okay sometimes, like if you're having a hard day or there's some sadness or grief, like you are comforting yourself. I love that. So I'll continue to buy the cookies.
You know what? It's not a problem until we make it a problem, or it becomes a problem. Like, and that's relative. Like that's relative to all of us, because, and I think the more you are struggling with the messaging from diet culture and how a woman or a man is supposed to look, the more you're going to struggle. Because if there's a beautiful circle that the more I restrict certain foods, food groups, calories, intentionally or unintentionally, that leads to cravings. Cravings lead to overeating. That leads to the guilt. And then I'm back into the cycle again. So it's very quite interesting. There's a high percentage that the people that are doing the excessive emotional eating are the ones that are subjected to diet culture and diet mentality. They are the dieters. People that don't have that, like, and God bless them. Like, I'm like, okay, if you didn't have any of that, like, do you even know how lucky you are? But that's why we have to be able to learn how to be with ourselves, to honor our needs on all levels, so that food. This is, I guess, the other thing I want to share is food is becoming the source of support and comfort, because we are lacking pleasure in all areas of our life. And I'm going to say it, sexual pleasure, like I'm going to highlight that and I'm going to say it there. Like there's so much around that one, right? And especially as women, and especially as mothers and people who are caregivers, we're not getting enough pleasure in our lives. We're overworked. We are pushing way too much. And then guess what? We're tired and we're exhausted. And we want that great big hit of dopamine that comes from the food that changes my emotional state. And it works, right? And I got to say, it's safer than a lot of other alternatives that people are doing. So we got to give ourselves credit for that too.
Totally. I love that. And it is this opening up from within, you know, to being allowed, like not even allowed, giving yourself permission to have pleasure, whether it's food, sex, obviously everything in moderation, but like, what does my body need? And it is in that awareness, but we're away from that patriarchal, masculine hustle and grind. You give to everyone else, you're last. We're not in that space anymore. And it's so beautiful, because now we really can come into ourselves and what do I need today? When you're getting ready to eat, or, you know, you're getting ready to prepare the meal, ask your body, what do you want today? Or you're grocery shopping, you know, before you go in, just set with the intention of like anything that's for my highest good this week, or what my body really is asking, or body, what do you need? Show me when we go through, and you're going to get this feeling of like, oh, I really would like that. And I'd really like that. And if it's all junk food, then obviously go back to the car and do a meditation, come back in again. No, I'm kidding. But
right in the aisle, right? Right in the aisle, just sit down.
Yeah. There should be more fruits and vegetables and food that's alive than food that's processed in your cart. But, you know, it is just really this being open to pleasure. And there's so many different ways, you know, that we can receive that, because coming back, we're spiritual. So like the divine feminine, the divine masculine, being in that balance, or that yin and the yang, is if you're too far in one of your wounds, whether it's feminine or masculine, then you're going to cope. You're going to want to go for the food. But if you're really taking care of yourself and you're filling your own cup first in the morning with a mindfulness practice or breath work, you know, meditation, going for a nature walk, listening to some music or dancing, whatever is your jam, you know, first thing in the morning, that's filling your cup of your emotional needs, then you're not going, what happens is when we don't feel that need in the morning, or when we're getting up, or some point in the day, but the morning's really helpful, because your brain spends the rest of the day looking for that hit. And so it's numbing, it's scrolling, it's getting into the cookies, whatever it is. But if you can fill that cup in the morning and feel really good and empowered, then your brain doesn't need to go there, because it's already been looked after. And just such an important piece.
I love that. And I'm going to just add to that too, that when the brain, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. When the brain is looking for food, when your body's telling you you need food, that's like, I actually have clients that are binge eaters. I actually teach them how to binge. And that sounds really weird. But the fact is, if somebody's a binge eater at the beginning and that is their only cope, like, how can we learn how to be with food differently? So if my brain is needing food and my brain is needing, you want to give your brain as much of that attention to the food as possible. So that's why when we're eating in front of the television, when we're eating we're at the table, when we're behind the steering wheel eating, your brain doesn't receive the message. And I'm going to also say that from a stress response, stress, cortisol, it desensitizes us to pleasure. So if I'm in a stress response, if I'm feeling shame for eating something in my home and I'm hiding and I'm eating it really, really fast, I have to eat more of that food to receive the pleasure from the food that I needed. So if I can learn how to sit down, which is really a difficult thing because then they don't get the same fix. People don't want to eat their food that way. They want to eat it in conjunction with the television and, get all that distraction, right? But if I really truly am working on honoring my body, honoring its needs, listening to what food does for me, how it makes me feel, I want to be as present as possible with it so that I can get everything that my body needs to get from it. And then eventually you either realize that you've had enough, or you realize I don't even actually like the food that I'm eating because I'm actually paying attention to how it tastes in my mouth. Like, these are all the things that it's so powerful.
That's so true. Back to being present. That's, the story definitely of the day. And if you're able to be present with the food, you're right. I love, vegetables. That tastes much better to me, and my body, I get more satisfaction when I'm taking my time and I'm more aware and unconscious than eating cookies or whatever the other junk is, because you usually don't feel good after anyways. You get a little bit of a sugar rush and then you feel like crap because you have that crash, right? And so I really like that. And we're a culture of like, oh, you can multitask. That's amazing. Like you're a superhero or super mom or whatever, but it's having that one task at a time. So if you're eating, just eat, and then no devices at the table. Sit and have conversation with the family. Remember what that's like. And I'm so glad you talked about the hiding, because this is something that was very important. I observed this summer in our home because everyone's home and we have a couple of other family members that are here as well. So when I would buy chocolate and stuff, which there's times when I just have that need for chocolate and I'm going for it and I'm going to eat it. And I might have a second, just depending on the stress level. And so I put it in my room. I have a space. I'm hiding it in my room so that it's not available for everybody. But then my little one that I raised, she's 8. She caught on. She knows where the hiding spot is. And when she was bringing home, like we'd go grocery shopping and she'd have her special thing. She'd come home and she'd put it in my cupboard in the bedroom. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I teaching her? We need to hide our food in our suite. So it was a very good learning for me and observation. Like, okay, we don't, need to hide. And I still have the cupboard, so we'll have to have that conversation. But this is just really good because if I'm hiding, then I'm going to need double, or I'm going to need to eat more of it to feel that satisfaction. I'm so glad that you said that, to just like come into space. And if I want the chocolate, to make it more of like a celebration of like, wow, I've done, a lot of these things today and now I'm feeling like a chocolate, and just take that time and enjoy how it tastes, using all the senses back to that pleasure. As we can do that with food, then you're going to numb less in other areas when you can take that time and really just, lean into that experience.
Yeah. Like we're taught that, or again, we're taught from diet culture that I'm bad for emotionally eating and I don't have enough willpower and all of that language, right? But if I can actually be with food differently, because there's no worse feeling than guilt and shame. Like they are like such low vibrational energy emotions, and they just make us feel so horrible about ourselves. So again, I'm going to just say, like, we know that there is some food that is more nutritionally beneficial to us than other foods. We know that. But I'm just going to encourage anybody that's listening right now to really be mindful, especially with our children, because I have worked with kids as young as 10 and 11 years old, with the language around bad and good. And because it just, you know what it feels like as a child to be told you're bad and you can't have that and that's bad and you should have had that and you deserve this because you did that, but now you don't get to have this. Like there's just so much caught up in that. We want to let food be food, and it has no moral value. And I'm not a better person because, and it's not, I'm not saying it's easy. And that's why I'm just going to encourage, if anybody resonates with any of this, look at books that speak to intuitive eating. Like intuitive eating is helping us relearn to find peace with food again, especially if you've been impacted by chronic dieting and so forth. And there's learning how to help your children with that as well. And if anybody, children, adults, especially through this pandemic, if your children are seeking foods more often, like speak to that. Like they're getting the same emotional needs met that you're getting met. So don't shame them for it, but instead speak to them, help them know that they're safe. Because I'll tell you, the more you take it away from them, the more they're going to find it. And then they're going to start to hide it. And then it's a whole nother cycle that we don't want to get into. So we have to just take it one step at a time. And I know it's not easy when we have concerns about our health. But I just want to say that our health is not, completely related to our size.
Right.
Okay,
have you read the Obesity Code by Dr.
I have not.
Jason Fung?
I haven't read that one, but I've certainly heard of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's in Toronto, so he's local to us. And he was a diabetic doctor, and he just felt like everyone was getting sicker and sicker and putting on more weight. So he really went into the science of food and how it connects in our body. So it's, especially for anyone who loves that kind of stuff, great book. But what was really helpful for me was he said, he gives some suggestions on what to eat and such. His main thing is like eat in a window. There is intermittent fasting, but it's more of like eat in a window so that your body is not full of the insulin all the time, because that's what turns into the fat then, right? So, but what he had said was, this isn't my way of eating. Instead of dieting, it's just like, this is the way that I want to eat. And I think even just a little bit of that reframe can help, because there is so much shame even around the word diet, or I'm on a diet, or I can't do that because I'm counting my points or the calories or whatever. And there's just that heavy connotation with it. And so I think even just telling yourself, like, this is the way I'm choosing, where you now have the power back in your own hands of you're not following something because they're telling you to do that, whatever, but you get to make the choice of what it is that you want to buy and put in your mouth. I think that's more empowering from that space.
Yeah, I totally agree with it. And I mean, we're all different. And so that's why I don't treat anyone the same. And everybody has different things that have conditioned them to be a certain way. Right. But I just know that, intermittent fasting, and there's no perfect way to eat. I really don't believe that there is. Yeah. And I think that our bodies change all the time, and what works for one person will not work for another. Right. And so whatever people are doing, we use intermittent fasting because it helps to give us control. Right. And that's what people are seeking. That's why people seek diets, or because intermittent fasting is a form of a diet. It is. Right. So it is a way of eating, but it's giving you control. Right. But the problem is that if a person still has all of these other reasons that they're needing the support of food and they haven't worked on that yet, you're only going to then fail that intermittent fasting guideline. Like there's a lot to it. And I just think that that's why there's people like me that do this work, because we're not all the same. Yeah. Yeah. But in terms of the blood sugar levels and all that kind of stuff, like, absolutely. Like if I'm constantly putting food in my body and my cortisol levels are always higher, then of course I have to be mindful of that. But it doesn't mean that we have to restrict. And it doesn't mean that, because sometimes we just need a little extra food. It happens sometimes. And I think it's going along with your intuition. Like if I'm going to a party, I'm not going to restrict. Like I've been to parties where people bring like their own, and if you have special, like if you're celiac or whatever, obviously that's understandable, or vegetarian, vegan. But, people who I would know eat like I do, or, I would say regular, are off in a corner eating, their whatever that they've brought. And I'm like, wow, like you lose out on being part of that social interaction. And so
everyone has their own thing, of course, in their own journey. But I just knew for myself, was like, I'm going to go with my intuition. If someone's having a piece of cake and it's 11 o'clock at night, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to enjoy the community and the fellowship of having that piece of cake with that person, and who doesn't love cake, but then I'm going to do it and not feel guilty about it, because I was able to partake in the enjoyment of that experience and not so much about, you know, my body. Maybe the next day I'm a little bit, you know, more on the vegetables than snacking or whatever. But that's the great thing, is that just go with what feels good to you, and the intuition, but also those emotions behind are so powerful and important. Tell us about your community, because you've offered a really special gift for us of like, I'll let you explain it, because you know.
Yeah, for sure. So I started, obviously I've got 30 years in the industry of leading fitness, and I still lead fitness, but I just do it in a very different way now. And so when this, you know, many things were born out of COVID, right? So I started my Empowered Movement community.
I'm going to share your Instagram page, because I think it's really cool for people to follow you. But go ahead.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So my Empowered Movement community is a space, you know, the movement is one piece of what I offer in that space. So there is live classes every month, as well as an on-demand space of over 100 classes. And these are classes that so many different body types can do. I mean, I've got strength to flexibility, to dance, to anything you can imagine in there. It's in there.
Yeah.
But I've got that. But then on top of it, which I think is most special, is that this is a space for us to be able to work on all aspects of our health. This is a women's only space. And we come in, I speak, I teach in there. This is an anti-diet space. This is a space where we're working on all aspects of our health holistically. And then I also bring guest speakers into that space as well. So I gifted anyone who's interested a 7-day trial in that space. Right now it is through Facebook, so you'd have to be a Facebook user to be able to benefit. But if you're interested in learning more about it, if you have questions about anything, then feel free to reach out to me, and I'd love to start that conversation and introduce you to the other ladies in there.
Awesome. And I would say, like, go and follow her, either Facebook, Instagram. Her stories are really fun, and it's all about this. And I love how you do your little reels, and you're in your kitchen cupboard, and you're like, or you're dancing and moving. I applaud you, because I think it's so great. And you just have this beautiful way of expressing yourself, of like around the emotions and around the ways of thinking, and how to reframe that and just come back into that place of empowerment, which I really adore. Yeah.
And like, we're always on a journey, all of us, right? And it's just so great to be able to receive that joy in life, because we don't fix issues with food by fixing the food. There's always something behind the food. So let's go a little deeper than that.
I love that. Yeah. So good. Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here today. And I'm sure we'll have you back on again.
Thank you. I appreciate being here. I really appreciated it.
Awesome. All right. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Oh, that was lovely. We have not had, we had one Zoom call before this, but we hadn't seen each other since high school. So I have traveled quite a bit, and she's like, "You're home?" I'm like, "Yep." So funny. Love that conversation. All right, we're gonna switch gears a little bit, and you've got me. It's me for the next little bit, and I want to talk about childhood trauma and dysfunction and all of those things. I'm gonna bring up a slide that I have created for today, because in this space, and I've been coaching since July 2020, and I thought I was going to teach all about law of attraction and mindset, and as I was doing that, and I realized, man, there's such a bigger need here, and it's what's in the subconscious, what is hiding in that subconscious. And so that's really been my mission, especially this last, not even a year, since December, really, since we opened the Healing Soul School, was to teach people how to end their emotional suffering based on the core principles of what you think about yourself. And then when you get even deeper or dig deeper, it's like, where did those thoughts even come from? Had to come from somewhere. And we go back to childhood, because when we were 0 to 7 years old, our brain did not have a bodyguard, as I say. You know, we were in theta state. So everything we heard, we felt, more of the feel. Everything that we heard, felt, or, you know, one of the senses we took on as truth. And so if there was anything in there around, or you are struggling with anything of I'm not worthy, or things are really hard to come to me, or I'm meant to struggle, whatever it is that might be the block or some of the messaging that has followed you through, most likely came from that 0 to 7. And I'm even going to say like 0 to 2 years is when we attach to our parent figures. And so if there's anything like, I don't know my bio dad, or if you were adopted, or if you had parents who were fighting or emotionally not available, or maybe there was some fear going on, then that's going to affect you now. And it's actually probably not even your energy that you're in. So just learning what are those triggers, what are those patterns. And from what I've been observing as I've been chatting with clients, doing my own healing, deep dive healing, and mentoring others and doing more research around this, is this whole piece around the childhood trauma or childhood emotional neglect is something that's even bigger, but it all depends on what the situation was. And just really looking at where did those roots come from? What are they there for? What is the message? There's a gift in it, even though some of us have been through some more difficult things. There's always a gift. There's that law of polarity. There's a solution to every problem. We need the dark and the light. We need the hot and the cold. Like there's always something there. There's the offsetting piece of it. And what is the gift? If you can reframe or look at it from a different perspective, what is it that it's giving you? If you had to walk on eggshells growing up, then you now are able to read energies. Are you able to read the mood of the room and find really who's a safe person, who's not a safe person? And that, and you can trust your gut because you had that training ground when you were growing up. And so some of the things that I had shared in our Facebook group, which is My Soul Reconnection by Healing Soul School, is all about the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. And I wanted to touch a little bit more on that today because I think it's a really helpful subject for either what you're going through or some of the struggles. And if you're a business owner, this is really, really important for you because as you do one thing is how you do everything. And I have worked with some really amazing, beautiful people this year. And I'm just, I could see where they were struggling. And that's been one of my gifts this year, is to see patterns and where people might be struggling, or, from the words they're using or the language, is really just getting this deep intuitive hit of like, okay, that person needs this, or, there's a struggle there in that space. Because often we can't see it. We don't see it ourselves. We don't see our own blind spots. That's why it's really helpful to have a mentor or someone who can see that for you, so that there's some soft guidance. Or if you're having, a moment or a day that you can come to them and say, hey, can you help me walk through this? Or this thing keeps happening. Could you help me maybe piece through why? Often when we're just listening to someone, you can hear, some of the patterns. Or if they have a story of abandonment, or a story of financial insecurity or poverty or scarcity, or there's a story of, I'm not worthy. As you get to know someone and you hear more of the stories, you hear that and you're going to start to pick up on what those patterns are. And the cool thing that comes with that is more compassion. You have more compassion for that person, because we feel here at the Healing Soul School like we are multidimensional beings. We are souls who are here having a human experience, and we are all one. It's this unity consciousness. And so with that is that if I'm, let's say I'm going to use my sister as an example. We used to fight like cats and dogs our whole lives, and she might be listening. I would get so mad at her. She could beat me up when I was growing up. She totally bullied me. And so in that space of like her and I fighting like cats and dogs, and what I did is I changed me. I changed how I was viewing the situation, or us together, the triggers, how, I can be set off very quickly, and I still can. But now what I'm doing is I'm just taking more of a conscious approach. I'm viewing her as her higher self, her soul self. And in that moment, what is the trigger? It's for me. It's not even about her. It's about me. What is it in me that she is mirroring, or what is it in me that's asking to be healed or to be released and let go of? That is really the space that, you want to be in as you're getting curious and you're thinking about what it is that you're going through in the moment, or where did it come from? Where is that curiosity? And to get in there. We don't have to go back and relive, but it's all about the emotions, because often what has happened to us follows us. It's this patterning that's still going on today, right? So if someone's taking advantage of you, or they're not listening to you, or you're in business and the people that you're attracting are clients who say, I love what you do, but I don't have the money. Like all of those things are a piece of what you're already feeling about yourself. And so then now we're just going to talk about today, like, where does that come from? Okay, so I created a slide, and I can do technology. And let me just drop the banner. So today, as we talk about, healing from dysfunctional childhoods and even abuse, whether it was physical, emotional, mental, and emotionally unavailable parent, that's still some kind of abuse, because as a child, you had some big feelings and they couldn't help you, or they couldn't help you process. We chose our families. We chose all of the things, I feel some of the things that we've come through. And so it's just looking at your parents. If you look at them from their 3 to 5 year old self and what they learned, or what they were modeled, that's all they're doing. And even if I look up my whole generational line, it's like all of this, very harsh, critical, you have to do these things in this way, otherwise you're not approved of, so much shame, manipulation, through generations and generations. And so I'm starting to look at everything and I'm feeling like, no, I don't want to live like that anymore. And I didn't feel, that I resonated with that. And it just helped me on my journey to understand where some of that was coming from, but also in my own self when I was highly critical of myself. So part of this in the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, and I hope that I'm going to just make it a little bit bigger. So I'm going to go off screen for a moment here. But really, our adaptive coping methods is what we learned in childhood, usually from that 0 to 7, but maybe 0 to 12. So in this session here, just get a little bit curious about the things that you're struggling with right now. Where did that come from? Who told you that message? If you're feeling lonely, or you're feeling abandoned, or you're feeling whatever the feeling is, if you can name it, even better. And is there sadness? Is there grief? Is there shame? Is there guilt? There could be anger, but I'm going to say go deeper. If you're feeling angry towards someone or a situation, what is even lower than that? Because anger is actually kind of higher up on the vibrational scale. If you think of the Abraham Hicks vibrational scale, the emotional scale. And so even lower than that is some kind of, usually it's shame, fear, guilt, or sadness could be in there as well, grief. And so just really looking at it from that space. So these adaptive coping methods was all about what was your environment like in the home? Let's talk about money. How was money when you were growing up? Was it something that was talked about? Was it something that was celebrated? Was it something that, was hidden, or no one talked about it, or there was a secrecy, or you just felt that there was tension because when the first of the month came along, then maybe your parents weren't in such a great mood. You might not remember those scenarios, but just think about money. How do you view money today? And then where did that messaging come from, or a scenario when you were growing up? I was thinking about that today. I remember my mom, one hard worker, entrepreneur, worked 80 hours plus. I'm going to tease her right now, but I really feel it was so that she didn't have to go to the Jehovah's Witness meetings. And so that's why she worked a lot. But I remember her coming home this one time from bingo. She loved playing bingo with the trolls and all of that stuff. That was a neat experience to go there with her. And I remember her coming home one night and she had won. I don't know, she won the jackpot. It was like $1,000 or something like that. I don't even remember the amount, but I remember her waking us up and she was so excited because we remember the emotion. Okay. So she was so excited and she's throwing the bills on the bed. And I was thinking about that, like, what are your memories from childhood? I don't remember a lot. I feel that's part of my childhood trauma and stuff, that there's times when the pain was just too great and my brain just shut down. That's what happens, the hippocampus part of your brain. And I remember that one time, though, when she came home from bingo and she was so excited and she woke us up and all this money's flying around. I was thinking, you know what? That's probably part of, some of my base money views that I've been changing and rewiring this year, is that money is hard to make. So you have to work really hard in order to make money, but also any kind of like win or, this bigger amount that comes through is not from me doing something. It has to come from something outside of myself, like a winning or a jackpot, or it just doesn't happen. Or I'm not able to trust the universe for that to come, because that's just something that wasn't in my wheelhouse or something that I didn't really understand. And so even just around the money piece, I thought that was kind of a neat observation for me and in my life, and maybe it can help you. Like, write out the things that you're feeling, and even, you know, around money or these next things I'm going to talk about, of where you are in those emotions or those coping methods. And as I'm explaining this, think about a partner or a family member or someone else maybe that is for you hard to get along with or whatever. There's something here in their coping methods that is triggering for you because they are a mirror for you. Okay. And if someone grew up and there was a lot of maybe chaos in the home or abuse, whether it was yelling or hitting or any of the kinds of abuses, any shaming, any aggression, any mocking, then that is really going to affect you as an adult, because you could be in a space where when someone threatens you, you want to attack, you want to fight. And it's just like you have your backup. So think about, why do I have my backup? Why do I want to be, you know, in this place where I feel like I'm being threatened? Is it a real threat? Do I have control? Can I move away from the situation and come back when I think of it from a different space? And also, you know, you could be totally fine, and then on a dime, you are angry or you are lashing out or you're just having this, you know, major aggressive kind of freak out. And just go back to, where did it come from? And once you know what it is, or one of your styles that are here, and there are more details in our Facebook group, then, excuse me, when you are triggered or when you're able to think about what you're like, what's going on in the moment, you can come back to the space of like, okay, I'm back in my programming. Sorry, that is a little bit too, there we go. You're back in your old programming, and then you can, I'm going to show you how to heal that, or like how to walk yourself up out of that after. I just want to go through the 4. Okay. So it's just being aware. That is, I think, our word of the day, is awareness of where you are. And then the second one is flight. So if you have this desire inside, like when things get wobbly or you feel unsure, or there's an unknown, whether it's in a job, meeting a new person, or you're in a group of people that you don't really know, and you have this desire and you want to run, then this is something to look at for yourself. Excuse me. You know, why is it that you want to run? Are you someone who is an overachiever, a workaholic, someone who has anxiety? It could be this flight where you just feel like you need to get away, you need to move and go. And this was me. I traveled for many, many years, and I just didn't want to be like, I wanted to always move and get out because I felt like I might have more control. But the thing is, I didn't stop to actually take account of how I was feeling or understanding all of that stuff. And I'm so grateful for this last year and a half, because we've had no choice but to stop and really like look at ourselves and our coping methods and the things that come to us. And so this can come from any kind of explosive home where maybe, you know, there was one person in the house and they kind of controlled the mood of the house, let's say, or you just didn't know. You could be, you know, eating dinner or coloring, whatever, and then all of a sudden there's this big explosion. So now you don't feel safe, and your cortisol, your fight or flight instinct is going to come on right immediately. We got to watch when we're back in that space, and that's why calming your nervous system is going to be really important when I talk about that, because it's in those moments then that you can make a choice, either create a boundary, or you can leave or go into a mindfulness space. But knowing what your coping method is really going to help you going forward, and it'll give you compassion for yourself. So if you're feeling like you want to run, or you just, you know, blew up at someone out of nowhere, you can come back to yourself with so much self-love. And it's like, okay, I'm just back in my old programming. It's what your body knows. We learn that so young, and that's what runs our body 95% of the time. So if you're not feeling safe, or you're feeling like you need to have certain things controlled or whatever, that's all just a piece of the puzzle. It's a part of your medicine, and all of that can be rewired, which is so beautiful. And, you know, so this flight, if that's something that is for you, and there was chaos, or you moved around a lot as a kid, it's just like coming back into your own quiet space where you are not, there's no threat. The dragon isn't there. And so you can take that seat back, or, you know, that step back as the safe and vulnerable feminine, and just look back and like, okay, this is a situation that's going on. How do I want to respond? What is in my highest good right now? Do I need some space and create a boundary? The boundary isn't like a big wall. It's just simply to give yourself some space to move back. Or am I to go and talk to this person and express how I feel? If you're a flight kind of person, this is going to be very overwhelming to you. So you might want to write it down. I did this for years. If there was a conversation that I had to have with someone, and I would do my best not to have any confrontation because it just would rile me out. Like I was just so out of my comfort zone. And so I had to write letters. I would write letters to people like what I was hurt about or whatever, because I wanted to make sure that I spoke my heart, that it was kind. Because when I would be in a conversation or there's any kind of an altercation or there's some tension, I immediately want to hide. Like I want to run. And so for me to be able to get out what I want and to speak my mind, I had to be able to write it down. So if that's you in that moment, it's okay. What'll happen is as you get stronger and you build your boundaries and you're more familiar with how your body feels and what you really want, then that is going to go away and you're going to be able to just speak your mind and stand up for yourself if that's something you've never been doing. The next one, I can't read it, which is funny. Excuse me while I make it bigger again, is freeze. And this is when you might want to shut down. So think of like a deer, right? So the lights flash and you just freeze and you stop and you feel shut down, you're dissociating. So with that, it's just simply you are numbing. You are doing anything other than what is happening in the moment of that pain or the wobbles or something that just doesn't feel safe. And you end up leaving your body. This is so common with anyone who's had some kind of trauma, is that when it doesn't feel safe, you automatically will leave your body because it's a protection mechanism. And so the beautiful thing about this is like call your higher self or call that piece of your body, your soul, whatever the word is you want to call it back into like so that it's operating from within you, from your heart space. That when you're looking out and you talk about, your higher self, or you're all knowing, that it's not something that's outside of you, that it's actually from within. And in this moment, that maybe you're not feeling safe or you want to just, freeze. It could be that you procrastinate, but really procrastination, even perfectionism, is simply a need that the inner child didn't have met, or you didn't have met when you were younger. And so it's just a need that's wanting to be met now. No memories. This is a common one here. Because when you're in freeze mode, your brain is just shut down. The hippocampus is where the memories are created and stored. And so then that just shuts down. And I started to notice that even when I was traveling or I would take pictures, I've taken, I don't know, like 40,000 pictures in my lifetime because I wanted to remember. That's one thing I noticed, and it makes me a little bit sad, is that there's times when I'm doing something that I really love or it's this beautiful experience, and I know that I'm probably not going to remember it. So I want to take a photo. And my friends would make fun of me when we would, when we used to hang out. I'd be like, hey, let's take a photo. Because I'm just feeling in my moment, like, this is so beautiful. I want to capture this moment. And they were like, no, we don't want to. And I'm like, come on, it's a memory. And so that kind of been, a thing that they tease me about. Okay, we'll take the photo because it's a memory. But now I understand that it was really me just wanting to have that space to be able to remember, when I can look back and say, wow, I did that thing where I met this really cool person. And so it's just all a part of what had happened to me. I'm not staying in that past. That's not where we're to be. We're to be in our future. But I think it's really important to know what those coping methods are or how you adapted when you were a kid, because that's how you're doing everything now. So if you're wanting to run, if you're wanting to attack, if you're wanting to hide, this is important to know, because when you know where you are, then you can course correct. You can reframe your mind so that you're not doing that in that moment. And then the fourth one is fawn. And this is the people pleaser. This is one that maybe you haven't heard of or is newer to some people. And I really love, this is all from the holistic psychologist. I absolutely love her work. She's just so good at explaining it. And I relate so much to her story of like having, just in childhood where it just didn't feel like it was consistent, and there was, the ups and downs and stuff, but that has helped me so much today. So I've really just been looking at what are the gifts from all of that. And I encourage you as well, whatever your childhood was like, there are gifts in that, even if there was some things that were harder. So with the fawning, again, the people pleasing, are you doing things because you want to, or are you doing them because you're afraid that they're not going to accept you or that you're going to be rejected? That's a very different kind of energy than just simply wanting to do something for someone. Because if you're in that energy, let's say it's late at night, a coworker, you know, you offer to give them a ride home just because you kind of feel like you have to, whatever, you're people pleasing so that either they like you or, you know, you're not going to be rejected. But the whole time you are in this space of resentment. And this was me. I would offer to do things. I don't do this anymore because now I tune in and I will only do the things that I really feel called to or I want to. But I remember I drove home I worked at a bar and it was pretty late. And I drove some of the staff home and I got a red ticket on the way home. And I was just flailing because I didn't want to do it. I really just wanted to go home. And so I think that was the universe just saying, yeah, see the energy you're in? Like I was not in that giving space. I just really wanted to get home. And so I don't know if that's why the ticket came, but you know, whatever, it is what it is. And so more with the fawning is just like, why are you doing things? Being in that space, you know, you don't have to appease, you don't have to be complying with what's going on. This is also really important in business, in dating, in your family, when you go to family functions. Do you feel like you have to fit in this box of, if you don't fit in this box, then you're not approved? Then you got to do some work on building stronger boundaries so that no matter what the situation or wherever you are, you don't have to be in this, you know, people-pleasing kind of energy. It is not fun. You're just going to resent. You're going to resent yourself. You're going to resent the people around you or the things that you have taken on, and it's not going to be very enjoyable. You're going to feel so stuck in your life, okay? Another thing is hiding. This is very common, is like, where are you hiding? And I have a couple people in my life that they see me. They really see me. And so I'll be on a Zoom call with them and then they'll message me after and they're like, why did you take second step? Or like, why did you bow down? Virginia's really good at this too, you know, and we were in another business before. She's like, it's almost like you take the second seat. You know, the co-pilot. She's like, be the pilot, like drive it, you be the one to lead. And for me, that was like, she saw me and it felt really good to feel affirmed in that way, but I never saw myself in that way. Or if people say, wow, you know, you're really good in sales, or you're so outgoing, or, you know, this extrovert, or you speak really well. What happens after? Are you saying inside of your mind, and this was me, like, oh, but you don't know, like, or not feeling it inside. I was so stuck in this fawning because I didn't see it in myself. And I've really been able to heal and to move a lot of that away so that I can stand in my power. Is it going to come up from time to time? Absolutely, because it's in my subconscious, it's in that programming. But now that I'm aware of it, I can even maybe feel when I'm doing that, or I'm slumping down, or, you know, I have something to say, but I don't want to say it, and maybe my throat chakra closes up. You know, just being able to understand what energy I'm in, and when I'm in that space, I can then come back out of it and just like open up my heart and say, no, like I'm here, and stand a little stronger. This can also be, you know, if you had your needs dismissed, you know, if maybe you came home and you said, I have a stomach ache or I have a headache, and your caretaker was like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. That was very common, I would say, just in society, you know, where we were dismissing each other. And when that happens, especially if it's a caretaker or someone who's like an authority over you, then what happens is you start to think, well, maybe what I have isn't there, or you're second guessing yourself. You stop trusting yourself, and then you stop trusting your intuition. And you can, then what happens is you don't see the red flags necessarily. And that's really important, to be able to observe them so that you don't end up in another cycle, especially if you lived in any kind of control growing up. If you had a parent, or even in religion, you know, I say that the Jehovah's Witnesses were really, really controlling. You had to do so many things. There were so many rules. And if you didn't abide by the rules, then you were kicked out of the tribe. Like base chakra trauma, like major right there, you know, to always feel like you had to do these things in order to feel like you belonged. And so it's so easy to dismiss our needs. And so just come back to being aware, come back to, you know, just awakening that observation inside of you and saying, okay, I want to start to pay attention to when I'm in fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. And I recommend, like, go on our Facebook group, My Soul Reconnection by Healing Soul School. I did 4 posts on this, and at the beginning of each, they're from the Holistic Psychologist, but at the beginning of the post, I put my own 2 cents in, just kind of like based on business or in your life, where maybe you could be hiding or not shining your light as effectively. We need you so much right now in the collective. We need people who are really strong in their gifts and what they're here to help others with, because there is so much suffering, and there's going to be more that's going to come over these next 6 months, especially as things are dismantling, like, you know, just the way we look at government and our food supplies and, you know, all of that. There's going to be people that are really going to be needing our help. And so we need you to stand strong, get over your own stuff, or at least observe it, know what it is. Let's do that healing, and then really be able to stand in your power. How to heal these kinds of things. And I wrote a free ebook. Thank you to Virginia, who I wrote a PDF and she made it into an ebook, which is so sweet of her. It's on our website. So www.healingsoulschool.com. It's on our homepage. There's an orange button, click it, and it will get emailed to you. And then there's a surprise on day 3 from Virginia, something from her. And in that ebook, it's just simply like where to start. I was, you know, meeting a lot of people who were saying, you know, I'm needing all this, or I love the business stuff or whatever, but I need to heal myself. I have heard that so much in the last 9-10 months, is like, I just need to heal myself. And I was like, okay, let me give you a gift. Let me give you like where to start. How do you start healing yourself? There's so much out there and it's super overwhelming. I'll tell you, the ebook's only 10 pages. So it's like a super simple read, but I'm focusing on those who have been raised in some kind of trauma, fear, walking on eggshells, healing the trauma, healing dissociation, so that you can be present. You can be in your business and focusing and doing the consistent things that you're supposed to do, so that you are having clients come in, you are in the space of being in empowerment. And that was really my heart behind it, was like how to teach people to begin those beginning steps of where do you even start? Where do you go? Who do you trust? Okay. Being the observer of your own life. Okay, so you just imagine you come out of your body and you're taking a look, you're observing who you are. I just realized it's 1, so I'll hurry here. Our next guest is ready. The nervous system, calming the nervous system down, being in a space of living from the parasympathetic nervous system, rest and digest, taking that seat back. The contented sigh of like everything is done and it's okay, versus this fight or flight that we've been taught to be in all the time. Another thing is, what are your patterns? Knowing what those are. If you're not sure, send me a message. We'll have a conversation. I'll show you what your patterns are and kind of what are your steps to go forth for healing or getting clarity in your life or your business. I totally will help you with that. Boundaries, having very clear boundaries. Boundaries are not this big wall of like, you can't do this to me. It is a permeable wall. So there can be like, if someone is not obeying your boundaries, then you take that step back. If you feel like, you know, there's something you're working together, then you can be a little bit more lax. But really the boundaries, it's you telling people how to love you. We don't know, you know, what the, like we can't read people's minds. And so it's up to you. It is our responsibility, taking complete ownership to heal ourselves, but also to tell people what we need. It's not up to them to guess ever. Connecting to self, how to do that. Really going within. So that's connecting to your soul self. If you need to, meditations, we have them on our YouTube page of like how to reconnect your soul, my soul reconnection, because with that trauma, you left your body. And so it's bringing yourself back into your own heart space. Breath work, meditation, these go hand in hand. The breath work, life force. I love that Sage mentioned that earlier today. It's all about the breath. Are you breathing through your lower belly? I didn't even really know that until a few months ago when I met Carla, who's, you know, one of the teachers that's working with us. I was in anxiety breath, breathing from my chest, the small breaths. When you come down into your belly, you are, there's so many good things about it. I don't have time to get into more in the book, but really, really important. And if you've had trauma, it's scary to close your eyes and maybe it's black, or you feel fearful, or am I doing it right? Or I'm thinking about the groceries. So all these kinds of things start to come in. But when you can come, just focus on your breath, have one mantra like I am safe, and just focus on your breath. Close your eyes. Now you're in a meditation. You're just going within. Maybe that's a little bit easier as a way to start, or in a guided meditation, but eventually getting to meditation where you can close your eyes, you can go into that space, and you can go to a special place in your mind where it's beautiful and you're really connecting. You're connecting to the quantum. You are connecting. Like, this is super powerful stuff. You can create DMT. You can create a body buzz. Like, there's so many cool things that you can do with breath work and meditation, but it's coming home. It's really connecting to yourself. Next, movement. Move those emotions. Any kind of emotions, or when you are in dis-ease, You have stuck emotions, that's stuff that is just stuck there that's asking to be moved and to get out. Have a dance party, shake. That's another thing. EFT, if you like that. Just be careful, because those affirmations, if your subconscious doesn't believe it, then it's not going to work. So just be mindful. Qigong. We love Qigong. It's all about Chinese medicine, and it's super easy. You're just cupping yourself all the way up and down, but it's moving the energies, and you can't help but feel good after you do Qigong. 15 minutes is all you need. Being in your safe feminine, your safe masculine, of when to be in your structure and when to be in your nurture and pleasure. There's times when it is okay. Well, sorry, we should all be in our safe. It's being in our balance. It's being in harmony. But so many of us are living from our wounded feminine or our wounded masculine based on how we were raised. And so we're just shifting that. And then community. We are like, community is, I feel like it probably should move up to the first. You've got to have a support system around you. If you do not, and you're left to your own devices, like, you're just going to be back in your old circles and your old stuff. And so having a community of what you want to learn or where you want to grow, that can grow, you can learn with them, or you're growing together. Our community at the Healing Soul School, we are here to end emotional suffering, but we really want to highlight anyone who is helping people heal, coaches, light workers, mystics, someone who is really in tune with their intuition or their psychic abilities. We all have them. We just weren't taught. And you want to use that to help people, then come and see us. Like, we have designed programs on purpose, like healing, narcissism and abuse and all of that. I've run a course on that. Then there's one on naked alchemy of like how to feel yourself and how to feel safe being vulnerable, safe intimacy, how to connect with yourself first, and then how to connect with others. And you will blow your mind. Like, it's really awesome what we're teaching in that program. The other one is our business village. It takes a village to raise a child. It also takes a village to raise an entrepreneur. I learned that the hard way this year of, we have this space, these office hours where you can come and you are able to have a coach. Tuesdays, I'm teaching you how to get confident. It's all about lifting you up, building you up, your confidence, getting you really strong. Wednesday's all about logistics in your business. Virginia's helping to run that. She's also our meditation expert. So there's so much goodness. She is such a good person to talk to about anything that's going on. She has this beautiful view of like taking kind of that top-down approach. And did you look at it this way? Or how about this? Really a great person to talk to. And then on Thursdays, I'm doing business. So it's from 12 to 2 Eastern. And then we're just getting right into your business. And like, bring me your pieces. What do you have? I'm super highly intuitive. I have a business brain, like a Pez dispenser. I can take your pieces and I see your magic. Oh, you could do this, or you could do that, or this is why you're hiding in your business. Or I heard you say this a couple of times. This is why you're blocked over here. Thankfully, that's one of the downloads that I've been getting this year, is seeing people's patterns and where you're stuck and how to shift you up out of that. Because like we said earlier today, is when we can help you to really be strong in who you are and what you're here for, whatever that is. Or maybe you want to start a business, but you don't know how. We have a space for you too. We're creating a program of like an energy healing kind of business that you can come and just run. So many people want to help, but they don't know how to run a business. And Virginia and I do. So we're creating something where you could just come and then have that business and work with us. So you're not alone. It's community, back to that space. And so I'm gonna stop there. I know I could talk forever. So I will let that go. And yeah, I just want to say, like, whatever it is that you've been through, you can totally heal it. If it's stuff that you're having trouble with, in your body. Hold on, I'm getting a message here. Okay, we're good. You can heal it. You just have to really know some of the steps or how to do that, or maybe you just need someone to come alongside who sees what you're not seeing to be able to give you that and to show you what's there. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, again, please message me. And right now I'm going to bring up our first healer. Hello, Noreen. How are you?
Hello, Sunshine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so sorry I went over time. It was going kind of slow, and I have a sore throat today. So I was like, oh man, I still have 20 more minutes to talk. And then it was 1 o'clock. I'm like, oh man, how'd that even happen?
I don't know if you saw me in the background in the green room there, and I'm just shaking my head. I'm like,
nice.
Yep, because nice. Everything you're saying just totally resonates with me. And
yeah.
They stole a little bit of my thunder, but you are an amazing and I love the platform that you and Virginia have created here for healers and light workers, and more importantly, the people who are learning and upcoming in this new wave of energy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is so sweet. And I was super excited to message or to interview today because you're talking about awakening alchemy. And we are all alchemists. We all can create our own elixir of life, right? And so when you said that was your title, I was like, brilliant. So I will get into that, but I really feel that stories are important. So tell us a little bit about your story, mainly about like your spiritual side, or like how you moved into what it is that you're doing. What was it that you went through? We've all been through something.
So I awakened a little over 15 years ago, and it came on kind of like a tsunami. So nothing gentle about that. And I was overwhelmed with so many abilities coming at me at once and not understanding how they work, what I was experiencing, how to control them. I was sick quite often because I didn't understand as an empath what I was going through as a clairsentient. I was feeling things, not understanding what I was feeling. I came into my mediumship abilities literally overnight, and I'm like, okay, there are voices in my head now. What do I do with this? So everything came on very, very rapidly. And I didn't have a mentor at the time to help me and guide me. And I was working in financial planning and in a city and commuting 4 hours a day, taking care of my 2 young children and my husband at the time with his mother and father who were sick and ill. And it was just complete pandemonium. So I find it interesting that we typically awaken usually in the most challenging time of our lives. A lot of people awaken during trauma, a lot of people. So for me, it was not a gentle awakening, like I'm sure so many people have experienced, but I did learn through that. I mean, I truly believe that we cannot talk the talk until we've walked it. And I can say I have experienced it, and I share it and I teach it because I experienced it. And it has been quite the experience. Everything from migraines as being a small child because I didn't understand that I was an empath, feeling and absorbing everyone's energy around me. And then when I awakened to my abilities of mediumship, I didn't know who to trust, who I can listen to and talk to, and who not to. And when I started learning that I'm also a geomancer and I can feel Earth's energy, I spent 3 months sick with motion sickness because I didn't understand that I was sensing earthquakes. So it took me a while to navigate through each one of my abilities. As each ability turned up, all the 4 clairs, from feeling to hearing to eventually seeing and then sensing and knowingness, I learned and taught myself a way to acclimate to each ability that I was opening and awakening to. And what I learned is that I need to be able to validate myself and understand what's true for me first. And everyone has these abilities to, that we all have intuition and abilities. And this is why I feel like it's so important to share this and teach this, especially now more than ever. You were just sharing this before. This world is waking up whether we want it or not. And this is the time. And there's so many people who have been walking around blindly following what I call the moo-bahs, the sheep and the cows and the herd, and not knowing how to have critical thinking, how to tap into their own intuition, how to be empowered by their own intuition and make the best decisions for themselves in everyday life. It could be in romance, it could be in love, it could be in relationships, it could be with family, it could be in your own business. We have this divine GPS, and most people are walking around blind to it. And I'm like, hello. So I learned at a very early stage in my awakening that, okay, I feel things. I recognize that empathy and clairsentience was my first and primary ability. And I recognize, okay, clenching of the jaw, not so good. Pain in the back, nope, doesn't feel right. However, when I get like the chills down my spine and then I get the little butterflies in my stomach, I'm like, okay, this feels good. I may be clueless as to what I'm experiencing, but at least I understood, yes, no, good, bad. Okay, this feels right and this feels in alignment and this one doesn't. And then when I started opening to my other abilities, and the other one after that was clairaudience. And I remember begging my guides. I knew I had them. I felt them. I just didn't understand and know who they were. But I remember begging my guides. I'm like, if you're there, can you please talk to me so I can understand what's going on here? And I remember taking a steamy hot shower, fogging up all the mirrors. And I said, okay, I'm going to hear my guides today. And I get out of the shower and I'm like expecting this like mirage to show up in the mirror or something. And all of a sudden I just heard this voice and it said, Gabriel. I'm like, oh, is that Archangel Gabriel? And I have to say, I did panic for a split second because my last memory of Archangel Gabriel was the angel of death. I remember seeing that somewhere in the movies and I'm like, oh, is he coming for me?
Like, put the blood on the doorpost.
But everything obviously flowed from there. I remember going to a bookstore the following day and literally an entire book on Archangel Gabriel literally fell at my feet. I'm like, oh, happened to open up the book and there it says to connect with Archangel Gabriel, cleanse yourself and feel the hot shower. And like, I literally took all the steps intuitively, not knowing that I was divinely guided. And Gabriel was one of my first guides to help me interpret what I was experiencing on a mediumship level. So I know I've been divinely guided all along. And I did self-teach myself. I kind of mentored myself on how to navigate as each ability started opening up. So now I know that I can validate my abilities by my primary ability. And everyone has a primary ability. Everyone has that gut instinct, as I call it. And one of the things I love to teach my students is that describe your favorite movie. And people are like, okay, well, just describe a scene. And that gives them a clue of how they describe that scene usually determines what their primary ability is, whether they're aware of it or not.
Really?
So if you say, like, my favorite movie is, I don't know.
Avatar.
Avatar. Okay. So what is your favorite scene in Avatar?
When they're in the forest. So, and it's, the tree is talking. So and it's at night. So all of the, everything's lit up. It's kind of like thousands of glow sticks is what it reminds me of. When that space where, they're close to the mother tree. I don't remember the names of it, but.
I love that movie. And how did you experience that?
Well, for me, it was interesting because I have lived in Taiwan and I've lived in Costa Rica, and I was home for a little stint in between. And it's when the movie, it had already been out, but I was able to see it. And I felt like I was back in Costa Rica. So it was like back to nature and the jungle and that's probably the one place where I felt energy. I thought God at the time, like the most, because even just looking out at the ocean, was like, I am a part of this ocean. Like, I just felt it. It was just this all knowing.
3 times.
Yeah.
Notice the word that you said 3 times over. I felt.
Cool.
So now you know, and I'm sure you already knew this beforehand, your primary ability is clairsentience, or most likely you're very aware empath.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, and it's cool because even now, as I've been like calming my nervous system and my intuition's been dropping in more, it's really cool. Like I'll think of something and I'll get a message. It's in my own voice, but it's like it just comes in and it's like so sure. And then depending on who's around or if they're asking me a question, it's like I can just say it and they're like, "You're bang on." I'm like, "I know." It came in.
Now you are already connecting into your claircognizance, the knowingness. And you can validate it with what and how you feel. And I know that for me, that was my third ability was that my third ability was clairvoyance. I got thrown into a bit of a sink or swim situation with my guides.
Okay.
I was, at the time, my kids were young, and I would stand in between their 2 beds. They had 2 captain beds, and I would call in all the angels and seal the portals and seal the house and protect everybody every single night. And I thought I was doing a fantabulous job. And then I hired a feng shui consultant to come over, and she's like, "Wow, you got quite a bit of activity here." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Well, you have a lot of activity. What are you doing?" And I explained how I was securing the house, the ceiling and everything. She's like, "Did you ever consider to let them out before you sealed?" And I'm like, "Oh, Oh my goodness, that's why I feel like there's 1,000 eyes on me every time I go down to the basement and do my laundry.
Wow.
So she did a little "Om Mani Padme Hum," and she's flashing a mirror and she's letting the souls out. Now I'm begging my guides that I want to see, but at the same time, I am terrified of what I might see. So it was a little bit of mixed bag emotions going on there coming into this new ability. And I felt them. I mean, literally, I felt every one of the spirits she was calling out, and I was like getting headaches for the females and pain in the neck by the men. How typical, right? I was smelling them. I was hearing them and how they died and who was waiting for them on the other side, and I was helping them all cross over. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I thought I was all done. Well, no, I wasn't done. Next morning, I woke up. I didn't even have my eyes like Sandman was still in my eyes, and I got on the bottom step of the staircase, and whoosh. Like 50 of them just like whooshed me, and they're like, oh, we're all here now. I'm like, and now I'm freaking out because I know that if I am in a place of fear, I'm leaving holes in my auric field and I can potentially get an attachment. I learned the hard way about that one. Like, all of that attachments. Oh my goodness. An attachment just means, hey, we're one soul, one body. And we have our auric fields that protect us and our chakras. And sometimes we get a little chink in the armor. And if your energy is really low, it leaves a hole in a space for someone else to come in and party. And that's just not fun. So I'm like, all right, now I hear my guidance. Thank goodness I already got my clairaudience set straight and under control. I hear my guidance, and Merlin, love my primary guide is Merlin. Do not laugh. That's where I get the alchemy from. And he's just said, you have done this 1,000 times, Noreen. Just get on with it already. And he's like, he almost sounded bored. I'm like, okay, well, if he's bored, I must have been able to do this before in the past. I'm sure I can accomplish this now. And that's how I got through seeing all the spirits and hearing them and knowing them and helping them all cross over. And by the last one, it was by the afternoon, I had crossed over 48 souls from my home and cleared the energy in space. And that's how I learned how to clear energy and remove attachments and to seal portals. So we do learn so much from our experiences, as comfortable or as uncomfortable they may be at the time.
Right.
But I did learn every time I opened up to a new ability, let me go back to my basic. Okay, I can feel this. Go back to your primary ability. What is that primary ability? Mm-hmm. And let me validate everything that I'm experiencing through my primary ability. And by the time that you accrue all of these senses, all of a sudden I wake up one day and I realize I can't imagine living life without them. And that actually did happen to me one day, just because I needed a little wake-up call to be deaf, dumb, and blind. I met what I didn't know at the time was my twin flame. So twin flame connection, knew nothing about it. All I know is I'm at a birthday party with kids, and one of the little kids gets hurt. So I bring him into the quiet little room and I start doing energy healing. And when I open my eyes, there's a line of kids in front of me saying, oh, my turn, me, I want to try. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, there's a magician in the other room, guys. Don't you want to play? And one by one, I started doing this energy healing with the little 5 and 6, 7-year-old kids. It was adorable. And not one single adult came out except for one. And he just stood in that door frame and he looked at me. I'm like, oh my God, am I in trouble? And didn't say a word. I asked him if he knew anything about energy healing. Would he like to experience it? He sat on the couch next to me, stiff as a board, like that Abraham Lincoln statue that's in DC, hands on the head. I mean, stiff as a board. At this point, I'm already attuned to Reiki. I'm a Reiki master teacher and a Sui and a Karuna Reiki. I already knew reconnective healing. I already know how to translate and receive all the information that's flowing to me when I'm doing energy healing. Mm-hmm. And I apply the energy and I set my attention and let the energy go. And I got nothing. I'm like, what is going on here? And it was like Superman behind a lead wall. I felt nothing. I saw nothing. I heard, I know nothing. I couldn't sense where any of the energy was going or how it was being applied. And I didn't realize how much I relied on all of my senses on my daily life. And it wasn't until a couple months later that I asked my guides, I said, what happened? Why is this guy always, I thought he blocked me, quite honestly. I was a little pissed. And I did find out later in life that I blocked myself. I saw all these past lives where we had been connected before. And every one of those lifetimes, he died before I did, which resulted in unresolved rejection, abandonment I didn't even know I had.
Right.
My little pretty ego said, wait, she's not going to feel this pain again. We're going to close this heart up so she feels nothing. And that's when I learned the most valuable lesson is that we cannot sense our anything, our intuition or anything, without an open heart. One of the most valuable lessons I learned. I'm so thankful and grateful for him showing up in my life when he did, so that I can remind myself and help my clients to continue to open their hearts. So healing is not just on a physical level. Healing, as you expressed earlier, is very much on the emotional level and our mental body and even in our spiritual bodies.
Yeah.
And as I have awakened to so many of my abilities, and I'm so grateful for the experiences that I've had, everything from haunted houses to feeling sick with earthquakes, and I was nauseous with tsunami. Oh my goodness, I can't even begin to tell you. So I'm so connected with Mother Earth, and I know for a fact there are other light workers out there who also can empathically connect with Mother Earth, who feels this calling to connect with her. I've been told at a very early part of my awakening, 3 words: awaken, heal, and be empowered. And I didn't totally understand why they keep repeating those words to me. And I realize now more than ever, we need to awaken to our intuitive abilities. We need to awaken to our divine truth. And this is an amazing time to heal ourselves mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. And an amazing time to be healers, to help others heal.
Yeah.
And when we are an awakened soul into our intuition, and when we know how to heal ourselves and help others heal, then we are truly empowered. And the awakened soul is the greatest gift to this world. And that is what this world needs more now than ever before. So that has become my passion over the years. I hope that answers your question, even though it's a little long-winded.
And yeah, that's good. And keep talking. My throat is not, maybe send me some energy healing for my throat.
Oh, I'll be happy to see you. Let's open up that gorgeous. See, I got the blue on today. Let's imagine that blue chakra opening up that chakra and sending so much love right here, right into our throat chakra, coming from the heart, coming from the crown all the way down and down to Mother Earth. And breathing in that golden healing light from Mother Earth and expanding out our own divine soul, our own divine essence. You're an amazing soul. Look at you. You're glowing.
I have to tell you, when you were talking about the men being a pain in the neck, I immediately, and I don't know if it's my crown opening at the back or a pain in someone's here, and I have a pain in my neck.
And that's one of the, why I call awakening alchemy, because we are transforming, and we're transforming and changing and transmuting with the essence of love, with the very being that we are. Everything that we're experiencing in this life is just an experience of energy. And one of the best energies to work with is love, which is our primary essence of who we are. So we are transforming our physical lives, transmuting everything with love. I mean, literally, I live next door to a cemetery. I know it's kind of funny for a medium to sit next door to a cemetery, but it is really a beautiful, and the quiet neighbors, and I have my crystal grids all over my house, and I have a dog that gets walked 3 to 4 times a day, and I walk through the cemetery. Now, the cemetery is about 200 years old, so there were some cranky people in the back where they had older gravestones, and then occasionally we get the newer ones that come in, and they're just not sure where they're at and what's going on. They might be a little frustrated. So I sense this as I'm walking through the cemetery, and I imagine myself being the violet flame, which is alchemy, which is transmutation. We're transforming everything with love. Saint Germain, the violet flame, if anyone doesn't know it, please look it up. He's an amazing master teacher who has brought us the violet flame energy. And I literally imagine putting on violet flame shoes so that wherever I am walking, I am sending love to the ground and sending love to the world and wherever I'm at. So the first time I walked into that church, it's closed, it's a historical church at this point, it's a 200-year-old church. I remember it smelled so musty, and so the energy was like, it was awful. And they opened it up a couple of months back for the Strawberry Festival, and I walked in, I'm like, wow, this feels amazing. And I didn't realize that all of my repetition of walking through there with my little violet flame shoes and sending love and helping those cross over and bring peace into that space really has transformed on a physical level. I mean, I was with a friend, and my friend's like, this is a delightful church. I don't know what you're talking about. So we are seeing the results on a physical level. As we know, that everything usually happens in our spiritual bodies first, where we typically don't understand and don't see it, and we poo-poo it and say, oh, that was a nice meditation, but that's batshit crazy. And then it comes like into our mental fields, like, well, that's an interesting thought, but yeah, society says this and my belief says that. And again, we poo-poo everything. But when it gets to our emotional body, we usually pay attention a little more because, hey, now this is affecting us. We might be in a funky mood, or might be screaming at our children for no apparent reason. Well, now we got to pay a little more attention. But again, it's easy to just wash it away. But when it hits our physical body, it's like, wow, now I got to pay attention to this. And people say to me, why do you love pain so much? And I say, because pain shows us where the boo-boos are. Because oftentimes we're just not paying attention in our other bodies when we're alerted. So if we're experiencing emotional pain, well, let's go back and see, where does this come from? If we're experiencing physical pain or physical disease, let's figure out, where in the body are you feeling it? And then I connect it to, oh, well, it's your knee. That could be your flexibility of moving forward. Oh, it's your right knee. Could be more of your masculine energy. Left knee, more of your feminine energy. Oh, having challenges with your throat. Well, we know that's all about speaking your truth. So everything in our physical body is here to show us what we really need to pay attention to, may not have paid attention to in our mental and emotional and even our spiritual bodies. So we have this amazing tool. We're so gifted to have this amazing tool that shows us and guides us every time that we are moving in every moment of our bodies and in our life. And oftentimes we just don't use it. So it is really my passion to help people be aware of their intuition, be aware of your physicalness, your mental, your emotional, and even your spiritual, and connect with it, harmonize with it, alchemize that energy, which is so beautiful to see people transform before my eyes. I think one of the greatest things I experience, the most rewarding thing, is to see the alchemy happen right before my eyes. When I see a person who comes in who looks like they want to be death warmed over, and they come out with their face just shining bright, and they're smiling and they're effervescent. And I see it even in the earth plane. I send so much healing love to Mother Earth. And people might say, well, you can't control the weather. I said, well, what if I can? I mean, what if we can actually change the world with love, alchemize the energy of this world? I mean, we all talk about the power of prayer, right? Oh my goodness, power of prayer is just love energy and focus towards one thing. And we're so powerful when we come together and focus our energy on one thing and bringing a good result, a beneficial result to everybody. So yeah, this is powerful stuff. Our gut, our instinct, our intuition, healing, this is amazing, powerful stuff. And when we empower ourselves, we can empower other people. And I remember I had the hardest time alchemizing this in my former life, as I call it, because I spent 30 years in financial planning and in the financial industry. And it was tough to be awakened enough to know intuitively and read someone's energy. And I'd be like working with this couple and say, well, yeah, you did a fantastic job. We stuck to the plan. You saved enough money. You have enough money to buy that house that you've been talking about. And you know what? Your retirement fund is healthy and your business plan is healthy. And maybe you should wait just a little bit before you buy that house. I can't explain why I'm sensing this. If I told them that, they're like, well, I'm getting this intuitive hit and, but you can't say that. That's kind of like uncompliant in the financial industry. So I just say it in a gentle way. And wouldn't you know, I left that company. And 3 years later, this client calls me back and says, I said, I did leave the company. I'm not even working in finance anymore. And I said, I have to just thank you because we listened to what you said and we didn't buy the house. And 2 months later, my wife lost her job. And then my parents moved and all these things happened. And they actually took that money instead and purchased a franchise into a gym. And I'm like, oh, there you go. So listening to that intuition and being able to share that and alchemize that energy, that is amazing. And now I'm finally taking all that financial information that I've had for 30 years and I harmonized it. I alchemized it because I have to say for a long time, I literally extremely disliked the financial world and my experiences with it. And now I'm saying, wow, I have 30 years experience as a licensed practitioner and I can now incorporate that with all that I know spiritually. And I can help people on a completely different level. And it took me a really long time to get to this point. And now I have clients that I help on a financial coaching level. And I'm helping business owners who are spiritual people. And a lot of spiritual people, I'm just realizing, are not very financial savvy people. So, hey, do you know how to read your statement? When was the last time you looked over that IRA or 401k from that other employer from a dozen years ago? Do you even know what it's doing? Do you know what a mutual fund is? Do you know what a bond is? Do you know how to read your statements? Did you know you have insurance and you can actually use that insurance and leverage your insurance to buy other things? So people are like, wow, how'd you know that? Now I'm here in a space where I can actually educate people to heal their finances. And then commingle this with, oh my goodness, the law of attraction and retraining your brain and getting into the happy thoughts and focusing on what we do want and being careful of what we are saying to ourselves and speaking aloud and the words we are writing and the things that we say to ourselves. I'm seeing amazing results and I'm thinking this is what the world needs. This is what the world needs. And I am so incredibly grateful to be a part of this. I mean, there was a time in my life and I'm thinking to myself, why the heck did I come back this time? Like, just somebody send me back home to the 16th dimension again. And I'm realizing, wow, I am so grateful I came back at this time. And I'm grateful that I'm aware of my other lifetimes and how I can help other people recognize their other lifetimes and heal those other lifetimes and now see where they're at and then move forward with so much more clarity. And that's a big part of this. When you can move forward with clarity and confidence, oh my God, that's when the magic happens. That's when I get excited. Yay! That's true alchemy. That is really true alchemy. So I have so many stories to share and I don't even know where to begin, but I'm wondering, is there anything that maybe the audience wants to know about or maybe that you want to know about that I can help? And because we did say this was the healing corner, right? So I do want to help people heal.
Cool. So if there's anyone in the audience and you're watching with us and you have questions, please pop them in the chat. If there's anything around healing or mediumship or any of the things that Noreen has been talking about, then please pop it in the chat. And Noreen, you're a great storyteller. So I would say keep going. What, kind of is feeling good to share is sometime in the next 20 minutes or so, talk about like what each of the clairs are. So anyone who maybe this might be new for this session here, like the Ask an Energy Healer, is for those who are kind of newer to energy healing, so that they could see that's really beautiful and it's not evil. Like many of us were taught, especially in religion, of just how powerful it is when you can connect and receive those answers, and just this knowing. It's really a game changer.
Absolutely. How's your throat feeling? Gonna send some more energy healing to that throat of yours.
Yeah, I feel better. Thank you.
So you mentioned the 4 clairs. I mean, there are probably more than the basic 4, just like there are more than the basic 7 chakras.
Right.
Everything, as we know, is energy. Everything in this world is energy. So when we learn to be aware of the energy, oh my goodness. And like I said, that's where the magic happens. So the 4 basic clairs is sentience, which is probably most equivalent to empaths. And there are so many more awakening souls who are empathic or have empathic abilities. And empathic clairsentience means that we can feel with our physical body. We might be able to feel the energy of someone else. We can feel the room energy. We can feel, I used to be driving on the parkway in traffic on the way home from work, and I'd be like, why am I so tense? And I'm looking around trying to find the source, and I realize 4 cars away, there's a guy pounding on his steering wheel. So we feel things. Sometimes we might even feel things of other people's illnesses. Like if you have a sore throat, someone else might feel that and absorb that and want to heal that. And as that is one of the biggest challenges as empaths and clairsentients, is that we want to help everyone, even on an unconscious level. And that's why I came home with migraines every day from school when I was a young child, because I would just be this open, bubbly heart of love and not realizing that I'm absorbing and making everyone else feel better. And then I came home completely and totally drained.
Right.
So as an empath, as a clairsentient, it is so important to observe without absorbing. And I like to use the lighthouse analogy for that. Cool. So people will be like, well, what does a lighthouse do? Well, a lighthouse doesn't go jumping into the ocean and bring the ships to shore. And a lighthouse does not screech in fear every time a storm comes in. A lighthouse is firmly grounded and just shines its light for the others to come home and find their way.
Yeah.
And not all ships find their way, and not all ships are meant to come into that cove. And that's one of the things that we need to accept, especially as an empath, because we are so eager to help everybody, is that people have their own path, and it might not be what you have in your mind. And to accept who you are and to accept where they're at is a big key to being an empowered empath. So one of the things I like to say is, I accept where I'm at, I appreciate, and then I allow. My 3 A's. I love my 3 A's. I appreciate, I accept, and I allow. So empath, clairsentience go hand in hand. There are so many kinds of empaths. There are empaths like myself who are geomancers and who can connect with the earth energy. We might feel earthquakes coming. We might feel storms before they approach. Animals already instinctively do this. You'll see an animal run from a fire long before you see it. You'll see a dog run long before that earthquake happens. We just are extra sensitive. We're actually more sensitive, and that in itself is such an amazing gift and ability. And so many empaths I know think it's a curse. They're like, I can't go out in public. I can't sit in big crowds. And
Thank you for addressing that.
Yes. And I tend to be very introverted. However, when we are an empowered empath and we learn how to ground ourselves and how to protect our own energy and exude that energy outward rather than taking it in, oh my goodness, now we know that we can observe the energy. We can see the energy around us. We can sense it. And what a superpower that is. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine walking out your door, even being where you're at, and just being able to observe, without absorbing, observe and know what is going on around us with all that energy. So some empaths can even read pictures. Some empaths can feel nature. Empaths can feel illnesses from other people. And clairsentience empaths are almost like one and the same. We can feel the energy of spirits. We know which ones feel good and which ones feel
Right.
bad. Right? We know that one. So clairsentience and empath kind of go hand in hand, because I do find that most people are usually both. And then we have the clairaudience. So clair just means clear, audience meaning hearing. So clear hearing. And hearing can happen many different ways. It can happen inside our head, but it can also happen from the outside in. And I didn't even know that could even exist until I had my cousin, who was much younger than me, and she was babysitting my kids one night when my husband and I went out for dinner. And she calls me up in a panic, and she's like, Noreen, there are voices on the baby monitor. And I'm like, okay, so it's probably just picking up a little static from, like, surrounding. No. You don't understand, Noreen. She says, the voices are calling your kids by name. Well, now I stopped and paused. Talking to my kids. And I'm like, well, what did they say? Well, one is telling, my then 4 or 5 year old son, he's like, you're going to do great in karate tomorrow. And you like uplifting him. And the other one is wishing my youngest one, who's still in the crib, about a good night's sleep and sweet dreams. And I'm like, Nicole, that's amazing. You're hearing my kids, guardian angels, tuck them into bed at night. That is an amazing gift. But she couldn't handle it, because when she would sleep over, and my house was very clear and very open, and she was very clear and open in that space, she wouldn't be able to sleep, because the voices would be talking to her all night long, and she did not know how to shut it off.
Wow.
So controlling or mastering your clairaudience ability means that you, and with any ability, it means that you are recognizing you're in control of that ability. You know when you can turn it on, and you know when you can turn it off, and all you need to do is command that energy. And I used to have the same challenge. I'd be sitting there watching Grey's Anatomy and spending time with my family, and spirits just floating in and out of my house all the time. You're like, oh, there's the light. Oh, we can talk to that person. She hears us. You want your quiet time also. And they need to respect that. But first and foremost, as you were mentioning about boundaries earlier, knowing your boundaries and being clear on what you want is the best way to master any of your abilities. So at one point I just said, look, people, I'm off duty. Go away. I'm stealing the house. You're locked out tonight, okay? And it was the same thing when I was experiencing the earthquakes, and I was sick for 3 months. I literally had a sit-down conversation with Mother Earth, and I said, Mother Earth, I love you. I send you healing love all the time. I said, but I know I did not come to this planet to feel sick all the time. So I give you permission to give me a little zing if I'm not paying attention to you. But after that, no more.
Right.
And from that moment on, I didn't feel it anymore. The sickness went away immediately. Cool. So being empowered in your abilities is so important, because it can easily feel out of control and overwhelming.
I'm going to pop up a couple of comments.
Sure.
That's really good. Thank you. This is my mom. Confidence and clarity. CC's my initials, not Canadian Club, which is whiskey. It's really funny because I like whiskey. Good one, Mom. Here's Jane. She says, I'm changing my mindset about sharing my gifts with others. What is the best way to unblock oneself? And I'll also let you know she is a medium as well. And she sees or can connect to people who are here, but also to ancestors. So I think she's got a little bit of extra edge there.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
So the best way to unblock oneself is literally make the decision first. Make that decision first. It all comes with a decision. And we are so powerful, we forget how powerful we are in just making a decision, because that decision holds so much energy. And then you can go about asking your divine guides. You can ask your angels, your master teachers, whoever that you feel connected with. And if you don't know who they are yet, there are so many ways that you can connect with them. You can journal. You can ask them like I did. Go take a shower. You never know who's going to show up in your shower. You know?
Okay.
So there are so many ways that you can connect with your guidance, but most importantly, I implore people to be empowered with their own inner higher self. I even though we have so much guidance outside and so much externally available to us, and we have immense spiritual tool belts, as I call it. We can do everything from essential oils to crystals to pendulums. We have oracle cards. I mean, just I have an abundance right behind me, and I'm not shy to say that yes, I have used every one of those tools and then some. There is meditation, there's journaling, there's automatic writing. Right. And the most important tool that we have is trusting our own intuition, trusting and connecting with ourselves first. All this power is here inside. So when you say that you are unlocking your abilities, what you're really doing is connecting with self and unlocking your abilities from yourself. I've had a client the other day who said, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. Well, first of all, if you're saying I can't,
right,
you just said, I don't know how to, or I don't want to. Well, if you don't want to, okay, scooch it to the side. If you don't know how to, well, that's an opportunity to learn.
Right.
So language and thoughts and our emotions, energy, everything in this universe is energy. And when we just learn to work with it and remember how to work with it and be aware of it, including our own personal energy, that's where we unlock all of our gifts and our abilities. And that's what I love to do. I love to help people unlock themselves so they can be their own coach. I might have a wall of certifications. And yes, I am a Reiki master teacher and a Sui and Karuna and a reconnective healer. I'm a certified hypnotherapist and I do soul journey exploration. And yes, I'm also a certified coach and I'm certified in all these different things. But what it comes down to is your relationship with yourself.
Yeah.
It's that self-connection. And all I do is I shine the light like that lighthouse and I guide and mentor people so that they can see their own light, so they can have the tools from that expansive spiritual tool belt. They can have the tools also. I believe in sharing is caring, so that they too can expand into their own abilities and really explore that and step into your power. Step into your power. Adjust your crowns. We are all sovereign of our own beings.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to know now more than ever before, because there's a lot of noise going on outside. A lot of noise. And it's going to continue to get louder. And it's going to look like a lot like a circus and a clown show. And you're going to be saying, this is totally ridiculous. What is going on in this world? And they're going to say, wow, I feel so helpless and I don't know what to do and where am I going to go? Guess what? When you are aware and are connected to yourself and your intuition and all of these beautiful abilities that make you, you are sovereign of this own being. And you will know exactly where to go. And you will have the abundance of finances and abundance of knowingness and feeling and knowing and being guided to where you need to be at that exact moment. 80% of it happens here in your imagination, in your thoughts, in your awareness. Wow. Other 20%, well, that's just divine movement. That's just, making inspired actions. But it's as a result of everything that you've already created energetically. And I know you know this. I see you shaking your head.
Yeah. And
for the people that are just learning this, oh my goodness, first thing I want you to be aware of is how powerful and how amazing you are on the inside. This is where all the magic happens. I just shine the light so that you can see it. And that healing might look like that you have to push away the emotions, push away those limiting beliefs. We're not even push it away, work through them, see through them, see the truth through with that. Does this actually serve me? So many people say, well, I have this limiting belief. And a lot of people would say, is it true? But I have a better question. Does it serve you? Because truth is just going to be for that moment notice. And what is true for you now might not be true for you a year from now, or might not be true for someone else. However, take ownership of that and say, does this belief serve me now? And if it doesn't, Well, let's alchemize that. Let's have fun with that.
Yeah.
How can we change this to what does serve us? How can we change this to what we do desire as opposed to what we don't want? Talking about that. Oh, who's that?
You're moving the people. Beautiful. Preach.
I love tears because you know what? Just like pain shows us the boo-boos, the tears is a release, but it's also massive validation. I know that when something is going really, really good and I'm in complete alignment, I get tears of joy, and I love getting tears of joy. So getting back to the four clairs, we talked about feeling and empathy. We talked about hearing, how it can come from inside and outside. Then we have clairvoyance. Oh, everyone loves clairvoyance. People think that psychics are all clairvoyant. Well, clairvoyance just means clear seeing, and clear seeing can mean, hi, Christine, how are you, hon? Clairvoyance can mean seeing anything. It can mean seeing a sign on a street, and it's, oh my goodness, the name of your deceased mother, and you've been feeling her. It could be a sign like, I see butterflies. I know that I'm going through a stage of transformation. It could be seeing spirits. Yes, absolutely. Clairvoyance can mean seeing spirits or seeing energy vibrations or seeing visually in front of you or even seeing it in your mind's eye. Oftentimes when we have dreams, that's also a form of clairvoyance. You are clairvoyantly seeing what is in your subconscious, or in other times you might be clairvoyant seeing and connecting with your guides and even other lifetimes or even other parallel lifetimes. There's so much that is out there. It's so expansive. I love that because I just get to say and there's more. I love it. It's nothing's finite. It's always infinite. So there's so much that we can see with our clairvoyance abilities. For me, my very first experience was watching my 1-year-old son see my deceased aunt. And this was just as I would awaken to my abilities. And I was freaking out about my own abilities. People coming up and saying, you're a light worker. You're a light worker. I'm like, I don't even know what that means. And then I remember taking my son upstairs to go change his diaper. And he stopped me in the middle of the staircase. And he said, light. Now he's only a year old. He's not even speaking words. He says, light. It's the middle of the afternoon. I'm like, what is he? And he's pointing specifically to a corner of the couch. I'm like, okay. I said, okay, light. And he says, light. And he's getting like frustrated because I'm not hearing him. And then he says, hi, Aunt Linda. Now, my Aunt Linda was the one that came to me in my dream state the night before I awakened to my abilities. And she passed a year before he was born. So he never knew him.
Oh, I have goosebumps.
I know that my children are even gifted, and they poo-poo it now because they're teenagers. But the gift of sight is so amazing. We can see portals, we can see energy, and it's just, again, it's all energy. We're envisioning it, we're seeing it. And then we have the most mysterious mystic ability of all. We call it claircognizance. And claircognizance is that ability to just clear know, where people just know things. And they're like, well, how'd you know that? I don't know, I just knew it. And then they're like, oh, well, you must be psychic, or you must be some kind of mystic. And it's just this ability to know things either before it happens, when it happens. It could have happened in the past. And there's no way to physically explain it. But it's such an amazing gift to just know things. And for those who are beginning into this ability, one of the guides and archangels that you can connect with is Archangel Uriel. And he is a beautiful guide to help you with those who have the ability for claircognizance, because he is all about knowledge and wisdom. As is Archangel Michael, he loves to help people who are awakening to their abilities and protects us while we're awakening to our abilities, because we tend to be in a very raw state when we are going through this period in our life. Honor it much like we would honor a small baby who just learns how to roll over. We don't expect them to go run a marathon. They got to learn how to roll over first. And then be patient with yourselves, because then you got to learn how to crawl before you can walk, right?
Yeah.
So we need to learn our balance. So it is oftentimes it's very overwhelming and frustrating when we open up to these new abilities, when we are opening up to healing. I have to say for myself, I have two teenage children now, but my oldest one is a child with special needs. And I thank God for him every day, because he is my inspiration for the path I'm on now. You know, if it wasn't for his abilities, and I needed to learn different ways to help him. And we did the essential oils, and I did chiropractic work, and we got rid of all the chemicals in our house and clean eating and organic foods. And then it moved on. And I was like, I remember taking my first Reiki session, and I literally levitated off the table in my first Reiki session. Shocked the hell out of the practitioner, shocked the hell out of me when I did thump. But I was hooked from that moment on. And I so enjoy energy healing. And every time I took another course, it just further opened me up to my abilities. Every attunement, every course, everything I did was just open and expansion and expansion. And I love to see this in people. I love to see people awaken into their abilities. I love to see them heal. I had an 80-year-old client who healed a brain tumor, and she didn't want to get surgery. In 3 sessions, the brain tumor is gone. Yes, healing can happen in magnificent ways, but the most important healing is the one that takes place on the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's so beautiful. When you were talking about your son seeing Aunt Linda on the couch, I was full goosebumps. Christine also mentioned goosebumps in the comments. This is energy working, definitely.
Yes. And this is why I actually just created a course. I noticed that from my experiences with all that I've learned in energy healing. I started out with Reiki, which I know when 15 years ago, people be like, what are you Reiking? And I'm like, no, it's energy healing. What? Now I live in New York, so most people, I'm very blessed to be in a fairly large spiritual community. So you drive in any direction, and there's massage therapists and Reiki healers and yoga places. And I'm so grateful to see it now. Because people have, it's almost like a household name. But 15 years ago, nobody knew what the heck I was talking about. Right. I have learned over the years that how I was taught from even my instructors, Reiki was just not enough. Like, you learn over a 6-8 hour course. And then I realized you're just unleashing these people out there. Like, you would take a surgeon and say, oh, how much studying did you do? Oh, I took a week course. Can I do surgery on you now? So I developed a comprehensive energy healing course for leaders now who want to heal themselves and heal their family and friends, and even go out there and heal other clients and patients out there. And I incorporated a 3-month intensive course where they now get Reiki 1 and Reiki 2 certifications, learn reconnective energy healing, and learn psychic surgeries, and how to do light warrior work and removing attachments. And I'm like, now I know that when I teach this course, that there are responsible healers going out in the world.
Awesome.
So that is my gift to the people out there. And for anyone who is seeing this and mentions Healing Soul School, I will gladly give them $100 off that course.
Oh, nice.
And I am also offering a 30-minute complimentary clarity call for anyone who needs a reading or a healing.
Okay. So what, maybe awakening could be the word for today too. So they can email you. We have that up there, or connect with you on Facebook or Instagram.
Yes.
And then you'll know that they were here as part of the Conscious Business Showcase.
Yay.
Yeah, good. Oh man, thank you so much. Awesome. Michael had said hi, getting some love in the comments. Psychic surgeries too are really neat. I've been part of that too. Or aware. So neat. Yeah. This world is just so incredible. Even like just tapping into the quantum is I'm really grateful that this is getting more and more common, and more people are talking about it. And it's not like, what, like we have a third eye, or 5 heads or something on us. It's really neat that more people are interested. And I think that we are the space when science and traditional medicine as we've known it doesn't work, then they're coming to us. So I think that there is such a huge space out there for people who understand energy healing. And if anyone's taken Reiki, man, you can take it so much further. And that's what we help with too at the Healing Soul School. And I know you have courses and programs and stuff, because there's such a need for us, you know, to be able to understand, access these gifts in ourselves, but also to teach others, because the whole world has these gifts. We just have never been taught how. And yeah, so it's such an exciting time to be alive, and just for how we're able to connect even with people.
And we need healers out there. We need people who are connected to their intuition and sovereign of their own being and adjusting their crown. Confidence, certainty, clarity. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's all available to us. All of it. We just need to connect with it. Be mindful, be aware of it. Oh my goodness. We are so blessed to be on this earth on this time.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. So great to have you. I'm pretty sure we'll be connecting again. Felt it in my energy field. Yep. Yep. Amazing. Well,
thank you so much for having me. I so appreciate you in Virginia. Keep doing what you're doing, because you're bringing amazing energy into this world.
Thank you. And thank you for all that you've brought into our community and introducing them to us. I was just blown away. We had all these new invites yesterday in our Facebook group. And so thank you so much. We see your magic, and we appreciate that you see ours as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Have a great day.
You too, Ann.
Thank you. Bye. All right. I'm going to flip some banners around. That's awesome. We have one more healer coming up. Stephanie Zito. She's backstage, and she's going to talk about intuitive soul purpose coaching, which is really neat, and making friends with fear. And Virginia's backstage as well. She's going to come back out and take over for me. And we'll bring up Stephanie. She's ready. Stephanie, when you're ready, please turn on your camera, and then we'll bring you up.
That's awesome.
We have all the, I was in goosebumps so many times with Noreen.
I know.
Okay.
I'm puttering around in the background here, and I'm listening, and I'm like, yes.
I know. Yes. Hello. How are you?
Hi, Stephanie. Oh, you're muted.
You are now up with us on stage. I think her internet's giving her some trouble.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was great with Noreen. I love that. I was looking forward to hearing her speak, and that was awesome. She just bang on. And it's just it's so interesting when we're doing these showcases to see how everybody ties together, the speakers and the language.
Yep.
It just amazes me.
Awareness, awakening have been like our main words for today. Yeah.
And that's not planned, folks. We don't, we just, as I said, Christine does the legwork on, she's very social out there and connects with a lot of people. And like she said, she sees their magic and just wants to share it with the world. So connects with people to see if they want to come on the showcase. So that's, and as I say, I connect, and I bring the odd person in and that as well. But there's not always a theme. I mean, we don't start that way. Let's put it that way.
Right.
We don't start that way. It's just like, it's open and let's see, who's going to come in. And then it's like, okay, well, apparently we're doing this theme this month, because you start to see what everybody is talking about. And it's just, I have to believe there is some divine intervention there that's just bringing people together in the right space, in the right way, to deliver it so that it's heard and received.
I think even just timing in the world, this definitely is a time when mental wellness has to be at the forefront of our conversations, because so much is going on. So, across all areas, and it's just like, come home to yourself, connect to your inner guidance, your heart, because when you're able to do that, you're calming your anxiety. There's always a way. There's a solution to every problem, and you start to be able to tap into that. One thing you were talking about when you're saying that I usually find our talent who comes on the shows is this is something that's new for me, and I want to share it because it really piggybacks onto Noreen, and when she was talking about your gifts and them coming in, is just even say the word trust in the mirror. So whether that's you want a better relationship with you and your body, self-love, all those things, if you're not able to say that, or even you kind of have some hesitation, and this is for you too, Jane, on sharing your gifts, is every time you walk by a mirror, give yourself a high five. Who else is celebrating you? Maybe nobody. And so celebrate yourself, right? And that high five, but then look in the mirror and just say trust. And you can do that when you're brushing your teeth, brush them with the opposite hand so that you're changing the neural pathways in your brain, that you do trust yourself. And then, or in the mirror, maybe you're dancing and have like a little dance-a-thon. If you have kids, this is so fun with kids. Like they love it. Yeah. What, mom, dad, they're going to dance. But what you can do if it's just you in the mirror, and part of, dancing and connecting with yourself is to say that word trust in the mirror. If you look at your eyes, it's like the universe. And so as I've been doing that and trusting, my abilities have been coming in, like, all of the clairs as such. And so when I'm on Clubhouse or on Instagram or whatever, it's really cool because I'll be in a room and by my intuition, I will just go and onto a profile, whatever. And it's neat because I hear in my voice where sources like that one. So it's like so cool because I'm like, all right, and I'll message them and they're usually super interested in coming on. And then I just let them, you tell me what is intuitively coming in for your topic and what you want to talk about. So many times it matches like with the person before them or after, or our general theme when we do have them for the day. So it's just really cool how that all works together. I am just going to move Stephanie up here.
There she is.
Hello.
I'm here. Hello. Hi.
Hey.
Celebration. Oh my gosh. It's so good to be here. Sorry for the little I kept pressing out of StreamYard because I'm on my phone. So here we are.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, it's so awesome to have you with us, Stephanie. I'm going to continue on. I didn't know Christine's going to take off into the background for us for a little bit. Did you have anything that you wanted to ask? Because I know originally, Christine, you had set up some stuff to talk to Stephanie about, so I just don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, no, thank you. Stephanie came to us from Rosie, who does the Oracle cards. She makes Oracle cards, and you are highly recommended. And so just so grateful and honored to have you here. I'm really sorry, but the last few days my throat has been giving me some issues. And so I'm going to go off and just listen from the background, and I'll be in the comments. But really excited to hear what you have to share with us today. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Go rest your throat. Go get some tea.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I have my cards here. My beautiful cards that I made with the assistance of Rosie Batista.
Yes, that's awesome. Oh, I know that is on our list of things to do with Rosie. It's coming. We're
excellent.
Yeah. We're really excited about working with her. So yeah, and making our own deck. We knew that was coming. We knew that was coming a year ago. It's just, it's the timing of things, right?
Right. Absolutely. Yes. Agreed.
Awesome. So Stephanie, you are an intuitive soul purpose coach, and your topic today is making friends with fear. And wow, talk about a needed conversation in this day and time, right? So tell us a little bit about you and how you came into who you are, and then we'll get into, making friends with fear and how we can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to begin, I have to laugh because I am in my car. And I live in Southern California, and there's this super random rainstorm with thunder and lightning. And the reason I'm in my car is because I had to take care of something and was delayed with the storm. And, this is the beauty of making friends with fear, is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where I am. It doesn't have to be perfect. I don't have to have the perfect background. I'm here right now, and here we are, right?
Yes,
So,
exactly. Yeah. Well, that's like we
yeah.
joked. I mean, my computer has shut down twice in the last 6 hours. So, it's like we just roll with it. It's like there is
Yeah.
nothing we can do.
Exactly. It's so interesting listening to your discussion before this. I know we're going to have a great discussion, just, being an intuitive. And I have the feeling at some point we're not going to go to a psychic. Like, we all have this within us. We're all going to feel it's coming, trusting into this for ourselves. And so, of course, we have these resources and guides and coaches, and we know we have that within. So
Yeah.
to answer your question, I began coaching back in 2014, and what kept stopping me from doing it I would always sort of do what I was good at. It was sort of like in there somehow, but I was afraid to like fully put myself out there. And at that point, I wasn't even really fully embracing my intuitive gifts. In fact, before that, I had been afraid of my intuition, because at one point it was my guides were loudly telling me about a relationship that wasn't right for me. And when I left that relationship, through getting a beautiful somatic coach, through doing the work, through listening to my intuition, that's where I've been manifesting, but I really got manifesting, because everything lined up like bam, like so quickly, because I got so clear. It's almost like I needed to get so far off course that it helped me rewrite the direction. So interesting.
Beautiful.
So, yeah, thank you. So, and it's so interesting. Like, I've been one of those people, I've needed those nudges of something to be so needed. It's like, now's the time. So when I started coaching, my husband had lost his job. We had a baby on the way. And I was like, oh, it's now or never. What are you going to do? Are you going to do this? I mean, what are you going to do? Go get a job you really don't want, which is possible? Or are you going to do what you say you want to do? And again, the synchronicities lined up. A coach came into my presence who was the perfect coach for me to know how to market. I had to dive into so many of those fears and embrace them and see them and love them and take this divine feminine approach to them. And here we are in 2021 having this conversation. So that's kind of like the long story short a bit of how we got to sit here right now.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Because you're right, it really is finding the balance, in the feminine and the masculine, and trusting that intuition, and it's really a journey that even those of us that may be a few steps ahead of somebody else are still on. I think it's always something always that you're on, and even your intuition, it's something you're always learning. It's something you're always, and I always say, that fear of taking that next step, right? That fear of whatever. And I often remind clients, it's just a step. It's not right. It's not wrong. It's just a step. As long as you're moving in a direction that still feels good, take the step. What the heck?
It's so interesting, because absolutely, someone who has never done yoga before, they might feel intimidated by yoga. And then you can look at, well, what's your taste of fear? Like, what's your aversion? Who's your gremlin? Do you feel like, is it comparisonitis? Are people going to be better than you? Are we going to feel shame because we're being seen? Are we afraid of succeeding? It's really helpful to even sit down and, like I was mentioning, this is like, in the terms of the balance of divine feminine, divine masculine, the divine feminine isn't going to be the voice that says, let's power through this right now. This is going to be the voice that says, like, I see you. Let's chat about this. Let's acknowledge this. Because if we keep putting it to the side and acting like it doesn't exist, or we can power through, it's just going to be like that little child tugging at your dress, like, see me, I want to be seen. Because it really is there to try to support us in a sense. Like, it does want to keep us safe. And as we grow, as we I mean, trust me, I had, so funny with Rosie, she knows. I had fears about sort of the perfectionism about the cards. And she could see it. And she's like, when are you going to put them out there? You know, everything was done. Everything was done, except I was tweaking the size. And she's like, Stephanie, I see you. So it was really helpful to have someone see that. So, you know, as you know, as you progress, as you grow, there's going to be that next level and a new fear that will show up. And so it almost gets exciting because then you know you're growing, you know you're ready for the next level when that new one does come up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So as an intuitive soul purpose coach, what does working with you look like?
Yeah, so what I've come to notice as growing my intuition, and when I first started, I was starting with intuitive energy scans, really just scanning for the blocks that were within a client. And what I've noticed is that we're able to do, people will say, we can do a lot more in an hour than they've done in years of therapy. And I 100% like to work congruently with a team that supports us. So of course, I love therapy. And what I appreciate about the intuitive piece is that we get to the roots, because I am serving as a channel, and I'm here to help channel looking at your soul, looking at your soul's purpose, looking at your soul's path. People maybe have talked about the Akashic records. It's really just like what is our journey? And then also tapping into what's relevant right now with our guides. So what it looks like in general at the beginning is I tend to do a reading where we do look at the blocks, and we look at the next steps, just like you said. What are those next stepping stones moment to moment? And then from there, I have a process I call vision casting. And I've really found it to be very successful to help my clients like move the dial forward and kind of get out of these repetitive patterns, the karmic patterns, and even those little micro things, you know, the ones where you think you're ready for that next step, but then this little bit of sabotage comes in. I'm there for all of it. I'm right there. We could just hear one word or one thing the way we say it, and then kind of play with that so that we can free ourselves of that. Because my goal is that let's be who you are on the inside out in the world. Let's do it. This is what we got in this incarnation. We've got this. This is what we got. Let's do it. Let's have that freedom. Say your thing. Be your thing. Do your thing. Right? Like how exciting is that? Let's see it. Let's do it.
Yes. 100%. And that's what I say. You know, how do you want to show up in the world? How do you want to show up in the world? It's no longer about this corporate, you know, I've got to watch what I'm saying and I've got to watch how and what. You know what? I'm just going to say it, and always from the heart, right? So I think when you're sending your words, your energy, your whatever out into the world, if the intention is always coming from a space of love, then it's going to get received however it's going to get received, but it's always coming out in a beautiful way. And that's how you are showing up in the world, right?
Yeah, and it starts with, right, and I think of the chakras because my background, my master's is actually in conflict resolution. And so this whole idea of how we communicate, to me, the first step is if we're not saying something on the inside, if we're not vocalizing, if we're not doing these things, we have an inner conflict. And to me, we create more peace, harmony with others in our lives, with others even we don't know in the world, when we start with ourselves. So my job, my sole job as a soul is to live my truth, is to be in harmony, to be in congruence. And what happens is when we're not, we can feel it. We can feel it, the tightness in the belly. We can feel it, the heaviness in the shoulders. We can feel it when we get that kind of caught feeling in the throat or grinding the jaw at night, right? Or that thing we wanted to say. And so many times we're so afraid of how we're going to get received. Well, guess what? You know, when we come from that solar plexus, that center of power, when we know we are compassionately listening to ourselves, and that means speaking something that is our truth. What we can't control, that's an abusive relationship if we're trying to control or do it the right way so that person doesn't react poorly. Like if that's the relationship, then we want to change that relationship and change that dynamic. Because when we're coming with compassionately from ourselves and listening from within, then we can speak our truth. And the way they receive that, I mean, clearly there's ways to say it that are beneficial. But,
Right. Yes.
But, you know, but
Yeah.
the way that person receives it, like that's on them. I can freely
Yes.
express who I am. And when I know that, when I know myself and I know my truth, I know where I'm coming from a heart-centered place. And I went through this even with sort of, being open, coming out as an intuitive within my own family dynamic. I really had to walk through that personally.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I love that. I love that. Everything about that. That's awesome. So now, do you have a program? Because I mean, the topic today is about making friends with fear. And I love this because the timing is fantastic. There's just a lot of that going on in the world right now. And people are feeling very alone because of it. So, you know, have you created a program? Have you, like, what does this look like? And can you give the audience tips? Like what is making friends with fear look like? Right?
Yeah, of course. Now we're going to get right into that. So,
all right.
Well, there's like sort of 3 steps towards really, if you want to, gain more of what we're doing here. One is I'm on an app called Insight Timer, and
yes,
Facebook. Yeah, and Facebook is also lovely in terms of communities. The thing I like about Insight Timer is everyone's there for a particular reason, really. It's a meditation app, and there's a bunch of teachers on there who are really there for our personal development. And so, if you're looking for communities where you can really feel that support, that's a beautiful place to start, Insight Timer. And I go live on there. So talks like this, I'm doing over there to kind of help with that support. Yeah. Secondly, I'm running an intuition course. So you're talking about the clairs. I heard you talking about the clairs. The more that we are in tune with our intuition, and I'll give us some tips about the trust thing. Yeah. And we can trust it. The more that we feel like we're friends with fear, we really are. And then the third thing that's coming up in November is I'm running this vision casting program. So this is really like, you know what, I'm ready. I'm really ready to manifest this and to not slow myself down. I'm ready to embrace intuition. I'm ready to embrace these techniques that we call manifesting and to do this thing that I say I want to do. I'm ready for it. So let's do it. So I'm going to normally I do this kind of one-on-one or bringing it to the group and the support. So that's going to start in November.
Awesome.
Yeah. And in terms of some tips, how to make friends with fear, right? The first step to me is really just being with it, slowing down and looking at, well, where am I trying to ignore this? Am I doing that through foods that I eat? Am I doing that through scrolling my Facebook feed? Am I doing that? How am I trying to ignore this? And what is exactly happening? Like, where am I getting stopped? Where is fear stopping me? Is it around shifting careers? And people stay in toxic workplaces way longer than they need to. Is it with a relationship that I really need to make some changes with? Is it with even having a conversation? There's nothing too big. There's nothing too little. Just identify it. And I invite you to even write it down because it's very powerful and get it out of the ruminations of the head and just look at it, just see it. And then also, like, we're going to go there. Look at the things you might tell yourself when you are in that fear space. Like, for instance, those people I work with who want to move into the intuitive world of work, I know the things we tend to say. I'm not ready. I'm not good enough. What will my family say about me? I'm sort of ashamed to put myself out there. It's very social. How am I going to be perceived, right? What if I get a troll? What if I get negative comments? And so the next thing you're going to do is write down all that stuff that is sort of that inner dialogue that's not the nice committee. That's not we want to see it. Like, what are you saying to yourself? Let's see it. Let's get it out there. Yeah. And then we're going to make a shift. We're going to make a mental shift. So the mental shift is to writing down your name equals. So if I were to do it, Stephanie equals, and all that stuff I really know is true. I know I'm capable. I know I'm ready. Stephanie is capable. Stephanie is really good at this. Stephanie is serving. Stephanie is that stuff that, you know, is the opposite of that committee. And then this is like a really nice stuff to bring in as a practice is when you go to connect with that new client, when you go to offer your program, when you go to connect with that new job, when you're feeling that fear and you start to say those things, the reasons why it's not going to work, you're going to have something that anchors you. Maybe it's something that you touch, like it could be simple, like a necklace. It's like the rubber band exercise, like a rubber band around your wrist. It could be your AirPod. It's like something where you're like, wait a second, I see myself telling myself all that negative stuff, and then you anchor in and you just tell yourself the truth. Tell yourself the stuff that you know is true.
Beautiful.
The second piece that, thank you. The second piece that I find incredibly effective that I teach in my vision casting program is to, before you go into this is like kind of when you're ready, you feel like you're ready. Like you want to go, you're like, okay, I said I'm going live, I'm going to do this. I said I'm going to do this, is to manifest it, to vision cast it. And so in the present tense, with the emotion you desire, write down how you want it to go. Write down how you want it to go. You can even do this with the list of things you want to do in a certain day. You work with an MLM. You have clients you want to connect with. You want to connect. You want to say something to your husband or your partner, or you want to bring up a topic that's been hard to talk about. Write down in the present tense how you desire it to go. You know, right before we got on here, I'm driving in the pouring rain. I'm not going to make it inside. I also work with a boutique retreat at a Park Hyatt. So I'm at their parking lot right now. So I could be frustrated. I could say, oh, I didn't change my clothes. Like I could look at all the reasons why I'm unprepared, but you know what? Like I'm here, I'm showing up, I'm here. So if I were to vision cast this moment, it's like, I'm in it. I am here to serve. I show up ready and willing and available for this conversation. I'm so excited to come and talk with you. I vision cast this. So when I enter it, I enter with that energy. I don't need any other energy but this right here, right now. So I encourage anyone who's listening to give that a go and then message me and let me know how it goes.
Yeah, that's, it's so interesting because I have done this. I do this whenever, I do this whenever I have, and I can remember 2 big situations right out the gate that I envisioned how it was going to go. And I had a plan B. I was like, so it was okay. And then if it goes sideways, like I always had my, this is how I'm going to go in at this. And interestingly, the one time that I did this, it was with the president of the company, this company I was working for. And I knew I was kind of in a good position at that job because I did a lot of the stuff. I kind of kept the moving parts together and got everybody in the same flow. And so anyway, I wanted to ask for a raise, but it was a substantial raise. And, but I knew I was worth it. And I was willing to, I figured, what the hell? So and that was how I went into it. And it's so funny. I played it over and over in my head for like 24 hours before time. And I just on how I thought it was going to go. And I'm telling you, I walked into his office, I said my spiel, and he just said, okay, if that was all it had to take to get you today, that's fine. I was like, shit, like it went way better than I had even thought, and again, the other time that really comes to mind was a big conversation where I had to, I was in my own business in a logistics company, and I wanted to move to Panama and I don't want to be in the office with everybody anymore. I'm moving to Panama. I'm healing. I'm going to deal with y'all online instead. So how do you take this company that you've essentially been a huge part of building and say, I don't want to do this anymore, you know, like, so I had this whole thing like in my head on how this was going to go. And it was ideal. It was perfect. It was the perfect conversation. He supported my decision. He was like, if there is anybody that I think can do this, Virginia, it's you. And I was just like, so yeah, we can totally do that, right?
Right. And what's so interesting is we tend to kind of build up in our minds, you know, and we do this because it's in our DNA to be safe. It's in our DNA to not be disappointed. It's in our DNA to kind of like foreshadow the worst case scenario. So I think it's actually helpful to go there and to ask yourself, like, well, what is the worst case scenario? Just go there, check it out. Can I survive this? The answer is probably yes. And then to even ask, like, what do I need to believe? What do I need to believe to feel safe to do this? What do I need to believe? And when you did that, when you vision casted those things, you literally set in motion. You know, this is how we work with the quantum field. This is how we work with these dimensions that are less dense than our 3 dimensions. This is how we work with manifesting. You literally cast that out specifically to the universe, to the quantum field. And so you were able to receive that for a couple of reasons. One, you desired to manifest it. And secondly, it was right for your soul's path. Those things that are not right for our soul's path, we may be disappointed in the moment when they don't happen. And if we really want it, we'll go after it another way. We don't have to just give up because we get a no, that's for sure. However, if it's meant for you, just know that it will occur. It will happen. If it's meant for you, it will happen. And sometimes we have these sort of lessons along the way to help us get there. I'm so grateful for the things that didn't work out because of where they led me. And I love hearing like the effortlessness and ease with which, isn't it such a delight and surprise when you're like, it did work.
I know. It's like, oh, well, what was the lesson in that? You know?
Right? Your guides are up like, it's like, dude, just chill out. Your guides are up there like, we've got you. We've got you. Just got to trust a little bit more. It's so much. There's so much I think that we can put upon ourselves and our ego. And I mean, it's just, you know, we all do it. Like we think we're so alone and we think it's just us doing this. And what we forget is we have a soul team. We have a team supporting us. And that's where these synchronicities happen, where you may be put in the right place for someone at the right time to help them in a certain way. Or someone comes in, you know, and we may not even recognize it, but when we start to pay attention and start to tap in a little bit more, that's when you start to see it. And that's when you start to realize when something happens so quickly and easily, like, well, what kind of fell into place for that to happen? What energy was I in? Everything is energy. Everything is energy. So when I tap into those higher vibrations, like love, joy, gratitude, that's why everybody says do gratitude journals, because you are tapping into that higher vibration of that thing which you desire as if it already exists. And the more we're grateful for those things we have, the more that we are sort of connecting with the energetics to receive. So when we're in those lower vibrations, like fear, guilt, shame, let's acknowledge them, let's see them, and let's do the things, whatever is your jam. If you need to move around and dance and put on some music, if you need to scream at the ocean, like let's do what it takes to, if you like to if you like to play the singing bowls, this is my jam. Like, let's raise that vibration, and then the universe will come and help you match that.
Yes. Exactly. I know. That's beautiful. And now when you're just going back to the app, because I have seen that app, and I honestly can't say, I don't remember if I've gone on it, to be truthful, but I remember hearing about it and I remember seeing it. So on there, when you're on there doing lives, is it an interactive kind of thing too, like Facebook?
It's like a Facebook thing. So people are commenting and It's a meditation app. So people, you know, I am a meditation instructor. So it's so interesting how this app developed. I mean, talk about manifesting. This app is incredible. I got on there a few years back and just had some meditations on there. And then they've introduced these other sort of interactive pieces. And it's so lovely. I mean, if you like famous people, you can find Russell Brand, you can find Goldie Hawn, you can find Giselle Bundchen, and then there's me. So there's this live function. So you go on there with, I found amazing teachers on there, like a breathwork teacher, this incredible sound healer. Go on Saturday and find Davin. He's the sound healer doing this amazing sound stuff. It's just wonderful. And so I, you know, I do intuitive readings. I do a card pull. I do just different sort of, you know, I might do a session talking about making friends with fear. So, you know, there's all sorts of just wonderful things to tap into, and you'll find like you'll be divinely led towards clicking on someone's face if we're alive and showing up in that stream and making friends with other people on there too. So, you know, you mentioned people who, you know, might be feeling really alone right now or might really be feeling stuck in a certain way. I just offer this as a really wonderful resource to help just, you know, look at those topics that make sense to you. Meditation is an incredible resource to, one, get to know what's actually going on inside, right? What do I need? And then understand, like, there are many, trust me, if you're feeling alone, there are many resources out there for you. You can get into a group on Insight Timer and find very like-minded people to have conversations with and to feel that support for that which you're going through. Because if you're going through it, there's got to be at least 10,000 other people going through the same thing.
Yeah. Find your community, right? Find your people, find the place that you feel aligned and you feel comfortable. Yeah. Because you're not alone. And, you know, and I've said this to so many people just in the last week, remember your power. Remember how powerful you are right here. You've got it all. You've got it all inside you. You've got a whole team supporting you, you know, just come back to your power, right? So
and when it's hard to, when in those moments where I can feel like, but I don't feel powerful, like I get that, you know, if you're in that moment, but I don't feel like it, like that's where I think really connecting, you know, coming into a community and feeling supported is the next step to help you feel your power.
Yeah, exactly. Reconnecting, right? Reconnecting and with like-minded people.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. So, sorry, we got off track there a little bit with the making friends with fear, because I think you were at kind of a step 2, and I don't know if we missed anything or if we need to backtrack to that.
Yeah, so I sort of see, you know, the first step is just being honest, just having the honesty. The second step is really asking, I mean, we're going there, like, what is the worst case scenario? And then the third question, so to speak, would be, what do I need to believe to feel safe? Because at the end of the day, the fear is looking to serve us to help keep us safe. What do I need to believe? And if I really believe that, if I really trusted that, then I'm coming from love. If I believe that, if I trust that, that is coming from a loving vibration that is already elevating the vibration. And then if you really want to break it down, you're going to do the vision casting, and you're going to write down in the present tense that which you desire as if it's happening, with those words, with those emotion words, like those high vibe words, like this is happening joyfully, like those things that we feel, you know, I think sometimes we dim what we think is possible, you know, but what I've really noticed in doing this practice is you're going to start to get things come to you where it's like what you actually wanted. And so then you're going to have to ask yourself, a new fear is going to come up, like, oh, wow, I'm actually getting this thing that I said I wanted. And then when that fear comes up, what are you going to do? What gremlin's going to come in? So we'll look at the gremlins. Am I going to want to procrastinate? Am I going to say I need more time? Am I going to have comparison and say, well, you know, this other person has all these followers, I'm over here? Is it going to be imposter syndrome, like, oh, I need another credential? What's going to come up for you? Just notice that gremlin, and then what I like to say is give that gremlin something to do. Give that gremlin a sweater to knit, give that gremlin a little iPad to play on, go give that gremlin some TikTok to look at. because you're over here and you got some business to do. So what
Yeah.
I've noticed is that things come to me now where I literally just have to say yes and believe that I will be guided, because that's what's happening. I'm not alone. My team is working through me. And so I will be guided in the right way to get the support system. In fact, I'm literally right now looking for the right VA to work with. So if you've got any recommendations, I'm ready. So
Hey, there you
get the
go.
support. Yeah. So get the support. Say
Yeah.
yes, and then believe that you can put it in motion. Because what I notice is sometimes we get the thing and then we stall on it. Like, you got it.
Yes.
Now it's like, what do I
Yeah.
do with it? So
Well, and that comes
look-
back to people sometimes that aren't ready for it, right? Like, they're like, that be careful what you ask for, because
Well, you might be ready for it, but
Yeah.
if you think you have, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
no, that's okay. No, it's exactly it. You're ready,
You
but
might,
yeah, go ahead.
but the thing is that you haven't done it before in a certain way, and so it's new. And I think as we could become adults, we're less in that magical zone. Everything's new when you're a child. Learning to ride your bike, learning to tie your shoes, like you're constantly doing new things. So you're used to that, and you've got these parents where you're like, hopefully you're in a situation where you can look at them and say, well, they believe I could do this, so I'm going to believe it too. So in the divine feminine, another nice tool is recognizing in that moment where you have this new thing, I'm not alone. I can rely on this divine feminine. What do I need? What resources do I need? Who is here to help me? Divine and tangible. What are the resource things that I need? I am not alone. I have a community. I think we've sort of built ourselves into a situation where we feel like we're doing it all on our own, and that's the myth. We're not. There's people out there who want to help, who want to participate, who want to be part of it. So you say yes, and what do I need? What am I calling in?
Nice. I love it. Yeah, that's perfect. Christine's in the comments and she wrote it down, but she missed what step 2 was. So step 1, be honest. Step 2
is what's step 2? I'm not a very linear person. So hold on a second. Let me go back in my brain. I gotta go back. So step 1, we're not to the vision casting yet. I think what we're saying is we want, and I don't have notes in front of me, which is fine. But what you want to do is like really dive in there and take a look at like what are those words you're saying to yourself that are not helping you. So we're gonna get honest and we're gonna say what are those things. Oh, and then what do I need to believe to feel safe? If you want to write that in the comments, I think Christine's
got that.
So thank you. What do I need to believe to feel safe? That's the question. What do I need to believe? If I believe this, then I'm coming from love. What will I do with that? Love says yes. Love says let's blossom. Love doesn't want to keep you hidden. Love is like, yes, let's do this. Let's walk hand in hand. We take hands with that inner loving mother, that mother that's like, and the inner loving father. We invite in the divine masculine of action. You've got this, kiddo. Let's do this. And then you take that one step in front of the other. This card deck didn't happen in one shot. There's things that I wouldn't call myself good at, like ISBN, that kind of stuff, the analytical stuff, ISBN numbers and things like that. That's why I got support. I invested in a program. I did that in a heartbeat. I didn't second guess it. Because
it's
I
really
believe.
about
What
that.
do I believe?
It's about investing in yourself. It is in everything that we go through, that we experience. If you're challenged with it, invest in yourself, right? And get the support because there's always somebody out there that can help and guide you. It's definitely,
Yeah. And then believing that, it's not like you invest and then you do nothing with it. It's not like eating a pizza. I mean, it's not like, it's like the investment, anything that is an investment, this is wealth, right? Wealth is dividends. Wealth is building. Wealth isn't trading dollars for hours. When you have wealth, when you give yourself that gift of inner wealth, you are investing in yourself. You are allowing your soul to grow those dividends for you. So you're not
Nice.
staying in that one place. Like, yeah, when you say that thing and you're like, well, I don't know about this investment, you feel into it, you intuitively see that nudge, and then you believe in yourself such that it is the right. There's a reason you're called to that. And when you make that investment, you're investing in yourself to pay back those dividends in whatever way that looks. It may be emotional, it may be abundance, whatever that may be.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. So I'm curious, let's share your cards, and would you like to pull some cards for people? If somebody wants a card pull, do you want to pull some cards?
I would love to.
So
yes, if you
any of our listeners online, do you have anything anything that you would like, or would you like a card pulled? I guess let's start with that. See if we've got anybody out there.
I'll shuffle them. Yeah. So if someone is out there and you would like a card pulled, typically when I do intuitive readings, I always say it's like when you go to the drive-through, the more specific you are, the more specific the answer. And just so you know, what are we dealing with? These are cards to help us sort of get in tune with our energy centers. These are activate your chakras. There's asks, affirmations, and actions. So it may call to you, it may call to you in a certain way in terms of getting rooted or grounded or connecting with your soul's purpose. So just to kind of give a little background of what we're dealing with.
Okay. Christine made a comment. She's in the background. She said, I'd like a card, please. She didn't get specific on anything, so she's open to whatever comes through.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, you know what? This one just came through as you were speaking, so I'm going to pull this one for her. So this one is an ask, and it says it's for with the courageous, the word courageous. This is for the solar plexus. So that's our center of personal power. And the ask is, what is one thing I do today that is courageous? So in a sense, in that ask, you're really honoring yourself. You're raising into that vibration of courage. And, you know, I really honor and I thank you for being here and providing this time and space for us to come and be together. I was listening earlier, and it was just so wonderful to hear you speaking with people around intuitive eating and just these different things. So I know in a sense showing up, there's that courage. So perhaps, you know, there's some area, there's some nugget where you're feeling this vibration, this spark towards being courageous in some other way, in some new way. And this is your indicator just to go for it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't, Christine says that she loves that you have your own deck.
Oh, good. Well, I know you will soon too. I mean, this one really channeled through me. I've been working with the chakras for many years, and then, you know, incorporating them into my coaching. And it's interesting. Once I saw Rosie's course come up, I knew it was time, and it was just really not completely effortless, but it was just time for it to channel through.
Yeah, absolutely. Same. I saw it too. I was like, I'm not sure exactly when this is coming in, but it's definitely on the radar for sure. So, Christine. Oh, nice. She said, courageous, solar plexus. I stood up for myself in a message this morning. So good for her. That's beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah. And that can even be, you know, as I think of that, that can be around how we set boundaries for ourselves and for others. And that shows others, like, that gives them the baseline for how to love us when we have those boundaries.
Yes, exactly. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because I just had this conversation with my husband about our two granddaughters, you know, and just, you know, interacting with them. And, you know, we always get a giggle after they leave because we, you know, you try not to do it in front of them because they do things sometimes that are just so darn funny. And although you know, you probably shouldn't encourage that, you know, or whatever, but we giggle about it later. But we had this conversation about the girls and just being in that state of observing that they're understanding boundaries and they're understanding boundaries with us, and we watch how they understand or push boundaries with their parents. And
Mhm.
so it's just very interesting. With the little ones, you really see it. I mean, it's
Mhm.
so out there, right? You just really see it with the little ones, I find. But
It's so
yeah,
true.
that's
When they
awesome.
learn the word no, when they learn the word no, and it was so much
Yes.
easier before they learned the word.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I am so
right.
grateful. Our little two-year-old granddaughter, yeah, no was her favorite word. She said no for everything. And then we realized, I'm like, well, I don't think she understands what the difference is. And that's really what it came down to. She would say no, even though she wanted whatever you had, right? So I started to pick up on, she didn't understand what the difference was between no and yes. So then when I would just start repeating that, and I would say, yes, I want this, or, whatever. Right. And now she's got it. She seemed to,
Yeah.
she seems to have clicked in, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's just interesting. It's so interesting to see this with the little ones now. As a
It really
grandparent,
is.
you,
Oh,
as a
totally.
grandparent, you slow down more, right? You see it from a different perspective. So,
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely. You're not in the thick of it. You're in the thick of it. Now you get to watch them say no to their parents and kind of have a laugh about it.
yes, right.
Yeah, watch how they. Yeah, but we're all learning how to, how to interact, how to speak up for ourselves. And so, having kids of my own, I really appreciate hopefully helping to help them develop that compassionate communication and speak up
Yeah.
for themselves. It's something we're definitely doing this year with their teachers, is just speaking up for their needs in a way that's kind and compassionate, and understanding in that power dynamic, like the teachers are there for them and they can speak up.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And Noreen is in the comments too, and she said she would welcome a card too, please.
Okay, so I'm just going to pick, these are sort of general. Again, I love doing intuitive readings, kind of doing a little deeper dive. So if there is something that is more specific, I'm totally open for that. So this is another ask, and this is for the crown chakra. So I've got kind of my purple on today as well. And that crown chakra is where we connect with whatever you want to call it, source, universe, this idea that we are all interconnected, our highest self. And so this question is, if I can hold it up right there, is where do I notice source is with me today? So this is a beautiful opportunity to notice where you really are supported. There's this beauty all around you and within you. You are that beauty. This universe exists within you and supports you. So you may notice this like in a small blade of grass or in a soft breeze. You may notice this just in the scent passing by. You may actually get a sign. There may be a sign that comes to you in terms of a number, or this typical. I'll say the typical one, like a feather. So notice where there may be just some sense of, what, when I see this, I feel something. I really notice these red roses, color red. This seems to be a color I notice. That's going to be your reminder of how connected you are and how supported you are.
Beautiful. I love that.
Yeah.
We have Desiree would love a card as well, please.
Awesome. Okay. So I'm going to give another shuffle. And so Desiree, I'm going to pull you a card here. Okay, so this is a great one. And I love this one. I call this the sway test. In this card, I call this the truth test. I do offer like a free mini workbook, an intuition workbook, where this is in there. So you're always welcome to message me for that. And this one is the truth test. So this is getting into the third eye. We have a pineal gland. We have like a bodily little gland that helps us connect to our intuition, to our guides. This truth test is right now, you know the answer to something. Think of the decision you want to make and ask yourself, is it in my best and highest good to make this decision? Is it in my best and highest good to? You can even ask it around lunch. Eat this hamburger and fries for lunch. I mean, probably not. But what I want you to do is, with this, you're actually going to stand up. And if it's a yes, this is the truth test. Your body will tend to move forward with a yes. Your body will tend to move backward with a no. You can start by playing with a really simple question like, is my name Stephanie? That's a yes. Sitting down doesn't work as well. It helps to be standing up. Is it a no? moves
Mhm.
backwards, and then kind of start with those easy questions and then get into those deeper questions and ask it like, is it in my best and highest good? Because if we
Yes.
ask something like, should I or do I want to, we're going to have like tangled energy with that. So you're going to see what the wisdom of your body has to tell you. If your body has some really good wisdom, and I know you know the answer to something, you can just rest easy and stop overthinking something because your body knows, you know.
Beautiful. Desiree, that was for you. That's awesome. So the
Yeah.
truth test, there's something in there that you already know the answer to. I love that. I hope she shares it with us.
I hope so. Yeah, definitely.
I'm just looking at the comments here. Oh, Christine came back with a more specific card, please. When can I move to Tobago?
It's so funny with these sort of predictive ones, like you're going to move on July 22nd of 2022. I don't tend to do super predictive stuff because we have free will, you know, and
Yeah.
if that's something that you desire, then it's in the cards for you, right? If that's in your desire, then you're going to make it happen. So
That's right.
I come back with a question for you, and that is, where do I see love around me today? And so what I see for you is as you amplify what you do, as you amplify your voice, as you are seen with love, as you are that fullest expression, then you are creating sort of that retirement plan. You're creating that situation where you're releasing these ties that maybe where you feel tied. I mean, there might be family where you're like, well, I know I'm kind of saying this, but you know, maybe you have a situation where you go where you want to go and you go there a couple times a year. You've got like a month and you feel that freedom, you feel that abundance where that feels completely aligned for you. So that's your answer, girl.
Nice. Love that. Awesome. What else? Okay, so Noreen, in answer to her card pull, she said, just bought an amethyst ring to commit to myself. Perfect.
Yay!
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
it's
right?
so great. I love it.
I
Absolutely.
know.
Beautiful. Yeah,
Oh,
tap in with your highest self.
that's it. And Desiree said, thank you. Yes, ma'am. So that sounds bang on with the decision thing. And Christine, just reading everybody's comments here. Christine said, oh my God, I was told I would meet my husband in Tobago. Love the card.
Yes. Oh my gosh. See? The cards are out.
Oh man, you can't make this shit up, man. I'm telling you, it's just so fun.
You cannot. You
I
cannot.
know.
Oh, I love it.
I just
I
love it. Oh, I just love it. Well, that is
Go
just
do
so
it.
awesome.
Go find them, man.
Yeah, that is so awesome. Thank you so much, Stephanie. It has been such a pleasure having you with us today. How can people, I know that there's the app, but did you have a giveaway? Did you have something? And apologize because I don't know exactly what you had available, but if you have something that, you want to share, please feel free. Coordinates, whatever you've got going on.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you can always find me, especially for intuitive readings or deep dives, on my website, which is here, stephaniezito.com. I'm just Steph Zito on Facebook, so I'm happy to connect that way. We mentioned that Insight Timer app. I do have a free thing I'm sure I sent you. I know, one thing I do have, which is really easy to mention right now, is it's called a belief creator. It comes from neuro-linguistic programming. It's a way to kind of repattern, like, well, if I really want to believe something, how can I bring it into my consciousness in a way that I believe it as much as I believe that this is a water bottle full of water? Like, I would never question this. Do I believe I'm going to meet my husband in Tobago? Well, do I believe it as much as I believe this is water in a water bottle? Go get to this belief creator. It's at bit.ly/belief creator. Just bit.ly link belief creator.
Okay. I'm just looking. I'm quickly trying to get into my emails here. I see that you had 3 steps to use your intuition. I see the activate intuition. Is that the one you want me to share?
Yeah, that's probably the a bit.ly link to this mini workbook I mentioned, where you're going to have 3 steps to get really close with trusting your intuition. So the sway test is in there. There's a nice little journal area in there. So yes, you're of course welcome to to go find that. Thank you.
Awesome. That's awesome. I have that link. I just am technically challenged right at the moment. I'll put it in the comments in a little bit.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. It's so funny. You know, I tend to really like to live in the world of love and magic. And so some of these more linear things, I have to like tether myself to these things. So.
Yes, exactly. Well, I love doing the talking and everything like that, but I get so kind of into the conversation that I kind of forget the other stuff, you know? So
yeah,
well,
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I'm happy to stay connected. Anyone who's here, just come, you know, friend me on Facebook. Yeah. And we'll
That's
stay
awesome.
connected for sure. It's a pleasure being here with you.
Yes, thank you so much. It was wonderful to have you with us. We really appreciate you and everything you're doing for the world. You're doing great things. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Likewise, you too.
Thank you. All right. Take care. And that's a wrap, my friends. I don't know if Christine is coming back on. There she is.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for covering this last one.
Yeah, no problem.
And that was really fun.
Yeah.
So thank you to Stephanie.
Yeah, that was fun. I'm trying to find a banner, but
yeah, same. Stop this one. And tomorrow, actually, I pulled a card as well before we cover tomorrow, and it was all about dance with life. Do something to change your energy.
Nice.
And yeah, so I think if you have some decisions to make or whatever, put on some music, see how it feels. And so true, like, you know, in your body what's meant for you, and really just being able to trust, back to that trust word.
Yeah,
trust the message
big
that
word.
you're getting.
Big word.
Hearing. Yeah. And so this really, it wraps up, you know, today on mental wellness. And again, just like connecting within, trusting, awareness, you know, what we also have been teaching at the Healing Soul School is really just connecting to yourself. Tomorrow is going to be another special day all about healing addictions. So if there's anyone that you know of who can benefit from the information, they're welcome to come into our Facebook group, or they can watch on our YouTube channel as well. And just some amazing speakers we have for tomorrow, all about like how to reprogram the mind and to help yourself with any addictions. We all have something. We're not, I don't know if anyone can say that they have no addictions. I'm sure there are some people, but it's just really being into.
I suppose, and I guess we'll go into it more tomorrow. I suppose it's finding a balance. Is there a way to find a balance, right?
Yeah,
you know, so yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Tomorrow should be a good day.
9 a.m. Eastern. If you need anything from us or anything resonated, please feel free to send us a DM. Or if you're watching this and you have a soul or a heart-led business and you would love to be a part of our next Conscious Business Showcase in October or November, send me a message or info@healingsoulschool.com, and I'll set up a call. Just kind of get a feel for what you'd like to talk about and see if it's a fit. And we're always looking for speakers. So even if you're listening and you know of someone who would be a good fit, we would love the introduction. We really just want to build community. We wanted to build people who are, you know, just like us and we're newer, I would say, into our spiritual journey, myself especially, just this last year and a half, of really understanding energy work and healing. And we wanted to bring together a community of people who are like us, so that when we wanted to refer, or even just having a really strong community around us, that we had beautiful leaders. And we have met some incredible people this year, today as well. So just really honored that you're here in this space, and all of our speakers from any of our showcases. Yeah, and we just hope you have a wonderful day.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone who is watching us live, and to all of those that are able to catch the replay. We appreciate you. We thank you to all of our speakers. You guys are just rock stars, and you know, this never gets old. We love shining the light on all of you amazing humans, and thank you for everything you do for the world.
Awesome. Thank you.